Let's start an in on the dungeon island. 27 to 56. CH 27. Chapter 27. Leisure Survival. It's been 15 days since Lian left the island and the Imperial Survey team has yet to arrive. Well, since they supposedly are coming by boat, it can't be helped that they're taking so long. It's not like they're riding a wyvern and flying in the sky. So I spent my days leisurely developing the island by using creation magic, and thanks to that, my level has increased a lot. Creation Magic LV.9 MP 776/776. Food Production LV.5. Food Creation Time reduced by 9%. Tools Production LV.5. Tool Creation Time reduced by 9%. Weapon Production LV.2. Weapon Creation Time reduced by 3%. Material Creation LV.5. Material Creation Time reduced by 9%. Golem Production LV.4. Golem Creation Time reduced by 7%. Medicine Production LV.2. Medicine Creation Time reduced by 3%. Other ####. 1. Not only have I increased my creation magic level to 9, I have also increased the level of material creation and decreased golem production time. It's the result of increasing the volume of construction materials and the number of worker golems providing infrastructure development. The amount of golem I have now is 5 Iwos, 4 Gokus, and 2 Silvers. Also, I can now create a new hound-type golem. ####. Item Production: Metal Golem Dog Type Opening parenthesis Small Closing parenthesis Opening parenthesis LV.1 Closing parenthesis Category: Golem Production LV.5 Closing parenthesis MP Consumption 320. Explanation: A hound-type metal golem. A golem that specializes in hunting. It pounces on its prey with its agile movements and sharp fangs. Also useful as a guard dog. Production time: 49 hours. I quickly made the golem as soon as I had enough MP to create it. In terms of combat power, it surpasses the other 3. Having this golem is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can it act as a bodyguard, it can also catch prey. Its appearance is like a German shepherd made of metal. I think this golem is going to be very useful. Although, from the utility perspective, even if it's a good fighter, it couldn't do much work at all. At best, he could only dig a small hole with his paws. Since it's like a dog, I named it Wonder. 2. I've also made 2 of them since I want to have at least 1 always readily available by my side. As for my medicine production skill, since I've raised it to LV2, I'm now able to make hematopoietic medicine, 3, and painkillers. As for the progress of my fields, I was able to successfully plant the potatoes. They're growing well and will soon be ready for harvest. The eggplants, cucumbers, and green peppers are also starting to show results. The peppers, in particulars, were growing fast. I've already harvested a few, and they taste good. Too bad the tomatoes withered away when exposed to rain. I don't think they're growing well, maybe because the land isn't good for cultivating them. Woof, woof. I heard the faint barking of Wonder Number 1, who was out hunting. Unlike the other types, the Wonder type could make sound, although only barking and not human-like conversation. 4. The barking was probably meant to intimidate enemies or coordinate with other golems. I wonder what happened. I instructed Wonder Number 1 to hunt deer and goats, but maybe he stumbled upon a wild boar. I told Wonder Number 2 and the 3 Gokus to follow me and jumped on Silver Number 1's back. I'm now pretty confident in my riding skill. Wonder Number 2, go ahead and help Wonder Number 1. Number 2 rushed off after hearing the order, and the rest of us hurried after it. Gra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Woof. The 2 wonders' threatening growls echoed through the forest. No way. Did a large monster appear? I brought my spear with me, but I don't think I'd be much use in a fight. In the event a large monster did appear, I'd just have to run away while riding Silver. When we arrived, the 2 wonders were locked in battle with 1 goat. Well, it was a large goat. There was another goat lying beside it, and by the look of it, that one had already died. Judging by its bleeding throat, Wonder Number 1 must have taken it down. The larger goat was still fighting. It was bleeding from its right hind leg, but that didn't stop it from fighting back, waving its horns at the wonders as hard as it could. It had horns, but it appeared to be a female, considering the swollen udders that jiggled underneath it as it moved. I tried to look for the baby goat nearby, but it seemed to have already run away. This female goat probably fought with Wonder to help her young escape. Wonder, don't kill it. I didn't want to kill it, but not because I feel bad for it. Goku, take this and capture the goat. I handed some rope to the three Gokus and moved to observe the situation from a higher place. The Wonders and Gokus used their numbers to chase the goat around. Eventually, the goat could barely keep moving, and Goku number 2 jumped on its back and tied a rope around its neck. Strangely enough, once the rope was secure, the goat became docile. Good, good, now hold down its legs so it can't thrash around. From my storage bag, I took out the wound medicine and bandages that I was always carry around. The goat would make a perfect test subject for my experiment. I applied the medicine to its wounded leg and bandaged it up. Since the goat has no magic power, I don't think the medicine will be as effective as if it was used on human, but I still think it would produce some kind of healing effect. While the goat was being treated, it just meekly laid still. It wasn't a cute animal, but its fur was pure white and that was rather endearing. I'm going to name you Koki. How is your leg? Can you walk now? When I pulled the rope, the goat started to walk obediently, favoring its injured leg. It looks like you're alright. Don't overdo it and let's just slowly return to the cave. I left Koki in one of the Goku's hand and returned to the rockery by walking one step in front of the others. After returning to the cave, I called back the Iwos who were working on road preparation, and had them drive stakes in designated places so we could set up a fence for Koki's pen. I made the Iwos do the heavy work, while having the Gokus perform the more refined tasks, like assembling the slats. The foundation work for Koki's would be completed that day. I guess we'll need a golem to take care of the animals too. Since the three Gokus worked mainly in the field, they're already at full capacity. I guess it'd be better to create 2 more of them before the survey team arrived. Now that we had access to goat's meat and milk, and the vegetables in the field were just about ready to harvest, I was feeling pretty confident about our food situation going forward. Yes, let's schedule next week as Golem Strengthening Week 5. Since we have Koki, our food situation has improved dramatically. I can even get milk regularly, and in quantity that's more than I can drink by myself. Milking was fun at first, but I quickly got bored of it. After the first day, it was Goku number 3's job to milk Koki. Now, if I was milking Chris or Cecily, I would never get bored. The collected milk was then pasteurized and submerged in the river in an airtight container, but if it wasn't consumed quickly, it would still spoil, so I started using magic to turn it into cheese or other cooking ingredients. That said, there's still a whole lot of it left. To better preserve it, I also boiled it down with sugar to make condensed milk, which is useful for making drinks and shaved ice. During Golem Strengthening Week, the number of Gokus was further increased, and now there are 6 of them. I find them most versatile for working due to their dexterity. One day, after lunch, I was having iced cafe au lait made by mixing brewed coffee with goat's milk. The drink was well chilled by the ice I've made with my creation magic. Monte Cristo Island is hot, so ice is in high demand and I make it frequently. Thanks to this, my level of ice production has been raised to 3. This is the highest level for an individual category after bread, level 5, and rice, level 4, and the time required to make ice is decreasing as the level of ice production increases. 6. Making bread now only costs 2 MP, and the time required to make it has decreased by 25%. If I include the reduced time modifier from food production category, the production time is reduced by 34%, which means bread that used to take an hour to make can now be made in less than 40 minutes. Alright, let's keep it going like this. The strong rays of tropical sun are piercing between the palm leaves. On a hot afternoon like this, there's nothing I can do but laze around. I was lying on a wooden reclining chair while drinking iced cafe au lait. It was sweetened with condensed milk and really delicious. I was enjoying the atmosphere of my little tropical resort while having Goku number 4 fan me with a large palm leaf, when I heard Wonder's barking voice coming from somewhere. Woof! Woof! Did it find more prey? I was sure I'd forbidden them from hunting to protect the food supply. The voice sounds like it's coming from the shore. Gasp! Could it be the survey team has arrived? Chapter 28, The Imperial Soldiers have arrived. November 9th, 2022. Excited, I jumped into the carriage and hurried to the shore. As I landed on the beach and looked far away, I could see a small shadow of a ship on the horizon. Just as I had expected. It looked like the Imperial survey team was finally arriving. At this rate, they would land in less than 2 hours, so I hurried back to the cave and told the Iwos to prepare a bath. First impressions are important, right? Before all else, I want to give them the sensation of cleanliness. As I was washing my hair with shampoo, a slime came close to me like usual. Somehow, it seems even the slime was getting excited, its movement even more vibrant than usual. I'm going to wash myself very carefully today. You can eat plenty of my grime too. Wobble wobble wobble. Maybe it's because the slimes were well nourished, but it had just split again the other day and the number of slimes in the bathtub has increased to 4. They were already getting so used to me that they didn't spray me with their digestive juices, and since they also preyed on mosquitoes, flies, and other pests, they'd become cute pets for me. Furthermore, careful observation had revealed that there were 2 types of slime, those that preferred light and those that disliked it. The light-loving type lived in bathrooms, while the light-hating type lives in toilet storage tanks and acted as a septic tank. I tried checking the tank in the women's restroom the other day and found that it was completely clean, even though it has been used by Lian. The slime must have cleaned up everything. Truly a beneficial monster. I carefully washed my important parts, combed my hair, and put on some deodorant I'd made with Creation Magic. It had a nice citrus smell, which I liked because it wasn't overpowering. After that, I cleanly shaved and changed into freshly laundered clothes. I was hesitant on whether to put on the underwear that Lian has left me but finally decided against it. I would feel uncomfortable if I wore those. I checked my whole body in the mirror. For some reason, I had been popular since I came to this world, but on Earth, I was what you would call a futsuman. Even the first female soldier that I encountered only rated my face as 78, which meant that even in this world, I wasn't what one might consider handsome. However, it seemed that I had a strange sex appeal to the women here. What part of me was appealing to them was still a mystery, though. No matter how much I looked in the mirror, I couldn't find anything of interest. After I finished dressing myself, I got back on the carriage and headed for the coast. Boats were being unloaded one after another from the huge ships anchored offshore, and they were coming toward me. Though I've had a wow build appear there, it seems there would not be enough space to accommodate all of them. The people on the boats were definitely soldiers of the Empire. I still remember those uniforms. Seeing them made me recall the smell of the soldiers when I was being assaulted and almost made me retch. Fortunately, I could smell the deodorant on my wrist. Otherwise I might have really thrown up. Guess the incident was more traumatic than I had realized. A slightly larger boat was heading straight for the pier. The people riding on this boat wore more luxurious uniforms compared to the other soldiers, so I guess those people were officers. Maybe the commander, Lord Graham, was also on board. With this in mind, I went to the pier to meet them. Welcome to Monte Cristo Island. I am Shiru Sanada, proprietor and resident. A tall woman in simple but well-tailored clothes stepped off the pier. She was in her mid-30s and looked very capable. The very definition of a cool beauty. Could it be that she was Lot Graham? But Lian said the commander was in her early 20s. You did well in coming to see us here. I'm Vice Commander Diane Lane, and this person here is the commander of the survey team, Lot Graham-sama. Please mind your manners around her. A plump girl appeared from behind the tall vice commander. Her height was about 150 centimeters tall. I wouldn't go so far as to say she was fat, but she was pretty chubby. Her face was round, but her nose was straight and cute. She also has that look of confidence in her eyes. Graham-sama, my name is Shiru Sanada. I'm pleased to meet you. Commander Graham only nodded slightly and looked away. Her attitude. It didn't feel like she was being arrogant toward a commoner. I think she was simply being shy. Perhaps she's not good in conversing with men? I mean, she didn't look like the kind of person who would have problems communicating. Well, no matter. For me, who has a wide range of appreciation, she's alright. Her plump body was attractive. I have already received reports from Lady Alyssa Milano, too, regarding the condition of the island. We'll have the soldiers set up camp immediately, but Graham-sama is currently tired from the journey. Quickly make arrangement for her to rest at the inn. Vice Commander Lane swiftly gave orders on behalf of her silent superior. I understand. This way, please. We have made space for your soldiers on the way to the inn, so allow me to show you around. The Iwos had cut down trees to make open spaces in the forest, and a cooking area and restrooms had been prepared near the river. At first glance, It looked a bit like a campground. I gave an explanation on the campsite to Commander Graham and Vice Commander Lane while we were riding in the carriage pulled by Silver. The Vice Commander looked very satisfied when she saw the campsite. I'd heard reports about the Gillums, but I never thought they'd be able to do this much. Looks like we're going to have it a lot easier, right, Commander? Even though her second-in-command was talking cheerfully, Commander Graham only replied with a short We finally reached the cave, which was somewhat cooler compared to the outside. I offered them hand towels cooled with ice water to wipe their sweat. It must have been hot outside. Please use this to wipe your sweat. It seemed that the culture of hand towels did not exist in the Urugoa Empire, since the group looked confused at first. But as they wiped their hands and faces, they gradually began to understand the benefits of hand towels. Whoa, this feels quite nice. The sweat was quickly wiped away. At the end, all of them had even put the hand towels on their necks. You guys are just like Mr. Suzuki, the manager of General Affairs Department. That guy was a nice guy, but when we went to an izakaya, 3, he was the kind of guy who would wipe his whole body with a hand towel, which was the only real flaw he had. I'll serve some drinks. Would you prefer to have it hot or cold? Everyone opted to have cold drinks as their choice, so I'm going to prepare for them the iced cafe au lait that I'd been drinking earlier. Lot Graham seemed to like sweet things. Guessing from her body shape, she was drinking the iced cafe au lait with plenty of the gum syrup that I had placed beside it. Would you like a refill? It's delicious. She was only mumbling it, but I was glad to hear the word delicious. And she was smiling, if only a little. I'm sure that the best way to approach this young lady is to feed her, though not so much that I would make her too fat. Need to be careful in keeping her healthy, right? By the way, I noticed the hand towels and the drinks were cooled off by using ice. How's that even possible? I thought there wasn't any woman living here? Asked one of the officers. There is ice stored in the basement of this cave. The ice was made by a sailor who had visited the island before. I may have lied about some sailor making the ice for me, but I was telling the truth about the ice cellar. I had the Iwos dig a hole underground from the side of the cave and made a cellar there. The temperature of the cellar was below 15 degrees Celsius, so I'm using it as food storage. The ice was put in a special barrel with a 2-layer structure and stored in the innermost part. Still, I would sometimes make new stock of ice using creation magic and store it in the barrel. Tell me if you run out of ice, I can make as much as you want, said the officer amiably. She was a large woman and seemed very receptive, also taller than me. Thank you very much. Can I ask this of you during your free time? No problem, just say the word. The female officer seemed happy to be relied on. Well, this seems like a good beginning. Among the soldiers who landed on the island, there were many types that I liked. I've had a lot of lonely days before now, but I think I'm going to have a lot of fun from now on. CH 29, Chapter 29, Lot Graham. November 17, 2022. Sorry guys, I should have uploaded this yesterday but I fell asleep. Thanks to the preparation to welcome the Imperial Survey team, my level finally went up to 10. The display on my creation magic is as follows. Creation Magic LV.10 All Category Creation Time reduced by 5%. MP801/801 Food Production LV.5 Food Creation Time reduced by 9%. Tools Production LV.6 Tool Creation Time reduced by 11%. Weapon Production LV.2 Weapon Creation Time reduced by 3%. Material Creation LV.5 Material Creation Time reduced by 9%. Golem Production LV.5 Golem Creation Time reduced by 9%. Medicine Production LV.2 Other Magic Tools Production When I reached LV10, I gained the additional benefit of a time reduction in all categories by 5%, and since my golem crafting had also risen to LV5, I was now able to create a new bird type wood golem. This golem's main function is for reconnaissance, though it can also search for prey and deliver letters not unlike a carrier pigeon. I name it Popo, and I only made one for now. Also, when I reached LV10, the category displayed as other began to change. Please select either armament and the munitions production, or repair, armament and the munitions production was the ability to reproduce modern weaponry and armaments from Earth. It had the ability to create not only firearms, but also biological weapons, chemical weapons, and even nuclear missiles. I don't need that kind of dangerous power. On the other hand, repair was the ability to repair anything, whether it was a broken plate or a luxury watch. Even a scrap car would run like new. Both abilities required a certain amount of MP, so it's not like I could freely create or repair anything. Anyway, I'm a pacifist, so I chose repair. Even if I had chosen armament and munitions production, the thought of making and using such weapons was beyond me. I don't want to kill people, I only want to live a peaceful and leisurely life. 1. Besides, having the ability to repair seems to be useful in many ways. Taking good care of things includes having the ability to fix them. Lot Gramspov. The officers were looking at Shiru from behind as he set down the empty dishes. I can't believe such a sexy boy is living on a stranded island like this. Yeah, not to mention he smells really good. You girls, don't try to do anything funny with that man. He is an important collaborator. Lian put a damper on the lustful atmosphere of the officers. Don't worry, we know that. But it's fine if both sides are interested, right? The woman who earlier offered to make ice for Shiru asked. In her unit, she was famous for being popular with the opposite sex. It's fine if you want to have some romance, but do it in moderation. Make sure it won't interfere with our mission or I'll be handing out punishment. Is that okay with you, Lot-sama? 2. The officers were elated when their superiors gave them permission. Lot-gram was aware of their conversation, but opted not to participate in it and rather to just quietly drink her sweet iced cafe au lait, especially since she thought that such a thing as romance seemed impossible for her. Lot was rather normal for her age. She was interested in men and had sexual desires. However, the number of years she hadn't been in relationships was equivalent to her age. In the Empire, dance parties were often held in social circles where young men and women met. They enjoy dancing and chatting and finding suitable partners appropriate to their social class. Lot, too, had attended the dance parties a few times at the urging of her parents, but no man had ever been willing to dance with her. Lot was short, so she has a complex about her appearance, and she was not good at talking to other people. It was still manageable if it was between women, but in front of the opposite sex, her mind would often go blank and she didn't know what to say. The only thing I'm confident in talking about is my hobby of model making. Lot's hobby was making model sailing ships. The problem was, it was a very unpopular hobby among men. Lot thought it was a very elegant thing to reproduce in her own hand something as graceful as a ship running over the waves, but not many men in that world were interested in such a thing. 3. The hobbies that made women popular with the men were sports like horseback riding and yachting, followed by arts, such as musical instruments and painting. But Lot wasn't good at either. Lately, she'd been feeling that romance was not something that was meant to be for her, and she'd already felt like giving up. She vaguely thought that one day she'd marry someone somewhere through an arranged marriage recommended by her parents or a superior officer, but she didn't have high hopes because even that could be rejected. Naturally, she had no experience with men, but she didn't want to graduate through virginity by using the power of money like some of her colleagues. In short, the woman named Lot Gram was someone who was terrible at communicating and woefully lacking in experience with men. How about you, Lot-sama? Suddenly being asked a question by her second-in-command caught her off guard. It seemed their discussion had changed while she was brooding. What about? We were thinking of not staying in the tents or on the ship, but at the inn instead. Would you like to stay here too, Lot-sama? Even for Lot, the log cabin seemed much better than a ship swaying in the waves or a rickety tent. And the man just now, he said his name was Shiru, right? Though she might be bad at communicating, by no means did Lot not like man. If I stay at the inn, maybe something good will happen. Such a faint, but nervous expectation came to Lot's mind. Apparently she hadn't given up on romance after all. I will also stay at the inn. Affirmative. I suggest we have our meals here, too. Even Lady Alyssa Milano, the director of the National Land Management and Research Institute, found the food here excellent. Lot nodded her head. If the iced cafe au lait she just drank was that absurdly delicious, who knows what other kinds of food would be served here. She was looking forward to it. If that's all, I will order the women to start moving our luggage here. Lane then started giving instruction briskly. back to Shiruzpov. Lot Gram and others suddenly said they would stay here at the inn. I'd anticipated that though, so the lodge has been prepared for accommodation. Even Goku was finished making their beds. The guests for the stay would be Commander Gram, her second-in-command Lane, and 6 other officers. At what time would you like to have dinner? Make it 6 o'clock. Understood. Then, should I prepare the bath to be ready before dinner? Now that you mention it, you have a bath here? Water was a precious commodity during a sea voyage, so they probably hadn't had a bath in a while. They all looked so happy. Well, I'm happy, too. But I have to get them into the bath before it gets dark, otherwise it'll be hard to see their bodies. After showing the guests to their rooms, I went out to pick herbs and flowers for the bath. Wonder, follow me. Some of the soldiers looked like they were dangerous, so I took Wonder with me as a precaution. Some of them were giving me explicitly lewd looks and saying obscene things to me. No one had tried to make physical contact though, probably because they had received orders from the top. Only a few of them acted weird. The majority of them simply waved their hands at me or called out to me in a cheerful manner, so I tried to greet them politely. TL notes 1. Choosing the ability to repair instead of making modern weaponry might be a bit dull, but I can totally respect his decision to avoid killing people. 2. Not sure why Lane called her superior with her given name. Maybe they're actually close. 3. Naturally, since men are basically forbidden to board ships in that world. CH 30. Chapter 30, Level Up. November 17, 2022. Since the bath was ready, I went to the lodge to inform everyone there. I felt like my chest was going to burst with excitement. Everyone, the bath is now ready. When I called out to them in the hallway, the guests came out of their rooms in droves. However, Lot Gram was nowhere to be seen. Okami, 1, can you check up on the commander? We're heading out first. Understood. I knocked on Lot Gram's door, but there was no answer. The door turned out to be unlocked, so I quietly entered the room. Excuse me. As I entered the room, I saw Gram's figure sleeping peacefully on the bed. She must have been pretty exhausted from traveling all the way here. Her sleeping face had quite an innocent look. Staring at her face made me smile unintentionally, and it was during that moment her eyes fluttered open. What? She was acting weird, maybe because she was surprised. 2. I'm sorry mom, I knocked on your room, but there was no answer, so I got worried and entered to check your condition. Don't worry, I was sleeping. I've come to let you know that the bath has been prepared. If you would follow me. Alright. Just as I happened to look over the table, there was a half-finished model of a sailing ship. At that moment, for some reason there was a mix of worry and embarrassment on Gram's face. I guess she didn't like it if anyone saw her work. But I really loved these kind of things. I couldn't help it. Oh wow, that's so cool. Sailing ships really do hold some kind of romanticism, don't they? Gram let out no response. Please forgive me, it's the first time I've seen something like this in a long while, so I got excited. Do you like it? Yeah. I've never been on a large sailing ship before, since, you know, men aren't allowed on board. In this world, men aren't allowed to get on board a ship. That is the information that I got from Captain Milano. I see. It's a pity that you can't get on a ship. It was an awkward conversation, but I was glad that Gram was properly speaking with me for the first time. That's right. Well, in the first place, I might not be suited to board a ship since I'm afraid of storms, and I don't like how boats are always swaying. However, if I'm only looking at it, then it's really fun. Me too. Aren't we thinking alike then? And that's why looking at a ship model is fun, right? You can immerse yourself in its splendor even from the inside of your room, not to mention that it makes a good display for interior decoration. I think I've talked too much on my own. Gram is now looking at me with blank face. I'm sure she's exasperated with me. I'm sorry, I've been rambling so much. Well then, please follow me. I will show you the way to the bath area. When we reached outside, Lane and the others were already waiting for us. Were you resting, Lotsama? I fell asleep for a bit. Gram is really a woman of few words, isn't she? Please come this way, dear guests. I led the group to the bath by the river, which was filled with citrus grass and had a nice refreshing aroma. This is quite something. The officers nodded in satisfaction, and, without hesitation, undressed one after another. They didn't even mind taking off their clothes while I was still standing there. So I checked the temperature of the hot water while enjoying their state of undress. I think the water is a little too hot. Wow, add some water here. Wow. Number 4, who was standing by my side, added a large tub of water. It was a hot day, so it would be better if the water temperature was lower than usual. I rolled up the sleeves and hem of my clothes and stirred the water with a longboard to lower the temperature of the bath. Suddenly, I noticed that everyone was paying attention to my appearance. It seems that I wasn't supposed to roll up the hem of my chinos and exposed my calves. Oh Kami, please don't stimulate the soldiers so much. Lane gave me this warning while being completely naked. No, rather than me, it's you who's giving too much stimulation. I'm sorry, I didn't want my clothes to get wet from the bath water. I tried bowing my head to apologize, but the soldiers tried to placate me instead. Well, no harm done, right? It's only us around here after all. True, but it'd be bad if it were seen by the rest of the soldiers. I see, so in this world, it is considered taboo for a man to expose his calves. I'll need to keep that in mind. I'm sorry I showed you something so unsightly, I said while sticking my tongue out, and suddenly everyone looked down in embarrassment. Gram, in particular, looked visibly upset and dazed. She's lowering her face so much, as if trying to bury her head in her divine mounds, which looks far softer than any other woman's. Huh? Wait. She suddenly fainted in the bath. She fainted because of overexcitement. One of you, make some ice and help me cool her down. Lotsama. Was it because of me? But all I did was roll up the hem of my pants and make a Tehapero pose. 3. Oh, turns out my shirt was also unbuttoned to the second button. Well, it was hot, so maybe I unbuttoned without realizing it. Really? I didn't notice it was unbuttoned. We need to get Gram-sama out of the bath quickly. I jumped into the bath in a panic to save Gram, but everyone stopped me. Oh Kami, do you have any idea what state you're in? Why your shirt and pants are wet and see-through? Please don't come here or you'll excite Lotsama even more. Everyone was staring intently at me, and I was starting to get excited from all the attention. Things were getting out of hand. I'm sorry, I'll go change right away. I got out of the bath and ran toward my room as fast as I could. Lot Gramspov, Shiru, his clothes translucent and clinging wetly to his body, was running away from the bath. The officers were gazing at him as if trying to etch the view into their memories. Hey, you think he did it unintentionally? I don't think he did that on purpose. Actually, I don't think anyone would be able to pull off such a shameless act intentionally. This is bad. I'm getting so excited I can't calm down. Hearing the officer's words, Vice Commander Lane let out a sigh. He's too defenseless. I heard he has been living alone on this island, so it's kind of understandable, but still. Lotsama, are you alright now? Having her neck cooled down with some ice, Lot finally regained consciousness. It's okay, I was just a little surprised. So she said, but her heart was still beating furiously. It was the first time she saw a man's leg in close proximity, and so coquettishly sticking out his tongue. A man's legs were pure white and only sparsely hairy, just like the stories I've heard. And if that tongue were ever to caress my body, her imagination was too powerful for her own good and she fell unconscious again. Back to Shiruspov. I had gone and done something really bad. I never thought that Gram would end up fainting. I think she's really not used to getting along well with men, though I don't think it's because she dislikes the opposite sex. She was staring at me intently. I'll have to properly apologize to her later. I took off my wet clothes and put on new dry ones. I made this shirt myself by sewing together the fabrics I created using my magic. While I could just use my magic to create a proper shirt, it would take 12 hours to complete, so I'll just have to shelve the idea for now. The shirt that I made myself was a simple one that I put on over my head and wrapped around my waist with a rope. 5. As for the bottom part, wait, how come there are no more pants? Goku, where are my pants? Goku replied by making a washing motion. Oh yeah, I was telling Goku number 6 to do laundry a while ago, which would mean I don't have any other dry clothes at the moment. Since it would be time for dinner soon, I couldn't wait around for my clothes to dry, so I had no choice but to wrap a sheet around my waist like a Pero. 6. I made the hem as long as possible so I wouldn't be exposing too much skin. As for the underwear, yeah, I didn't have anything else aside from the skimpy red pair that I got from Lian. Is that really the only choice that I had? No, that's no go-to. If I wore that it would be seen through the white fabric, which would be a terrible idea. Alright. Time to be a man and just go commando. Or maybe not. I didn't have enough confidence to go out without underwear. In the end, I created a long strip of sheets and turned it into something like a loincloth. It was the day when not only my creative magic got a level up, but my sewing skill leveled up too. CH 31. Chapter 31, Gift. November 24th, 2022. For tonight's dinner, it was made by using goat's meat that Wonder has hunted. 1. I know Okinawan cuisine is famous for its goat soup. 2. But for tonight's dish instead of soup, I made spiced meat grilled on a skewer. 3. Goat meat has distinctive strong smell and a gamey taste, so many people dislike it back on Earth. But in Ryugoa Empire it seems to be a widely popular cuisine, and everyone was happily eating it. I've never tried it, but I hear that goat meat can also be made into sashimi by using the leg part, and some people consider the testicles a delicacy. 4. But since there's no hospital here on Monte Cristo Island, I won't be taking any chance by trying to make raw food like sashimi, at least until I've put proper measures in place. Also, I don't have the balls to cut the goat's ball into thinly sliced pieces. I'm afraid my thing will shrink the moment I cut it with my knife, due to karmic retribution. Graham and her officers were having a meeting while eating dinner, discussing their plan for tomorrow. So, tomorrow's task will be preparatory work? That's right. First we'll survey the area around the ruins, and then set up a defensive perimeter. It seemed that they weren't going to just enter the dungeon willy-nilly. Preparations would be made to secure the entrance first before unsealing it. I see, so that's how it is. I was thinking that they'd march straight into the dungeon. Instead, they're considering the possibility of monsters pouring out of the dungeon the moment the door is opened. The ruins are as big as the reports say. It shouldn't take too long to prepare. Estimated time to complete the moat. We have 51 water magic users and 46 earth magic users. 2 days should be enough. So they're planning to dig a trench around the entrance and fill it with water. That way they can trap any monsters that try to escape the dungeon and attack from both sides, minimizing casualties. And since they will do the digging and filling with magic, seems like the work could be completed relatively quickly. Very well, let's have it done in 2 days. Any questions? Graham was usually more taciturn, but in her working mode she spoke clearly and concisely. Her body height might be short, but her efficiency was high, and she cut a very impressive figure in her uniform, which put her ample bosom on display beautifully. Would you like me to refill your coffee? Please do. Graham still can't make eye contact or conversation with me though. Late into the night, the guests withdrew to their own respective rooms in the lodge. I firmly closed the entrance to the cave and hid Iwao standing guard outside while Goku and Wonder were placed inside. I didn't mind the idea of a one-night stand with Graham or Lane, but the soldiers who catcalled me earlier today had me really worried. Chime. Sausage time until finished 0 o'clock. Sausage is completed. Please specify the location to appear. Since I'd made more goat meat skewers than the soldiers could eat earlier, I repurposed the remaining ones into sausages that would be served with scrambled eggs tomorrow morning. I'm glad to say that we have plenty of food stock now. Graham had given me 10 kilograms of flour, 5 kilograms of dried corn, 1 kilogram of butter, 20 eggs, and 6 caged chickens. Tomorrow, I would have to make room for the chickens in Koki's barn. Let's have Goku and Iwao to work hard again tomorrow. I'd like to give Graham something in return, but I wasn't sure what kind of thing she would like. Maybe a cake since she seemed to like sweets. Then I recalled seeing a ship model in her room and I had the perfect idea. So I set my creation magic and turned off the light, eagerly waiting for the morning to come soon. I hope she will be happy to see my present. Although I was a little excited, I was tired from the day's work and quickly fell asleep. Early in the morning, I instructed the Gokus to prepare breakfast, brew the coffee, set the vegetables up in pickling brine, reheat the bread, and make plenty of scrambled eggs while grilling the sausages. I was afraid of parasites such as worms, so I didn't use raw vegetables in making the salads. I thought of using creation magic to make some lettuce, but then I'd be in a pickle if they asked where I got the lettuce from. Good morning everyone. I greeted the guests using my best smile. Some of the officers had already donned their uniforms, while others were still only wearing their shirts sloppily. Even among the same military company their personalities differed a lot. Among them Diane Lane, the second in command, came to the dining room already dressed sharply with her hair tied in a neat bun. It amazed me that she could appear so proper and demure, while concealing a massive set of hooters underneath her crisp uniform. The world was truly full of fresh surprises. And as I was foolishly ruminating over such gapmo so early in the morning. 5. What's the matter, Okami? She called out to me, a note of suspicion in her voice. It felt like my heart almost jumped out in surprise. Nothing. It's just that I'm really happy to see this island becoming so lively after all this time. Oh oops. I need to keep up my appearance. Everyone eat your breakfast, we'll be leaving in 15. After giving a short order, Gram began to eat her breakfast. Looking at how she nibbled her food bit by bit reminded me of cute little animals so much that I wanted to try giving her a sunflower seed. Oh, that's right. Today they're going to start building a moat around the ruins entrance. I'm kind of curious how they would go about it. Maybe they'll let me watch? Gram-sama, if it's alright with you, may I have the permission to come and take a look around the construction site? Why? I'm curious to see how it all would come together. Building large structures, I think the process is interesting, you know? You're a weird guy, aren't you? Gram stared at me as if I were some mythical creature. Don't tell me the men of this world don't have any interest in such things? If it's off limits then I'll be sure not to get too close to. Just do what you want. Good. It would seem I've been given permission. Let's leave the prep work to the Gokus so I can visit the construction site. It'll be my first time seeing construction using magic, so I'm looking forward to it. I should bring some snacks and refreshments too. After breakfast, Gram and the others immediately set out for the construction site. Be careful out there. I'll be sure to join you after we finished cleaning up here. I cheerfully waved my hand as they departed. That's right. It's important for an inn to give the guests a proper send-off. It seemed that giving them my best smile really paid off, since I saw Gram's face flush bright red. I was smiling so wide it made my cheeks hurt. Alright. Now it's time to give instructions to the golems. Goku number 1. Clean up the dishes. Goku numbers 2 and 3, make the beds and start cleaning the rooms. Goku numbers 4 and 5, clean the bath. Goku number 6, clean the toilets. The Gokus immediately started working and I was really grateful that they did their jobs dutifully. Chime. Figure model X15 time until finished 0 o'clock. Figure model X15 is completed. Please specify the location to appear. It looks like Gram's present, an assortment of small figurines, is already complete. I'm just saying this in advance, but it's not erotic figurine, you know. It's meant to be displayed as the crew members on a model sailing ship. There is also Gram's figurine in captain uniform and my own figurine in sailor uniform. But since it is forbidden for men to be on the ships, I don't know if she'll put my figurine on board of the model. I'd also prepared a small model of a telescope, a sextant, and other essential nautical accessories. I wondered if Gram would be pleased. I know she must be feeling a little out of sorts on this southern island so far away from civilization, so I should be nice to her. I'm not some slacker chump when it comes down to these things. I may be a player, but I play nicely, you know. Oh, that's right. This is a good opportunity to take a bath. All the soldiers are supposed to be gathered at the entrance of the dungeon, so there should be no one around. I may have developed a slight fetish for being seen while taking a bath, but it's still nice to take one alone every once in a while. Prepare the bath. I instructed Iwao as I was preparing the pudding for today's dessert. Making pudding for dessert is convenient. It's simple and can be made for a large number of people. Just mix eggs and sugar in a bowl. Pour the warm goat's milk into it. Mix it further. Pour it into a mold with caramelized sugar at the bottom. Then bake it in the oven. 6. The hard part is controlling the heat, though. It would be even better with vanilla beans and alcohol, rum or orange liqueur, but we don't have any at the moment. I wonder if there are any vanilla trees on this world. I also want to eat vanilla ice cream, so maybe I should try making it with magic. I'm sure if I asked one of the officers, they'd be happy to use ice magic to chill the ice cream for me. I'm so glad that my hobby is cooking. By the time I put the pudding in the oven, the bath was ready. Alright, let's wash up before heading towards the ruins. CH 32. Chapter 32, Riding Together. Why does a morning bath always feel so good? The breeze from the forest was refreshing, and the sunlight filtering through the foliage glittered in the hot water, making it look very beautiful. I didn't have time to pick flowers and herbs, so I only put some essential oils I'd made into the hot water. 1. The scent of lavender was very relaxing. For some reason, ever since I'd come to this world, I felt like I was getting more effeminate as more time passed. Is this the effect of having transferred to the other world? Maybe it's because the women here were all acting like men on Earth, so it only seemed like I was becoming more feminine compared to them. Or it could also be that I was subconsciously perceiving how a man was expected to behave on this world, and was trying to play the role. Either way, it meant I wasn't strong enough to make decisions based on my own will alone. A person's behavior really was easily influenced by the environment, wasn't it? And I've always been especially susceptible to being influenced by my environment. 2. Goku, once we're done with baking the pudding, put down the flame and let it cool down in the cellar. I'll go to the construction site later. After giving new instructions, I stretched my arms and legs out and continued soaking myself in the hot water. If I was still on Earth, I would have been on my way to work by this time of the day. At first, I was worried how I would live on this world, but now I was feeling more fulfilled than back on Earth. I didn't know how, but I'd adapted with the environment here and was now living comfortably. The bath slime was happily swaying along with my humming, as if agreeing with me. Lotgram and her company were walking along the forest path toward the dungeon. The soldiers, led by the officers, had arrived at the site. Their important mission was about to begin, but Lot's mind was back at the inn, sitting down to a meal with Shiro Sanada. He's not only smart and sensible, but also playful and sensual. So a man like that really does exist. That was Lot's honest impression of Shiro. The breakfast this morning was delicious. The sausage made from goat meat was especially juicy, and the yogurt with mango was exquisite. The tablecloth was dazzling without a single stain, and the knives and forks were beautifully polished. Lot knew that the Gillums did most of the cleaning and washing, but she doesn't care about that. Secretly, Lot was happy that Shiro was interested in building moats and model sailing ships. If it's with that boy, I could strike up grand conversations. The commander's heart swelled to bursting with excitement at the idea. If only he and I could become lovers. Our rank is too different. A marriage would impossible, but maybe I could take him as a concubine. 3. Caravel, gullies, and galleons. Oh, how we would spend our days together making models and talking about them. We would then eat together, enjoying the food that has been lovingly prepared by Shiro, and when the night comes. Lot smiled secretly as she dreamt of such a future. I see that you are looking forward to conquering the dungeon. 2. Lot-sama. Suddenly, she was brought back to reality by her second-in-command, Lane. I mean, it is not often that Lot-sama leaks a smile. It is good that you seem to be full of motivation. It was at this moment that Lot realized how her expression has mellowed out due to her daydreaming about Shiro. Reminding herself to concentrate to her work, she suppressed her imagination and resumed the familiar expression of neutrality. And then Lot realized she had forgotten something. She had left behind at the inn the aerial view of the island that had been sent to her by the Land Management and Research Institute. I'm sorry, Diane. I think I left something at the inn, so I'll go get it. You can go ahead and give them instructions. Shouldn't we send one of the soldiers to get it instead? No need, I'll do it. The documents were in the room, and she didn't want anyone else digging around in her things. Not only because there were important documents inside her bags, there's also several sensual novels to alleviate the boredom of the trip. The stories were about a woman who liked to be dominated by men, so they were considered rather taboo by society. To be fair, it's a little unusual for a woman to be submissive. But Lot was also a woman with a strong M tendency. 4. Be right back. I'm leaving the command of construction site to you. Leaving the rest to Lane, Lot turned back along the forest path. Shiro's Poff. After finishing my bath, having cold river water poured over me by Iwao made me feel really refreshed. I walked back to the cave butt naked, savoring the feeling of freedom. I could feel the wind from the forest breezes through me, especially my manly part. As I was moving my feet energetically towards the cave, my little one also moving in tandem with the swaying of my body, and as I was thinking of quickly getting dressed so I could go to the construction site, I suddenly bumped into Commander Graham. Both she and I were at loss for words, before finally shouting in unison, I'm sorry. I used my hands to try and cover myself, while Gran turned her back to me. Sorry for showing you something unsightly. I thought everyone had gone ahead. No, I left something behind. Sorry. And just like that, she quickly fled from the scene. Her face was bright red. I just hoped that she wouldn't go faint again. Anyway, let's hurry and get dressed. Gramspoff. Lot quickly entered her room and dived into her bed, writhing as if in agony. Then, without even looking at her bag of papers, she rubbed her face and sighed in frustration. No matter how hard she tried to not think about it, the image of Shiru's naked body would not leave her mind's eye. What am I going to do? I can't continue my work like this. In an attempt to somehow calm herself down, Lot unbuttoned her shirt a little while she lay sprawled across the bed and took a deep, slow breath. Then, with a hurried hand, she took off her bottom as well. I have to finish this quickly. 10 minutes later, Lot was indeed much more relaxed, lazily watching the dust dancing in the sunlight that shone through the cracks of the wooden door. 5. It was past time to start work at the site, but she still couldn't muster the will to get moving. I feel sorry for my subordinates, but I want to stay like this for a little while longer. Despite the warm afterglow and the welcome bed, Lot's diligent personality would not be denied, so as her head gradually grew clearer as her strength returned, she began to collect all the important documents and maps, making a mental list so as not to forget anything of importance this time. She was checking her appearance in the mirror before returning to her duties, when she heard a faint knock at the door. Excuse me, Gran-sama. Could I bother you for a moment? Lot's heart, which had calmed down by that time, immediately began to hammer in her chest. You may come in. Her voice did not tremble, thanks to the fact that she took a deep breath before replying. I want to apologize for the incident earlier, and would like to thank you for sharing the various ingredients with me yesterday. This is a token of my appreciation. Shiru, holding a small box in his hand, entered the room. No need for such things, said Lot flatly. She realizes that she wasn't making proper conversation, but it couldn't be helped. But still, I want to give you something. So I tried making this as a thank you gift. Lot gasped when she saw what Shiru had taken out. It was a set of elaborately made small figures. These are for me? Yes, and I would be very happy if these figurines could be put on board on one of Gram-sama's model ships. You created this many? Oh, yours is the only one that took real effort, Gram-sama. The others are just simple stock models. Shiru threw out a hastily contrived explanation for how he'd made so many figurines in such a short amount of time, but luckily Lot was too absorbed in examining them to notice his flimsy excuse. Actually, I have a figurine of me as well, but is it alright to put a male figurine on board of a model ship? I don't mind. Hooray! Shiro put his miniature next to the other figurines, and then lined them up beside the sailing ship model. The size of each doll was perfectly proportioned to match the sailboat model. What are these made of? They're ceramic, and the coloring? Simple pigments. 5. The miniature figures were a marvel of craftsmanship. I'm sorry, I've taken so much of your time. Weren't you in a hurry? Actually, she was in a hurry, but Lot herself had forgotten about it. Actually, I am. If that's the case, let's ride on Silver. It's a horse-type golem, and I was about to head down to the construction site anyway. Thanks. Lot and Shiro went out to the front of the cave together. Silver number 1, come here, called Shiru, and a horse-type golem immediately arrived. Would you prefer to be in front or the back? It seems Shiru intends for us to ride the horse together. After slightly hesitating, Lot chose the front. I can't let my men to see me on the back of the horse, clinging to a man. Actually, Lot preferred the rear seat, riding the horse while hugging a man from behind. That being said, just being able to ride in tandem with Shiro was enough of a treat, so she didn't intend to press her luck. Lot climbed onto the horse first, and when she pulled Shiru up he only said, "Excuse me," and proceeded to silently hug Lot from behind. Even though Lot had managed to calm herself down before, She immediately felt that same fidgeting heat spread through her. She hated that she couldn't keep cool and collected in the current situation. Hang on tight. While trying to keep composed, Lot lightly tugged on the reins. Chapter 33, Candy Roll. December 5th, 2022. Hooray! I did it. I really did it. Operation Riding Together was a big success. I could have called Silver number 1 and 2 so Graham and we could ride by ourselves, but I intentionally only called for 1. Wow, Graham's body feels so soft and comfortable. Oh, I should take care not to hold on to her too much. You can really feel the breeze around here. It feels good, doesn't it? Since the entrance to the dungeon is located near the sea, the closer we get to the water, the stronger the breeze gets. Seems like today is going to be a sunny day, which is preferable for working right, since it would hinder the work if it's raining. Am I correct? No rain is good. All the way to the construction site, I was the one who did all the talking, and Graham only gave short replies. As usual, she didn't say much, but I didn't feel like she was rejecting me either. Besides, she looked really happy when I gave her the figurine set earlier. I'm glad I made it that night. We're going to have a close working relationship for the month ahead, so it'd be better if we could get along well, and that's something I'm looking forward to. Also, Graham herself moved my figurine on board of the model ship, even though in this world it's forbidden for a man to board one. It was the reason why I almost gave up on the idea of having my figurine model to be put on board of the ship. When I asked her why she allowed it, she said, because this is my own ship, inside my own world. She might have said it expressionlessly then, but it was at that moment I knew she was actually a very kind person. By the way, Graham-sama, do you like banana cake? I just baked it this morning, and maybe we can eat it together during the snack time. Oh, is there a snack time in the army? We have break time. I guess it's alright then. There's sweet smell from early in the morning. That's right. I mixed together butter, egg, flour, and sugar, and when the batter was baked it released a harmonious sweet smell. After adding some bananas, it got even more fragrant. I'd say it was almost divine. Graham-sama, you don't mind, do you? Graham quickly shook her head. I'm looking forward to the break period. I guess it's fine then. When we arrived at the construction site, all the soldiers' gazes were focused on us. As we rode into the site on Silver, it seems like nobody expected me and Graham to arrive together. Keep working. Everyone rushed back to work after hearing Graham's words. I arrived using one of the golems, Graham said to her second-in-command as if trying to make out some excuse, even though it was pretty obvious. Meanwhile, Lane only let out a small chuckle, seeing Graham's somewhat subdued expression. The work was already well underway, and the soldiers were in the process of digging a trench around the ruins with earth magic. Graham-sama, is it alright if I take a closer look? I don't mind, but just be careful. I will. I walked up towards the ruins while being careful so as not to disturb the soldiers. The soldiers using earth magic seemed to be channeling mana through their palms and into the ground. The soil rippled like waves in the ocean, and it gradually accumulated on one side. Whoa, that's amazing. One of the nearby soldiers turned her gaze on me. Hey mister, you never seen magic before? Not quite. I experienced it firsthand when I was almost assaulted. It's not that I've never seen magic before, but this is the first time I've seen so many people using earth magic together. It's that so? Well, feast your eyes on this. The soldier vigorously poured her will into the ground and in response, a huge wave of sand and dirt surged up from the trench and piled itself neatly to the side. Oh, that's really awesome. I gave a small clap, and the soldier rubbed the top of her nose in embarrassment. She was a woman in her 30s, and she seemed to be really proud of her strength, or rather, the strength of her magic. It never occurred to me that a masculine older sister figure could be so attractive. 2. The muscle on her upper arms really caught my attention. 3. TCH, whatever. You're getting too full of yourself. Yo brah, look here, I'll show you something way better. This time a different soldier charged mana into her hands and activated earth magic. Again, a large amount of dirt and sand was pushed up from the trench. Wow, you're amazing too. Hey. And that was how the day proceeded, with everyone trying their best to show me how they were better than the others. I don't know when the commander and her adjutant had come nearby, but they were talking contentedly. Thanks to Shiro, the work is going well. isn't it? It is. I guess the women here and men on Earth have the same tendency to want to show off for the opposite sex. The soldiers were working really hard, so I wanted to give them something, but I didn't have enough supplies to feed 100 soldiers right now. But if it's just a little snack, maybe there is something I can do. After all, it's the thought that counts, right? Sorry, I'll be going back for a while. I ran over and jumped on top of Silver, racing back to the cave. Put a large pot over the fire. I put water, sugar, starch, syrup, and salt into the pot prepared by Iwow and brought it to a boil. Just before the liquid in the pot starts changing color, when the boiling bubbles start getting bigger, pull it off the fire and put it in the prepared ice water to cool it down. Then when it is cool enough to touch, stretched it into the rod-like shape. That's right. I'm making salt candy. 4. Working in a hot place makes you sweat a lot, and can cause mineral deficiency if you have excessive sweating, since it make you lose important minerals in the body. Having salt in the candy will help maintain mineral balance, so I'm sure it will help everyone. As a secret ingredient, I decided to add citrus grass essence to give it more flavor. Iwow helped me stretch the candy, while the Gokus cut it into smaller bits. In less than an hour we had produced more than enough candies for the soldiers at the work site. Just as I thought. Having 11 golems helped me really speed up the work. After putting the candies inside ice-cold containers to prevent them from melting, I rode back to the construction site. I'm back. My eyes met with Grams, who appeared to be sweating lightly. I went to the cave to make this. Gram-sama, have one. This is a salt candy. I heard that you lose salt when you're sweating, so you should replenish it. Eating this candy supposedly makes you feel more energetic. Please try it. When I raised the container and offered her a candy, Gram hesitantly picks one and put it in her mouth. Delicious. Lemon scent. I used citrus grass for the aroma. I see. The sight of Gram rolling a candy in her mouth was cute. Even so, you made a lot of them. Yes, I did. I was thinking of distributing it among the soldiers. May I? I hope she won't be mad at me for interrupting the workflow. No problem. I'd be grateful if you would. That's good. The commander has given her permission. The first people I distributed the candies to were the officers, and after that I went to the soldiers, specifically the ladies who had shown me their magic earlier. Thanks for the hard work. Hey bruh. You're back. Yep. I came here to give you something called salt candy. Supposedly it gives you strength when eaten on a hot day. Really? Well, sorry for troubling you then. I'll have one. The soldier held out her hand, which was blackened with dirt. Your hand, it's covered with dirt. You'll get the candy dirty. Alright, open your mouth wide. My mouth? Yeah, I'll pop it in. Okay, say ah. The soldier looked embarrassed, but still opened her mouth. I then gently set the salted candy on her tongue. Is it good? Why yeah. The other soldiers around us just stared. Don't worry, I have enough for everyone. I then walked around handing out candy to the soldiers, all of whom had suddenly become quite lively. Actually, I was more like placing candy into everyone's mouth instead of handing them out, since none of them were holding out their hands and instead were opening their mouths like baby birds. 5. Since there were still plenty of candies left, I was about to make another round when Vice Commander Lane stopped me. The soldiers have started focusing on you instead of their work. Any more of this and it will hinder our construction progress. Is candy uncommon in the Empire? Candy is not uncommon. What's uncommon is to be fed something directly by a man. No, rather than saying uncommon, it's better to say that it's something on the level of a fantasy romance. Maybe this is what they call a culture gap. Actually, even on Earth, not many people would do it in public. I'm sorry. I grew up on this island, so I'm still lacking common sense. Don't worry. I know Okami didn't mean anything bad. I just want you to understand the situation. Now I feel terrible for delaying their work progress. What should I do? Oh, I have an idea. Well then, I'll hand out the candies after the work is completed. Everyone, please do your best. I'll give you all a treat when the moat is finished. A hushed murmur spread through the assembled soldiers, and then everyone started working at once with renewed vigor. Thank goodness. I hope with this we can make up for the delay in work, right Gram-sama? Gram looked at me in amazement. I took another candy and tried to give it to her, but she only held out her palm without opening her mouth. I guess it would be inappropriate for a noble lady to be fed a treat in public, or maybe she's just being shy. Either way, I have a good feeling about her. Chapter 34, Meals at the inn. December 5, 2022. The construction work proceeded smoothly, and the moat was completed before evening. Currently, they were in the process of filling it up using water magic. In addition, they were setting up defensive lines with thorns and turrets for performing magic attacks from higher ground. I also had Iwao to help them out. Gram-sama, where do you want these logs to be placed? Over there, please. I can see soldiers waving their hands as they're setting up turrets in a slightly widened workspace. Roger that. Iwao, let's go there. The Iwaos were mainly in charge of transporting logs. Although it moves slowly, it can lift up to 500 kilograms in one go, so it helps the construction work a lot. We're lucky to have Okami helping us out. But I wonder why those Gillums are following his orders. Yeah, well, it's fine anyway. I overheard the conversation between Commander Graham and her adjutant, Lane. Good. I'm glad that they didn't dwell too much on why the Gillums are following my orders, since it's easier for me to help like this. Anyway, I don't help them purely out of the kindness of my heart. My main reason to help them is because it indirectly ensures my safety. The soldiers were making the fortifications to ensure that monsters won't get loose and overrun the island, which gives me peace of mind. On top of that, they promised to give me a reward for helping them, and the payment will be in magic stones. The more Gillums that I have, the more magic stones that I will need, and if I have to recharge them by using my MP reserve, it will hinder the process of making things with my creation magic. Boy, am I glad for the existence of magic stones, since they're the only available source of energy for my Gillums. Since all the logs that needed to be moved had been placed in their designated locations, my task for the day was now completed. I'm going to have to start preparing dinner soon, so I'll be heading back to the cave now. Thanks for your hard work. What's for dinner? Oh, this is the first time Graham's taken this kind of interest. Tonight's main menu will be a sea bream tempura. Tempura? It's like fritters, made by deep frying food coated in batter. Not only fish, you can also make tempura out of eggplants and other vegetables too. It's delicious, I promise. 1. Back on Earth, foreigners usually loved tempura, so I'm sure that Ryugoans would enjoy it too. As for the sea bream, the survey team's logistic division shared some of it with me, so it was only fair. I'll cook up something fried and delicious for dinner tonight, so please look forward to it everyone. After waving my hand amicably to the officers, I returned to the cave. Tempura tastes best when it's still fresh from the oven, frying pot, so maybe I should make a special cooking stove just outside the cave. Now I really want to have a gas stove. Lots poff. As the officers were seeing Shiryu off while he returned to the inn with a smile, one of them muttered, I really want to take him home with me. I know, right? Not only is Okami's cooking delicious, but he also looks really erotic. Probably the perfect husband material. Lot sighed as she heard that. It seems like everyone was thinking the same thing. But on the other hand, having a husband like him would make you worry every day that he might cheat on you, said the second in command, and her remarks really hit home for the officers too. I agree with what the vice commander just said, but still, maybe we could keep him as a local husband on a business trip. 3. Lot remained silent, but deep in her heart she became really worried. The reason was, she'd already fallen for him. Is that so? Do you want to try seducing the Okami then? Actually, I heard from Lady Milano of the National Land Management and Research Institute. It seems that one of her subordinates, a Lian or something like that, tried to flirt with him and received crushing rejection. Wait, are you sure? I know a person named Lian there. They say she's a total playgirl that already had experiences with many men. That's how the story goes, but it seems to be true. Also, it looks like she haven't given up yet. Something like the battle may be lost, but the war isn't over. Lot's heart was somewhat calmed by this. That's right, Shiryu may look erotic, but he seems to be a chaste person. 4. Just like the officer before that was wondering if she could bring Shiryu home, Lot 2 was wondering about the same thing, albeit her intention was more romantic than lustful. If only I was a wyvern rider like Alyssa Milano, instead of being commander of a survey team. 5. Unbidden, another fantasy took over the commander's mind. Lot was flying together with Shiryu high in the blue skies above Southern Island, and then she let out a bitter smile. For me to have such a silly dream. This is quite vexing. None of the people there would ever have believed that Shiryu was actually, at one time, in a relationship with one of the royal family of an enemy country. After all, Who could have imagined that Shiru was the man loved by Princess Christiana, the woman who was feared as the warrior princess of Regalta herself? Shiru's puff. I carried the tempura ingredients that had been prepared to the underground storage, since chilling them before frying would ensure they were both tasty and crispy. 6. There were no bonito flakes, so I couldn't make the tempura sauce. I guess we'll have to eat them with salt instead. Bonito flakes, huh? Come to think of it, I haven't had miso soup in a long time. I missed Japan, or so I thought. But what I missed most was Chris and Cecily too. I wondered if Chris was still actively fighting on the front line. I hope she's in good health. And Cecily, had she reached the mainland safely? Had she gotten her revenge? All of a sudden, I missed them so much. Well, I guess it's normal to long for familiar things once in a while. And so, I changed my mind and set my magic to start creating bonito flakes. It would take a while, but tonight's tempura dish would have a proper sauce. The officers stared at the boiling oil in the frying pot. I think it will be done soon. I managed to fry the tempura perfectly. After draining the excess oil, I put it on a platter and served it up. It's hot, so please eat it carefully. I will fry them one after another, so please dig in. It should be the first time for the Ayugoan people to eat what would be an unusual dish to them, but the moment they took a bite everyone's faces were lit up with bright smiles. Delicious. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Sea bream tempura might be the most delicious food in the world. What are you, Tokugawa Ieyasu? I reflexively retorted in my mind. 7. Looking closer at the officer who made the comment, I couldn't help but see a fox-like shape to her face. The tempura was a big hit, and everyone was huffing and puffing while chomping on it. It was a rare sight for me to see women eating their meal with a light sweat on their faces. Nonetheless, it's always good to see people happily eating my food and saying how delicious it is. I should make it again if I have the chance. Maybe I should try with prawns or squid, if I manage to catch them. After dinner, the officers had their usual meeting. I had served them herbal tea and was about to leave, when they requested I stay. I wonder what it is about. Okami, we have a request of you. Can you lend us the stone golems for tomorrow's dungeon exploration? The vice commander asked while glancing outside. She's looking outside. That means she isn't referring to either Goku or Wonder. When you say stone golem, do you mean Iwao? That's right. The big iron shield leaning against the hut outside is Iwao's, isn't it? I usually placed Iwao's shield inside a hut specifically made for storing such equipment. Today it was outside because it was being maintenance. I guess she must have seen it. Are you planning for Iwao to take the vanguard? Correct. If possible, I'd like to avoid any casualties during the dungeon raid. I know that you could lose a golem if things get hard, but can I ask for your cooperation in this? I see. Certainly, I could just make some more Iwao if I ended up losing some of them. But that wouldn't be the case with human lives. I'm going to need magic stones as fuel for the golems. Also, I would ask for compensation. I don't want to work for free after all. I will personally guarantee it, Graham sharply replied. Well, if Graham said it herself, I don't have to worry about not receiving a reward. It turns out they'd planned to give me the reward in advance, 100,000 lemons in currency, 50,000 lemons worth of magic stones, and 3 kilograms of frozen beef. Seriously, I thought it was too much. I was hesitant on whether to accept it or not. Anyway, it seems that the meat and the fish on the ships were frozen by magic, which allowed them to stockpile it in large numbers. This way they needed no special means of storing it. And as for the reward, honestly, I would have been happy with just the beef. The money and magic stones were great, but the beef was what I was most excited about. This meant I now had bonito flakes, soy sauce, and sugar from my creation magic, as well as chickens, onions, and rice from the field. I didn't have sake, but I still have some of the red wine left that Lian had brought. With those ingredients, I could make beef bowls now. Ah, Jayadon, how I have missed you so. I remember the last time I had tasted it was when I went home from overtime. I wonder how many days ago that was. 8. I'm definitely going to make an extra large one. Graham watched me curiously as I received the beef with unrestrained enthusiasm. CH 35, Chapter 35, Into the Dungeon. December 13, 2022. The entrance to the dungeon was a set of double doors over 3 meters tall. 6 Iwos lined up in wedge formation at the front of the door with their large shields at the ready, and behind them 8 elite soldiers, each adept at defensive magic, settling into formation. The rest of the soldiers surrounded the shrine beyond the moat, with 3 soldiers on top of each of the 4 towers. For the final step, the bridge over the moat was removed. We will now commence Operation Dungeon Raid. When Vice Commander Lane gave the signal, the 2 scouts pushed the doors and quickly retreated behind the vanguards. With a dry, ancient groan, the doors swung inward. Dot. 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 All the soldiers were on high alert, eyes focused on the yawning mouth of the dungeon, but everything remained silent. And it was at the moment when I was about to let out a sigh of relief! 2 giant beasts jumped out from the door and pounced on the Iwows at the front, forcing the massive stone golems backward. Iwow, who can lift 500 kilograms, were losing a battle of strength. Deploy countermeasures. At Lane's direction, the soldiers unleashed barrage after barrage of magic attacks. Not just the elite troops, even the soldiers on the turret were firing their attack magic. The monsters, their advance hindered by the Iwows, finally dropped to the ground after being overwhelmed by attacks from all the soldiers in formation. Ceasefire. Silence once again descended after Vice Commander Lane's order rang out. The fallen monsters looked like a huge black wolf, easily more than 4 meters long. Honestly, I couldn't stop shaking. If something like that attacked me, I don't think I would have been able to do anything at all. Probably just end up as a shredded lump of meat in seconds. I could even see large ragged claw marks in Iwow's shield. Even their heavy iron shields were gouged by those monsters. In those moments, to me, anyone willing to enter the dungeon must have had a death wish. No amount of riches or wealth could change my mind. Okami, get your golems into formation. We're going to move inside. Huh? I can't move. My legs are shaking. I can't even stand up straight. I can't even move my mouth to speak. Unconsciously, I grabbed onto Graham's arm and squeezed. Sorry. My legs are still shaking. Graham looked perplexed but proceeded to squeeze my hand reassuringly. Why you okay? Why is her voice shaking now? I'm sorry. It seems I can't stand properly without holding on to something. I know this sounds pathetic, but the monsters that came out from the dungeon were more terrifying than anything I'd ever seen before. They were bigger and more menacing than any lion or tiger. I'm sure other normal person like me would have also received the shock of a lifetime. I tried to take a step forward, only to end up almost stumbling down. Careful, Vice Commander Lane said as she rushed forward to support my other side. Since both of them were holding me tightly, I could feel their hands on my arms, and another feeling began welling up inside me. The debilitating fear was overwhelmed by the exciting sensation of being sandwiched between these beautiful, powerful women. It felt like my courage had been amplified 100-fold. I was invincible. Returned to formation. I took a deep breath and straightened up a little. As instructed, the Iwows resumed their wedge formation and advanced to the front of the door. Immediately behind the Iwows, a scout soldier used a magic lantern, flashlight, to cast light upon the first room, which seems to be some sort of shrine. Reporting, no enemies in sight. We will proceed to secure an interior. Roger that. Okami, please tell the golems to advance inside and take position at the door on the far side of the room. Soon a bridge was built across the moat, and the rest of the soldiers and officers had moved into the shrine. Have you calmed down now? Graham asked while clutching my arm between her cleavage. Yes, thanks to you, Graham-sama. But please, let me stay like this a little longer. Since it's a rare chance to be hugged by 2 beauties. Don't worry. We'll prop you up, Vice Commander Lane said, while holding me up on my left side. They both looked a little flush. I think I must have looked flushed too. Alright, let's advance into the shrine like this. Wait, what? Do I have to go too? Well, naturally, since the golems are only listening to Akami's orders. You are. It was exactly like Lane said, but I didn't have to like it. Don't worry, we'll be by your side. Graham, I'm really happy to have my arms being sandwiched by your mounds, but this is a dungeon we're talking about, you know? A place full of monster that can easily tear into iron shields. Nevertheless, I ended up crossing the bridge while being led by the 2 of them. Maybe the water below the bridge wasn't the moat, but instead the Sanzu River. I can't help but feel like I've crossed a bridge that shouldn't be crossed. The door inside the shrine led into something like an entrance hall, and I could see another door at the back. Once it opens, will more terrifying monsters pop out? I had the Iwos line up into 2 rows standing in front of the other door, while the soldiers were getting ready. Excuse me, how far should I accompany the team? I thought my job would end with opening the shrine door. I'm sorry we put you through such a frightening experience, but thanks to Akami, we've had no casualties thus far. We will prepare additional rewards, so I hope you'll cooperate with us a little more. Isn't that right, Grand-sama? That's right. Additional reward, huh? Maybe I can ask for something erotic from them as a reward? Arg, I really hate myself for not being able to say such a thing directly. Doesn't help I'm really bad at saying no to a request. Too. I understand, but I don't know if I can keep going. I'm so scared already I think I'm going to wet my pants. As I honestly told them so, I can see both of their cheeks turned red. When the soldiers were finally ready, the next door was opened. Beyond us were 5 lizard-like monsters. They looked like a larger version of the Komodo dragon, a type of big lizard that lives in Indonesia, and were very scary. Despite their size, they were extremely fast when they started to move. While the Iwos were defending with their shields, the soldiers used both physical and magical attacks to annihilate them, so it was all good. But thinking about what would happen if they managed to slip through the wall of defense really made me terrified. Secure the room. Secured. The soldiers' voices echoed through the stone walls. Beyond the next door was a room of about 50 square meters, with a descending staircase visible at its center. Okami, position the gillums around the stairs. I was still half dazed by the fear, but the vice commander's voice brought me back to the current situation. That's right. If we don't block the stairs properly, other monsters might come up. Iwos, take up defensive positions around the stairway. Aren't dungeons supposed to have only weak monsters at the beginning when you enter it? That was the case in the game I usually played. Somehow, doesn't it seem like we're facing strong monsters right from the start? I asked Graham, who remained in close contact with me. Huh? Those are relatively weak monsters so far. On the other side, Lane also nodded. The deeper we go, the stronger the monsters will be. Wait, those monsters we've encountered are the weaker ones? The preparations are ready, one of the junior officer reported to Graham. All right, let's go. Okami, tell the gillums to start advancing through the stairs. I could do that, but wouldn't that mean I'd have to go too? Don't worry, we'll protect you. You may not know this, but Diane and I's magical powers are considered exceptional even among the troops. As long as you're between us, you'll be safe from harm. While usually only conversing in short bursts, Graham's encouragement was coming forth in full sentences. All right. I'm still getting swept away by the situation around me. Will my bad habit ever be cured? I ordered Iwao to follow behind the soldiers, but I still felt sick on the way. Maybe the oxygen level here is lower. I could smell something weird, as if the air was filled with something bad for the body. Maybe there was some sort of miasma. Grand-sama. I don't think I can go further. I felt unease as darkness began to creep into my vision. Cheryl, come here quick. Something wrong with Okami. I think I'm going to throw up. CH 36. Chapter 36, Sweet Wine. December 13th, 2022. The soldier named Cheryl quickly rushed forward after being called by Graham. She was one of the 6 officers and one of the only recovery personnel in the unit. Try to calm down, Okami, take deep breaths. Cheryl had narrow, hard eyes and a slender body. I know I have no reference image, but aren't recovery-related jobs like the healer role in the game? Don't they usually have wide eyes, flowing blonde hair, huge breast, and a gentle demeanor? Too bad that Cheryl wasn't that kind of person. Her long, flaxen hair was tied back in a bun, her eyebrows were thin, and her eyes were slightly slanted. Her personality was also a bit harsh, although she did have something of a gentle side to her. She never cut corners when it came to treatment, even when dealing with low-ranking soldiers, and she was also known for applying healing magic carefully. I'll make you feel better now, she said while unbuttoning the top 2 buttons from my shirt. With just that little thing I felt as if I could breathe much easier. It seems like you have palpitations. Your heart is beating a bit too fast. Let's use recovery magic. Cheryl then used a spell called Healing Hands, a magic that enhances a person's self-healing ability to the maximum. Section. After chanting the spell, Cheryl's hands began to glow with pale green light, and then she quickly put her hands on my chest through the open shirt, which made me flinch by reflex. "Don't worry, this won't hurt. You'll feel better soon." She was right. I was starting to feel better already. "Cheryl, is direct contact with the patient really necessary?" Graham was eyeing Cheryl suspiciously. "Yes, some research results have shown that the healing process will be more efficient if the magic is delivered directly via skin-to-skin contact," she said confidently. Graham accepted her words, albeit begrudgingly. I would have been convinced too, if not for the fact that she was lightly caressing my nipples. I mean, it was just the occasional graze, but I was still pretty sure it was intentional. "Thank you very much for treating me. I really am feeling much better." So, I tried to get up, but Cheryl stopped me. "Not yet, you're not completely healed. This is the most important part." "Is that so?" "Hey, did you just pinch my nipple?" It was subtle, but I could have sworn that her little finger was teasing my nipple with more intensity. Cheryl is gentle, but thorough. She doesn't do anything halfway. "No, you're wrong. This person is just doing it for her own enjoyment." "Well, I mean, I am enjoying it too actually." And so I stayed like that for some time before finally getting back up. "How are you feeling now?" "Thanks to the treatment, I'm feeling pretty good, thank you. Other parts of my body are feeling good too." "That's good to hear." As I took a peek towards Cheryl, I saw that her narrow eyes had widened slightly, and her red tongue made a licking gesture at the edge of her lips. I ended up accompanying the soldiers until they finished clearing the first basement level. And since most of the day had passed in exploration, I'd had no time to prepare any sort of meal. Instead, tonight's meal was prepared by the military cook, and I was relieved of the responsibility. "Okami, why don't you eat dinner with us tonight?" Graham smiled warmly as she invited me to join them. While it was nice that I didn't have to cook dinner, I much preferred cooking dinner to exploring the dungeon, which was mentally and physically draining. Dinner consisted of bread and cheese, grilled pork, boiled potatoes and beans with plenty of butter on top. The amount of food was good, but the taste was lacking. Wine was our only beverage, a very sweet port wine, probably with sugar added to prevent spoilage. The pork and potatoes were very salty, so I couldn't help but keep reaching to the wine to counterbalance the taste. Before long, I was enveloped in a strange sense of euphoria. Ah ha 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 ha. I'm so lucky to be surrounded by so many beautiful women. I don't know why, but I'm feeling so giddy, maybe because the excitement of going into the dungeon for the first time hasn't going away yet. We found 3 treasures today, a golden ring, a bracelet, and an old book. I wasn't allowed to see the contents of the book, but they said it was an original copy of a book on ancient magic. All of them were in the treasure chest on the first basement floor. It seems Okami is in high spirits. That makes us happy too. "Here, have another cup of wine." One of the officers poured more wine into my almost empty cup. "Oh, Graham looked like she was about to stop me from drinking the wine. She had such a worried look on her face. "Don't worry, this much alcohol isn't enough to make me drunk." "Worry not, Graham Sharma. This amount of wine is nothing. Where I come from, we call it a piece of cake, a walk in the park." 2. Sure, my speech was a little slurred, but I meant everything I said. Is that so?" Graham replied half convincedly. "Okami," the vice commander interjected, "we would like you to help us again tomorrow, if that's all right with you." "If it's all right with me," she said. I quickly faced Lane, took her hand into mine, clasped it with both hands and declared, "If it's for the sake of Lane-san, then be it into fire, the sea, or the dungeon, I, Shiru Sanada, will dive right into it." 3. As I made the declaration, the officers around me were whistling and cheering. "Woo, so Okami's type is the vice commander? Damn it, I'm so envious of her." "It seems they're misunderstanding about something." 4. Don't say something like that. You got me wrong. Everyone fell silent because of my outburst. I'm not joking around. I'm not that kind of man. You see, Lane-san is not the only person I like. Graham-sama, too. I like her too, you know. Everyone was looking at me with a blank stare. Yeah, I think I have to make a clear statement here. I like Lane-san because she's mature. I like Graham-sama because she looks adorable. And I still like Cheryl-san for treating me with magic, even though she was using it as an excuse for touching my nipple with her little finger. Maybe it's more rubbing instead of touching, or kneading. Cheryl. You bastard. Everyone suddenly glared at Cheryl, who looks like she's about to cry. No, It's fine. I forgive you, Cheryl-san. I gave her a hug to cheer her up. And while at it, I took the opportunity to rub hers back. It was smaller than I had thought, but it was firm and nice to touch. See? This way we're even now. So no hard feelings. You. Cheryl's eyes widened in surprise. Are you an angel? An angel? I think someone said something like that to me. You're my guardian angel, Shiru. Ah. That's right. Chris had said that. She said I was her guardian angel. Hicks. Sobs. Okami, why are you crying now? Is there something wrong? Graham looked at me while unsure of what to do. Everything was so happy and high-spirited before, but now I can't stop crying. Damn it, I can't do this without drinking. I grabbed a glass on the table and downed it in one gulp. Hey, Okami, I think you should stop. Please don't stop me. Graham-sama, rather, please listen to my story. You see, I had someone important to me. Someone important? Yes. When I first came here, she was the one who guided me when I had lost everything, and she gave me her love. Ah shit, I can't stop my tears. I drank some more wine in the hopes of alleviating my sadness. What happened to her? Chris-sama is already, I can no longer meet with her again. 5, and that is a hard reality for me. Grand-sama, what is it? Can I cry for a bit? Actually, I was already crying so hard my nose was dripping, but I asked anyway. Don't worry, you can cry until all the sorrow in your heart is lifted. Graham's eyes were gentler than usual, so I clung to her chest and cried myself to sleep. Lot and the other officers were silently watching Shiru, his sleeping face blissful and calm, before finally the most senior among them, Lane, broke the silence. I've always thought that he'd have some kind of past, but it seems that he's lost his wife or lover. It's as you say. Shiru said her name was Chris. Huh? Lot and the others were wondering what kind of woman this Chris might be, but they would never have imagined she would have been Princess Christiana, the war princess of Regalta. Chris wasn't exactly an uncommon name in either the Kingdom of Regalta or Uruguay empires. Anyway, it'd be bad if we let him sleep in a place like this. I'm going to carry him to bed. His face buried in her chest, the gentle rising and falling of his torso with every breath. Lot never wanted this moment to end. Lot-sama, Okami is passed out. Don't get any ideas, alright? Why, you idiot? You think I would do something so cruel as to take advantage of a sleeping man? I know you wouldn't, but still. Although Diane completely understood that Lot was not that kind of woman, she couldn't help but worry. If you were to bring him to his room by yourself, it might start a rumor among the soldiers. I see. Her adjutant's worry was understandable. If that's the case, I want you all to accompany me in carrying Okami to his room. Except you, Cheryl, you're staying here. Yes, Mom. Cheryl sighed in resignation as her colleagues taunted her mercilessly. CH 37. Chapter 37, Misunderstanding. December 17, 2022. Lot gingerly picked the sleeping Shiru up, and in unconscious response he clung to her. Shiru's face lay pressed atop Lot's breast, over her heart, and the sensation of his lips and his warm breath on her body filled her with sadness as she remembered the events before. In that world, carrying a man in that fashion is called the prince carry. Lot would have never imagined that she would be carrying Shiru like this. I'm carrying Okami to his room. Opened the door. Lot was fully aware that the other officers were looking at her with envy as she held Shiro in her arms, but she had zero intention of handing over Shiru right now. The Gillums didn't respond as Shiru was being carried off. They have been given the order not to intervene on his behalf unless Shiru was being attacked, so even if Shiru were to be stripped naked then and there, the Gillums would do nothing but watch. Shiro's oversight was that he hadn't considered the possibility of being in a state of unconsciousness. It was the first time in quite a while that a woman had entered Shiru's room at the back of the cave. Whoa. So this is what a man's room looked like. It smells good, don't you think? It really is. The whole room is filled with Okami's fragrance. Oh wait, this is bad. I think I'm starting to get wet. The officers looked around themselves in wonder at this forbidden realm. Hey, take a look at Okami's bed. Don't you think it seems too big for a single person sleeping alone? It's as if it was made so someone could sleep with him. Of course his bed was huge. Princess Christiana had made it a king size so that they could move freely in it together. Back then, it was only a simple stone slab covered with palm leaves. but now it boasted a mattress and sheets that Shiro had created with magic. I can't stop myself. This may be my only chance to sleep on a bed like this, one of the officers murmured excitedly, until Lot silenced them with a sharp reprimand. Stop saying stupid things and move out of the way. I'm going to put him on the bed. Lot cast a cold glare towards the offending officer. Slowly, as if handling a precious treasure, Lot gently put Shiro down on the bed. Only Lane and the officers could see the deep expression of longing etched in her face. Oh, is this my bed? A half-asleep Shiro mumbled drunkenly. That's right, this is your own bed, Lot breathed in reply as she tenderly covered him with a thin blanket. I'm really sleepy tonight. Tomorrow I'll do my best. Shiro threw his around Lot's neck as she was tucking him into bed, and pulled her to him. And then, just like that, he pressed his mouth to hers and stuck his tongue into Lot's mouth, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. MMPHH. Shiro's tongue entwined with Lot's in a passionate kiss, stroking the soft inside of her mouth. Stunned, she found herself unable to move. Good night. Chris saw. Ma. Shiro's words stung her heart. On one hand, the physical sensation of his kiss was stronger and more erotic than she'd ever imagined a kiss could be, but on the other hand, the reality of the moment weighed heavily on her mind. Shiro didn't kiss me. He was kissing the woman in his dream, a person named Chris. So, where should my feelings go? Such an intense kiss. That's the first time I've seen someone kissing like that. This is bad. I'm getting really wet now. The officer's excited murmurs filled the room around her. But Lot remained oblivious. All of you, we're leaving now. How long are you planning on loitering about this man's room anyway? Diane's command was sharp, prompting the soldiers to leave, albeit reluctantly. Cheryl, who had followed the rest of them and watched from the doorway, scurried away before the others noticed her. Well, that was unexpected, Diane nervously chuckled, but her command remained silent. She thought it only natural for Lot to be so shocked by Shiro's forwardness. Even Diane, with all her years of experience, had never seen a man kiss like that. Given her awkwardness, it had likely been Lot's first kiss, and for her to receive that as a first kiss, well, Gram-sama, it's about time for us to leave the room, too. Diane shook Lot's shoulders, snapping her out of her reverie. What? Come on, let's go. Why yeah, you're right. Despite saying that, Lot's legs still didn't move. Looking down at Shiro, who was sleeping soundly, Lot called out to her subordinate. Diane. Yes, Commander. Notify all the troops. From now on, it is expressly forbidden to give alcohol to a kami. Those who break this rule will be severely punished. Roger that. Personally, I think that's a very good idea. And you lot, she turned her gaze to the golems, you should more closely guard Shiro as well. Of course. The golems stood silently and made no reply. Shiro's puff. My head hurts. I woke up at the same time as usual, but my head throbbed and my mouth was sour and unpleasantly dry. Goku, bring me a cup filled with water. The painkiller that I created seemed an obvious cure for a hangover, so I took one tablet. Honestly, I never expected that I would be the test subject. Fortunately the drug was really effective, and within seconds the headache was already gone. Unfortunately it did nothing to cure my upset stomach. I can't make stomach medicine until I reach level 3 in medicine production, and since I wanted to experiment a lot with food in the future, I would need to prioritize this category. I really wanted to take a shower, but I didn't have anything like that right now. How would I go about making a shower? Maybe I could put some holes in a bucket, fill it with hot water, and then tell Iwao to lift it up. Oh, that could work. I'm sure Gram and the others would be happy to try it too. As someone working in the hospitality industry, it's my job to make my guests happy, and it has nothing to do with wanting to see Gram or Diane in the shower. Nope, none at all. While I was washing my face in the stream, I noticed the guests were already waking up. Good morning. Thanks to the medicine, I no longer had a hangover, so I was pretty confident that I gave them a proper greeting. Gram, however, quickly turned away when I greeted her, her face a deep red. I'm sorry, is there something wrong? Newer. Morning. Gran proceeded to wash her face in the stream and said nothing further. Did I do something wrong? Morning, Okami. Lane appeared at the stream shortly after. Good morning to you too, Lane-san. I'm looking forward for working together again today. Our exploration will start from the door by the bas relief on the first basement, But first we'll need to have remove the barricade that we piled up yesterday. Oh, and about yesterday. Yesterday what? The things you said to me last night. It made me really happy to hear them. Having a man like Okami saying that for my sake, you would dive right into a fire, a sea, or a dungeon, it made me feel like the luckiest woman alive. If I were 10 years younger, I would seriously considering abandoning my position to stay on this island and live the rest of my life with you. You are Wait, did I actually said that? My memory of last night is hazy. But I think I did say something like that. Stupid. I'm so stupid. 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 I'm such an idiot. Why did I drink so much wine last night? I don't see a way to clarify things without offending her. I guess I can only do my best going forward. That aside, Okami, about what was said last night. Did I make another promise? No. You don't remember what happened? Did I do something? I tried to recall what else happened, but I only vaguely remembered saying that I would help them again with exploring the dungeon. Everything else after that was a blur. Meanwhile, Lane had a troubled expression on her face. My condolences. It seems like Okami has been through a lot of hardship. Hardship? I mean, I heard your wife had passed away. Her name was Chris, right? This is bad. Did I carelessly open my mouth and tell them about Chris when I was drunk last night? If they found out that Chris was from Regalta Kingdom, an enemy of the Empire. Oh no, what did I say? Wait. Hold on a minute. Why do they think Chris is my wife, or rather, was? They think she's dead? Don't hesitate to come to me if there's something troubling you. I promise I'll do what I can to help. Could it be that I did something when I was drunk last night? Actually, Lane let out a sigh. You kissed Gram-sama last night. You were so drunk you mistook her for your deceased wife. I did what? Now I understood the reason why she avoided eye contact with me. I have apologized to her later. I really messed up. What's worse, even though I was lucky enough to kiss her, I remember nothing at all. What a letdown. I feel so disappointed in myself. I need to have a really long self-introspection. After that, I asked another officer about the prior evening's events. It seems like everyone is under the impression that I'm a widower. My wife had tragically passed away, and later that day, 3 women tried to seduce me. It seems that in the Empire, the idea of a man being widowed and having to run a business by himself to make ends meet is a popular scenario for erotic fantasy. I couldn't think of a good explanation to clear the misunderstanding, so I just left it like that. I wonder if I'll come to regret this. Ch 38, Chapter 38, Wonder, Do Your Best. December 17, 2022, before eating breakfast, I gave orders to the Iwos, equip the large shields and move to the open area in front of the dungeon. Wait at the west end so you won't get in the way of the other soldiers. Iwos are very slow, so it's better for them to start moving earlier so others won't have to wait for them. After they started out, I'd then give instructions to the Gokus on what they needed to do for today. They're so helpful. This inn is basically running thanks to them. After the soldiers had finished eating, I went to the dungeon together with them. I couldn't possibly ride Silver alone while Gram and the rest of the soldiers were walking, so I traveled on foot. Wonders held positions in front and behind me, acting as escorts. I'm curious, how would a Wonder fare against the monsters? I pretty much grasp how Iwa would fare, considering I've seen how they fight, or rather, defend themselves with shields. Gram-sama, may I make a small request? What is it? Can you allow Wonder number 1 to participate in the fight when we encounter the next monsters in the dungeon? It made sense, since the best way to understand Wonder's combat capability would be to see it in actual combat. Alright, only if we're facing a single monster. I can't let it to participate in an organized battle against groups of monsters. Iwa is fine since it's only taking defensive position. But if Wonder is going to join the attack, I don't want to risk hitting the soldiers. I understand. Thank you very much. This meant I could take measure of Wonder's ability while being protected by Gram and others. I'm so lucky. Wonder number 1, you're going to fight a monster today, so do your best and show me what you've got. I think it understood what I meant, as it lowered its head and made a low purring sound. The survey team is continuing through the first basement floor of the dungeon today. They are mapping the corridors and checking the rooms from one end to another. 1. The underground labyrinth reminded me of the underground mall in the city center. Sure. The walls and floors were made from different materials, but the layout was similar to the underground mall in Shinjuku too. Just like yesterday, the Iwos were acting as vanguards in formation, followed by the soldiers. Sometimes we encountered the monsters when we were moving through the corridors, and other times the monsters would ambush us inside the rooms we were trying to examine. To this point, the monsters hadn't been appearing alone, so Wonder hadn't gotten the chance to test his ability. "Okami, how is your condition?" Vice Commander Lane asked. She seemed concerned that I would faint again. "It's alright. I think I've gotten used to the dungeon, even if just a little. However, my legs still freeze up whenever we encounter monsters. It can't be helped. It's understandable you'd be frightened, since men can't use magic." "Actually, I can use magic, but it's not suitable for battle." After considering my situation regarding the dungeon, I still think the best thing I could do for now is to further improving the level of my golem creation. Not only would having new golems help ensure my own safety, it would also improve my standard of living, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's next. In the dungeon, these three types of golems seem the most useful: Iwao as a tank, Wonder as a scout, and Popo, 3 as a courier. Popo's task is to deliver messages to the standby unit on the main floor. The survey team's priority is the safety of the soldiers, so it's a little slow going. Gram is being really careful to avoid any casualties. She may look unfriendly at first, but I think she is a superior officer who cares about her subordinates. We've finished our preparations and are ready to proceed. It seems the preparations for opening the new door we just found are completed. "Okami, if you would," Gram said with her usual neutral expression, but for some reason she felt more guarded and distant. "I'm certain it's because I got drunk and kissed her, but I'm not going to bring that up now. We're inside the dungeon and can't afford to let down our guard." "Understood." "Iwao, brace yourself for attack. When the door is opened, raise your shield and advance forward." It's the same procedure whenever we open a new door now. It's almost become routine. After the scouts finished checking for traps, the door was opened. The room was illuminated by the magic lantern, and we could see something crouching in the corner. It looked like an ostrich, but its wings were more colorful and its eyes sharper. "It's a cockatrice," Gram announced the monster's name as she stared ahead. The bird made a strange cry when it saw us and made the threatening posture. "Okami, if you want to see Wonder fighting, this is the chance." "Understood." "Wonder number 1, go." After I gave the order, Wonder jumped over Iwao's head and moved forward, attacking the cockatrice. It kept its body low to the ground, dodging attacks while trying to bite the cockatrice's legs. However, the cockatrice was moving too quickly for Wonder to land the attack, so their standoff continued. Eventually the cockatrice's movements began to slow. It was only natural, as the cockatrice was a creature of flesh and bone, while Wonder was an inexhaustible construct. Like a man fighting a robot, this was a battle of attrition. Eventually the person would grow fatigued and make a mistake. In the end, Wonder's fangs sunk deep into the cockatrice's long neck. It flailed its limbs in a futile bid for escape, but eventually it stiffened and went still as the last of its vitality drained away. 4. It's over, I guess? Yeah. The cockatrice is dead. I'm glad that Wonder managed to win. Wonder, come here. Wonder's body was coated in blood, and when I examine it, there were many small scratches in its body. It didn't seem to be injured, however, since I found no abnormalities in its movement. So, it's strong enough to win a battle against a cockatrice, huh? And if I let both Wonders fight together, their fighting capabilities would increase even more. But then again, I'm a total amateur when it comes to judging one's fighting ability, so maybe it's better if I ask Gram's opinion about Wonder's ability. Gram-sama, from your perspective, what do you think of Wonder's fighting capability? Yes, it's quite capable. I'd say it's on par with 3 regular soldiers in fighting capability. It's as good as 3 regular Imperial soldiers, huh? Which means that if there were 7 soldiers attacking me, my 2 Wonders won't be able to fend them off. I assume that the officers are stronger than regular soldiers? Why, of course we are. The Imperial Army is a system of meritocracy. Only those who are proficient in both martial arts and magic can be promoted as officers. So, how strong would the officers be, in comparison to regular soldiers? Gram tilted her head in thought. It would depend on the individual. But I think an officer should be able to handle 3 to 5 regular soldiers. That meant I would have no chance at winning if I were to be attacked by 2 Imperial officers. Right now, I'm still safe because Graham is leading the military unit with strict order, but who knows what would happen in the future. Just as I thought, I needed to raise the level of Gillam production as soon as possible. Creation Magic LV.10 All Category Creation Time reduced by 5%. MP 736/736 Food Production LV.6 Food Creation Time reduced by 11%. Tools Production LV.6 Tool Creation Time reduced by 11%. Weapon Production LV.2 Weapon Creation Time reduced by 3%. Material Creation LV.6 Material Creation Time reduced by 11%. Gillam Production LV.5 Gillam Creation Time reduced by 9%. Medicine Production LV.2 Repair LV1 Other That is my current status, but I need to create 3 more Gillams to raise the level of Gillam production. I'm currently setting my magic to create wonder number 3. But the time needed to complete all 3 Gillams would be at least 5 days. And that's if I'm not making anything else in between. I really hoped that I would be able to create multiple things at once soon. Right now, the only thing that I can do while waiting for one item to complete is their repair skill, which I gained when my creation magic reached LV10. The problem is, it costs a heck of a lot of MP. I once tried experimenting with broken plates, and when I used repair skill on it, the cost was 76 MP. Meanwhile, I could just make a brand new plate by using the tool production and it would only need 24 MP. The good thing about it is, it only took around 10 seconds to fix the plate using their repair skill. The skill would be useful if I was in a hurry, but I don't think there will be many situations that would warrant the skill. When I examined the repaired plate closely, I noticed it was as good as new. Not even small scratches remained. It wasn't that the broken pieces of the plates were back together, even the wear and tear from daily usage was gone. Maybe their repair skill has something to do with reversing time? Well, if that was the case, the amount of MP needed would make sense. I could accept that. Also, since there's a level on their repair skill, it would mean that as the level increase, the skill would hopefully require less time and MP. I'm looking forward to increasing its level. CH 39. Chapter 39, Amenity. Today, we went about 200 meters through the corridors and examined a total of 12 rooms. No one got hurt and I received a lot of rewards too, but something troubling happened. When we were leaving the dungeon, I noticed that wonder number 1 was limping slightly when walking. Its right hind leg seemed to be damaged. Obviously because of combat it entered while we were exploring the dungeon. I quickly went back to my room and postponed other work, since I felt this was a priority. Wonder number 1, come here. Sit. He came and perched in front of me as if he were an average, ordinary dog, and I used their repair skill on him. Repair target, Metal Gillam dog type, small. MP consumption, 720. Repair time, 10 minutes. Though I have expected that the MP consumption would be large, I never thought it would be as much as 720 MP. Since I'm currently creating wonder number 3, I only have 416 MP. 1. I'm sorry boy, I want to fix you but I don't have the MP right now. It's been half a day since I started setting my magic to create wonder number 3, it'd be a waste to cancel it after investing so much time and mana. So I decided to just keep wonder number 1 inside my room for now. I was curious about the condition of the other Gillams, so I checked the IWOs too, most of whom only needed minor repairs. Except for Gillam number 2, who usually stood at the center of the formation. Its damage was pretty severe. Although there was no obvious malfunction at the moment, I thought it better to make some small adjustments too. Also it seemed better to use repair for simple and frequent maintenance sessions before the Gillam would start breaking down, as it would consume less MP. Alright, I've decided. Let's set time for scheduled maintenance every month for the Gillams. I heard a knock. Graham was waiting at the door. Oh Kami, I had the cockatrice meat brought over to the kitchen area. It seemed that the cockatrice Wonder had defeated was actually edible and had a similar taste to chicken. It was also a popular monster to hunt as its feathers were vibrantly colored and in high demand. In the capital their plumage was revered among the fashionistas. 3. For use in hats and other pricey decorations. Thank you very much, Gram-sama will be having carriage for dinner tonight. Carriage. It's something similar to fried chicken, I suppose, but it's usually made with special seasonings. Since I've made the soy sauce and other ingredients with magic, let's start right away with marinating the meat. Cut the cockatrice meat into small pieces, and marinate them in a combination of soy sauce, sake, and grated ginger. After letting it soak for 30 minutes, put potato starch into it and mix it well. After that, you only need to fry it in oil. Everyone, dinner is ready, I shouted in the hallway, and the officers came out of their rooms in droves. Today, I opted to set up my cooking pot outside. Ooh, is tonight's dinner gonna be tempura again? No, this will be different dish. Tonight we will be having carriage. It will be served freshly fried. Goku, serve the soup to the guests. The Gokus then started serving bowls of vegetable soups with stock made by roasting the cockatrice bones. Ah, it has a hearty flavor. You can really taste the richness. Cockatrice makes for a much richer broth compared to the domesticated chicken back on Earth. Combined with the umaminess of the spices and the fresh vegetables, it made a great soup. I think I'll be able to make ramen by using the cockatrice stock, too. Since it has a strong, earthy flavor, I think a soy sauce soup base would go along well with it. Instead of chashu. 5. I think charcoal grilled cockatrice meat would be amazing. What is it, Okami? Why are you grinning like that? One of the officers asked. Thinking about something lewd? Pretty sure that's borderline sexual harassment back on Earth. That's not true. I was only thinking about new dish. Well, even if I do make it, I won't let you have some, Ellen-san. I stuck out my tongue to her and proceed to put the meat into the oil. The carriage was very popular and the officers said they wanted to eat it again. Since cockatrice is a huge bird about the size of an ostrich, there was still plenty to go around. I cut the leftover meat into pieces and asked one of the officers to freeze them with ice magic before putting them in the storage room. I wouldn't have to worry about meat for a while. I don't have mirin. 6. But I do have sake and sugar, so I'm thinking of making teriyaki next. By the way, Okami, will you be participating in tomorrow's exploration? Lane quickly brought up the subject just as they were finished with the desserts, which I answered promptly. About that, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can continue helping with the exploration anymore. I checked Iwao earlier, and it doesn't seem like it's in good condition. I had Goku number 1 lift and lower its arm, and while it's only slight, it is apparent that the movement is slower than other golem. I see. This is troubling. Diane, don't ask for the impossible. We're fortunate enough to have had Okami help us this far, and that our operation had proceeded smoothly because of it. It's considered unusual already for a civilian to enter a dungeon, let alone a man like Okami. Seeing all the officers making sad faces almost made me change my mind, but I managed to steel myself and stand by my decision. I'm sorry. As expected, joining the battle inside the dungeon is impossible for me after all. No, rather, we're grateful for your participation before. At Graham's words, all of the officers present nodded in agreement. We'll do whatever we can to repay you for your kindness, Graham stated. Will you take me as your lawfully wedded husband? I briefly considered the joke, but decided not to because Graham is too earnest. I'm afraid that she would take it seriously. Not to mention that I got drunk and kissed her. I should stop saying stupid things from now on, and I still need to come up with an idea on how to make her forgive me for kissing her that night. Don't worry, you can freely say what you want. What if we clean up the dishes for you, huh? As if I could ask Graham, who is a noble, to clean the dishes. That's The Gokus are already tasked with cleaning the dishes, so there's no need to do it. Isn't there anything we can do for you? Even if Graham is asking me like that, the only things I can think of are stupid lewd requests. Wait. Oh, I got something perfect to ask them. Then, may I ask you to help me some carpentry? Of course you can. What exactly do you want us to do? I'd like you to build something called a shower. Are you familiar with it? A shower? It's a tool attached to the bath. It's a device that produces many thin streams of water, making it like rainwater. I explained the concept to Graham and the other officers. And that's why I would like you to build small holes in the barrel. I think we can do that by using the drills. I have some in my toolbox. That's wonderful. I've had so many things on my list to create that I hadn't gotten the chance to create a drill yet. Is it alright for us to use it? Of course. And so, With the help of Graham and the others, we managed to put many holes in some barrels in order to experiment which design would be the best. Since all the officers had their bodies strengthened by magic, it took almost no efforts for them to do the work. After much trial and error, I finally decided on the size of the hole that allowed just the right amount of hot water to flow. Thank you very much. With this, we can start using the shower tomorrow. No prob. By the way, since all of us already took a bath today, why don't you use it first, Okami? Is that alright with you? After all, everyone was doing their best in making it for your sake. Isn't that right, everyone? Yeah. All of the officers readily agreed with Gran. Well then, I'll have to take up on your offer and use it tonight. I'm looking forward to taking a shower tonight. Maybe I can try using that rose-scented shampoo too. I really like the scent. 7. It's a luxury product with a high MP consumption, and I keep it for those special occasions when I want to have a little luxury. The shower water flowing out of the large barrel felt really good to my skin. There's plenty of hot water available, so there's no need to worry about running out in the middle of the shower. Like this, I'm sure others are going to be happy to use it too. With the introduction of hot showers, Shiru's Inn had obtained another special feature. If you think about it, it's an extravagant device only made possible by having 3 iwas working hard to boil, mix, and pump hot water into a barrel. Maybe I could have made a hot water heater by using tools production category, but right now I am too busy making other things. Well, this is fine for the time being, I think. Ch 40. Chapter 40, Between Assertive and Sincere. For me, it would be a leisurely week after I decided to no longer accompany the exploration team into the dungeon, but it was an entirely different story for the soldiers. News soon reached my ears that ever since the Iwos had stopped leading the vanguard, the soldiers started taking real damage. Thankfully there had been no casualties so far, but Cheryl had frequently complained about how the healers' work had suddenly started piling up. Still, in this world most of the wounds could be healed by just using magic, so that's pretty amazing. I was planning to give them some of the wound medicine I'd made in case the healers ran out of MP, but they seemed to be holding their own. While the survey team was risking their lives exploring the dungeon, I spent my days lazily fishing in the sea instead. Every time I heard that someone had gotten injured I would feel a pang of guilt, but I knew this was the way it should be. I'm just not fit to be inside the dungeon. I'm not suited for combat. I finally completed the production for another wonder, and its appearance surprised the officers. Wait, how come there are more golems now? Where did they come from? They came down from the mountain, I think. And I made further excuses to how they just appeared during the night. It was such a flimsy argument, and surprisingly, no one pursued the matter further. Speaking about the mountain in Monte Cris Island, I'd never tried to climb it as there are no mountain trails, but I'd like to investigate it someday. I'm still staying with the plan to produce more and more golems in the future, both for further ensuring my own safety and to keep improving my living environment. After I finished creating Wonder Number 5, my golem creation finally went up another level as predicted, and now I have the option to make another new type of golem. Item production : wood golem mermaid type category : golem production opening parenthesis cell v.6 closing parenthesis MP consumption 378 explanation: an underwater golem. It can swim at a maximum speed of 64 km per hour, and can help with fishing. Production time: 38 hours. After I finished creating it, I am now looking at the mermaid type golem. A mermaid type golem. It's true that the new golem have the lower body resembling of a fish, while the upper body is humanoid. However, if we're talking about mermaid, it should have the impression of a beautiful girl, right? While this golem's appearance is, how should I say it? A kappa, too, I think. Rather than a mermaid, I think it's closer to a monster merman. At least you can't say that its round eyes and mouth aren't charming. When I specified the appearance location to be inside the cave, it just lay unmoving on the floor. I guess it was to be expected since it had no legs. It couldn't even move properly on the ground, so I had to have Iwao and Silver carry it to the sea. I then named it Seema and told it to stay near the rocky areas of the sea. 3. Seema, I'm giving you this. I gave it a harpoon, and the golem nodded while accepting it. I had intended to use the harpoon myself when I was diving, but I ended up unable to use it because, well, You know that when you're diving it's better not to wear clothes. Yes, there's something called a diving suit, but I haven't had the time or MP to invest, so I usually dive naked. And the last time I went diving naked, one of the soldiers found out about it and started a huge uproar. The soldiers at the time joked that Okami tried to catch some side dish for dinner, but he himself became everyone's side dish. Instead, while I don't necessarily mind being watched, but this time I was scolded by Graham. Anyway, I ordered Seema to catch some seafood if possible, and he later returned that day carrying 5 big lobsters, so my evaluation of the golem has skyrocketed. 5. Don't worry Seema, I don't care if you're a not cute mermaid, I like you already. And so for tonight's main dish, I decided to make lobster gratin with the shellfish Seema caught for me. I don't have durum semolina flour. 6. But I think I can still make delicious pasta with regular flour. Let's use the cheese I received from Graham. I'm also thinking of making carpaccio by using the fish I caught, but I question whether or not everyone would be fine with eating it raw. Some people may not be into raw fish, so I guess it's better to boil it first. I returned to the kitchen and started prepping the lobsters. It's a bit risky using the scissors, so I was extra careful. And when I finally removed the meat from the body I took a little taste test. I think it's fine to eat it by dipping it in the soy sauce. Yeah, really good. It is similar taste to Japanese spiny lobster, perfect for a snack. I had Goku bring a bottle of dry white wine from the cellar and drank just 1 glass. Careful now, I don't want to get drunk again. Better not to repeat that fiasco. I didn't want to throw away the lobster shells, so I put them in a pot to make broth. I will use it to make the gratin later. Now that I think about it, making it into cream croquette will be delicious too, but then again I will need freezer to make a good cream croquette. Turns out having so many delicious ingredients is troubling too, since now I have so many dishes I would like to try making. 7. As I started frying the lobster meat and onions in butter, a nice smell spread throughout the forest. I'm back. Oh, the smell is really delicious. Graham came back from the dungeon, smiling. Welcome back. We're having lobster gratin for tonight. Oh good. I love gratin. Our conversation is really like a married couple, isn't it? That aside, whenever Graham entered the kitchen she always looks around awkwardly. It must be really unusual for someone who belongs to the aristocracy to enter the kitchen. So, what are you and Goku making now? We're making the pasta to layer the gratin with. Oh look. The gratin is ready. The lobster covered in the white sauce was steaming in the frying pan, releasing its luxurious aroma. The next step would be to move it to a baking dish, sprinkle it with cheese, and bake it in the oven. But at this stage it's too delicious to not try. Graham-sama, would you be my taste tester? I scooped some of it in a small spoon and offered it to her. Graham cautiously glanced around us both. Don't worry, no one else is here. Graham opened her mouth. Unlike that time with salt candy, she allowed me to feed her directly. So, is it good? Yes, it's delicious. Really? I'll have a little taste test too. Alright, this is good. I've put the right amount of salt and spice in it. Do you think white wine would be a good choice for tonight's drink? Yeah, I think it goes well with it. But you can't drink it, Okami. Yes, I'm fully aware. Also, I'm really sorry about what happened the other day. I may be saying it a bit vaguely, but I profusely apologized to her for the kissing incident. That was an accident. Yes, just an accident. Nothing more. I'm not even bothered about it anymore. Not at all. So, Okami, you don't have to worry yourself about it either. Graham said as her face turned increasingly red. Well, if there's some good out of the incident, it's that she now talks to me much more than before. In the past, she didn't really talk at all. What are you smiling at? Is there something on my face? No. I'm just happy that Graham-sama is talking normally with me now. When you first arrived on this island, it felt like Lane-san had to have all your conversations with me. Is that so? That's right. That's why I'm happy. It's better this way. I've always been bad at talking to men. I've been trying to overcome it, but I figured that was the case from the first time we met. You're just a little awkward, that's all. Then, since you can talk normally with me, doesn't that mean you've overcome your problem? Yeah. If it's with Okami, I can manage to talk normally. Actually, I really enjoy having conversations with you. Having someone said something like that to me is not a bad feeling. Not a bad feeling at all. Actually, now I want to yell out, that makes me happy. By the way, Okami, you're really good at cooking. Did you learn from your father? My family runs a restaurant, so both my parents taught me how to cook. 8. And that is the truth. I see, so that's why you're so proficient at it. Once I have my cooking tools ready, I will create many more kinds of food, so please look forward to it. Yeah. Now then, I think the Iwos have finished preparing the water, so please enter the bath, or maybe you'd like me to wash your back. Immediately, I realized that I'd said something stupid. Gram looked me straight in the eye and shook her head. You can't say something like that, even jokingly. After all, you're running a respectable, right? 9. I'd made a mistake. Gram is a very sincere person through and through, and I've ended up comparing her with Chris. If it were Chris, she would have let me wash her body without a second thought, and we would both be giggling hysterically the whole way. It would end with both of our bodies lathered up and entangled in pleasure. Gram's consideration and sincerity toward my situation makes things feel easy and without pressure, while Chris' assertiveness always has me swept up in her emotions. Love isn't just about sincerity. Unlike marriage, love isn't some contract that promises a future together. 10. Back on Earth, guys who are more assertive are usually more popular with women. Maybe that's why I'm feeling more attraction towards Chris instead of Gram. 11. It's not like I'm being unfaithful to Chris. There was never the expectation of spending the rest of our lives together, but the time when we were together was always exciting and fun. Maybe the issue is I'm being too passive when it comes to romance. Should I pursue romance aggressively instead? The faces of Cecily and Leanne flashed through my mind. I wonder if Cecily is still on a quest for vengeance, and I wonder if Leanne is still chasing a man's lower half in the capital. I could try being more assertive with Gram, but even if things became serious between us, I could only be her concubine due to the differences in our statuses. Even if we were to fall deeply in love with each other, the one who suffers would be her legal husband. There isn't really any happy ending route, no matter how you look at it. If that's the case, then it's probably best I stop mulling over the idea of being romantically aggressive. Honestly, what's wrong with living a slow, leisurely life on a tropical island, providing comfort and company to the people who come to explore the dungeon? Yes, I believe that's the right path. For the time being, let's focus on improving the inn instead of love and romance. Chapter 41. Things that must be created. January 7, 2023. Half a month had passed since the Imperial Survey team arrived. No major casualties had been reported, but the progress of the dungeon investigation was apparently not very good. There was a large door at the end of the first basement floor, and the number of monsters on the other side of the door was said to be extraordinary. And so, when we opened the door, there were more than 100 insect-type monster. Gram said with a wry smile. A large number of insects, huh? Yuck, I don't want to hear it. I hate bugs. There are actually a lot of bugs on the island, but there were only a few of them near my living area, thanks to Popo, the Gokus, and the slimes. Maybe I can think of them as my pet at this point. Meanwhile, Gram sighed deeply as she slumped in her chair. You look quite worn out, Gram-sama. Do I? Maybe because I don't handle bugs too well. Gram was lightly tapping her shoulder to relieve some of the tension. You should take a break once in a while, I scolded her as I started gently massaging her. Oi, Okami. Hush, now. Just loosen your shoulder and try to relax. I ignored her protests and started kneading the stiff cords of muscle in her shoulders. I'm actually very good at giving massages, you see. The reason is because my parents used to make me do it. Kinda lame reason, right? When I grew up I always thought they should have just bought a massage chair, but thanks to that I'm really skilled at it. I've also taken up a lot of readings and videos related to massaging. 1. Ooh, that feels good. Gram moaned. Heck, I'm feeling really good now too. I know, right? Gram-sama, your shoulder muscle is really stiff. Is it? It is. I'm sure you haven't had proper rest during the half-month you've been staying here, so why don't you take a little time off? I'm sure the soldiers are also tired. I guess. I started massaging the area above her collarbone to stimulate her lymph nodes too. My fingers were positioned slightly above her mounds, so I could feel their softness. Oh boy, boobs do have the power to make people happy, don't they? 3. Okami. Here's some red balls. Oh. Vice Commander Lane barged in with a large chunk of meat and instantly went rigid when she saw the two of us. Diane, it's not what you think. It's... Gram looked like she'd been caught red-handed, like a kid with their hand in the cookie jar. What's the big deal anyway? It's only a massage. I was giving Gram-sama a massage, nothing erotic or perverse about it. It's meant to alleviate her stress and allow her to relax in both body and spirit. Is that so? If you are still not convinced, Lane-san, then I can give you one as well. Phew, I managed to come up with something brilliant on the spot. That would be great. Lane might have only replied in a voice barely above a whisper. But the important thing is that she didn't reject the offer. Might as well I give them a full course body massage service, then. By the way, what were you going to say, Lane-san? Huh? Oh yeah, I brought some red boar's meat from the dungeon. Ooh, thank you very much. A red boar is similar to wild boar, right down to the fatty meat. Tonkatsu, kakuni, chashu, pork chops, pork shabu-shabu, grilled mustard. 4. All the possibilities of dishes that I could make with it were quickly envisioned in my head. I'm grateful for the existence of edible monsters that could be found in dungeons, such as red boars and cockatrices. Without them, the available livestock on Monte Cristo Island would be gone in no time. After all, there are 118 people on the survey team. There's more than enough people to hunt everything that swims, crawls, or flies into extinction. Well, maybe I'm exaggerating a bit. I don't know the exact number of animals around here, but I feel like a proper survey would be needed in the future to avoid overhunting. And so I had Goku bring the meat to the storage room, while I continue the massages. Alright, next I'm going to massage your back and calves, and if you have some particular parts in mind. Wait, you're still going to continue the massage? Well, obviously, I think we should do the massage properly. Since dinner prep is pretty much done already, I think we have plenty of time. Let's use the bed in my room. I tried inviting them to my room without being suspicious. But, it's not proper. This is a medical procedure, I said as convincing as I could. 5. Is that really so? Gram stole a glance at her adjutant. I think so. Probably? Lane vaguely nodded. Thank you, Vice Commander. I would give you a Medal of Honor if I could. I'm getting fired up now. Later that day I made a critical decision. I cancelled my active Gilum creation projects and decided to create massage oil instead. It's a waste of MP and time, you say? Like I give a damn about it. Who asked you anyway? In my defense, I'm a man who uses his limited time effectively, alright? Massage oils will increase the effectiveness of a massage. Furthermore, using oil for massages would mean they will have to take off their clothes. It can't be helped. Okay, this is for the sake of well-being. The next day it was raining lightly. Commander Gram and survey team went off to the dungeon and I spent glum morning at the rockery. I let the glums do all my daily chores. The field in front of the cave had expanded a bit, and an orchard had been planted on the side. Well, the orchard is really just a couple grapefruit and lemon tree saplings. These were made with creation magic, but so far they seem to have taken root well. I could have created them as fully developed trees, but I wasn't certain whether or not they would survive on the island. Besides, if several fruit-bearing trees appeared suddenly, I haven't the faintest idea how I'd explain that. For the saplings it was really easy. I only told them that I found them in the forest. Since none of the soldiers were familiar with plants, all of them accepted my excuse. Once the grapefruit and lemons are ripe and can be harvested, they will have many uses, not only for meals, but for making sweets and cocktails. I could make a lemon cake, or sorbet, or even some daiquiris, although they're usually made with strawberry or lime. 6. Drinking a daiquiri while gazing across the endless ocean. Don't you think that sounds perfect? Alright, Goku, today you guys will be working on the farm. I had Gokus number 1 through 8 lined up to pull weeds and squash pests on the crops. I believe in 100% pesticide-free farming. It's easy for me because I have the Gokus, but I think farmers practicing this method back on Earth must really have a hard time. And still, even with the Gilum's best efforts, there are still insects on the vegetables. I guess that's just part of the natural order, but this won't be a big problem because I won't be shipping them anywhere. For me to use it in my cooking, all I have to do is to remove the bug-eaten parts with a knife. The edible portion will be a little smaller, but that's nothing to worry about. We can just think of it as sharing the bounty of the earth with other living creatures. The number of Gilums that I have has increased considerably. Wow, humanoid type, X6. Goku, monkey type, X8. Silver, horse type, X2. Wonder, dog type, X5. Popo, Pigeon type, X1. Seema, Kappa type. X1. I want to increase the number of Gurkhas, who play the most versatile role, but I also want to increase the number of wonders to have more safety and protection. Aside from those, I want to see what new types of golems I will develop before I decide what to create. But what interests me more than anything else right now is the creation of magical tools. A tool powered by mana and magic stones sounds simple enough, but once completed they will be useful in a variety of ways. Since there is no electricity in this world, I think that household magic tools will become indispensable products for daily life. I've reached level 2 in tool production, and so far I have made a flashlight, a lantern, and a stove for boiling and cooking. 7. For the next tool that I will make, I'm still deciding on whether to create a hand mixer or a blender. With a hand mixer I could easily whip fresh cream or make mayonnaise, but with a blender I could make juice without using magic, and it's convenient for making frap-type drinks. After all, I'd like to try a cafe menu made by putting coffee, milk, ice, and sugar in a blender. I haven't had one of those in a long while. Chime. Massage oil time until finished 0 o'clock. Massage oil is completed. Please specify the location to appear. Ooh, the massage oil that I was working on is completed. Let's put it inside a blue glass bottle that I have specifically prepared for it. Last night, both of the women were really satisfied with my massage. Lane must have felt exceptionally good afterward, because she ended up asleep and drooling on the bed. Can you believe that? Vice Commander Lane, usually so strict and tidy, snoring blissfully in a puddle of her own drool. It was a pretty arousing scene. Yeah. Anyway, if even a simple massage can make them that happy, imagine how they would feel if I added the massage oil. Item production: massage oil, 200 milliliters. Category: medicine production. Opening parenthesis cell V.6 closing parenthesis. MP consumption, 292. Explanation: an oil that regulates the flow of bodily fluids and the magical powers and cleanses the skin. Its herbal aroma enhances relaxation. Production time: 12 hours. And it seems to be much more effective than the massage oil back on Earth. Graham actually took my suggestion about taking some time off. She said that tomorrow would be a rest day for the soldiers, so I guess it'll be fine if Graham and Lane take it easy and relax for tonight with a nice oily massage. However, I'm going to keep the massages a secret, behind-the-scenes service. It's something special that's only reserved for the preferred guests. If I don't do that, I'm sure it'll become a troublesome thing in the future. Chapter 42, She Who Can Only Say Ah. January 7, 2023. Since I was able to extract collagen from the bones of the red boar, I made mango pudding for tonight's dessert. I made it by mixing pureed mango with sugar and cream, heated until the sugar dissolved, and added gelatin. I made the cream from the milk that I gotten from the soldiers. It seemed they had brought over some live cows too. The meal was delicious, as always. After finishing their dinners, the officers returned to their respective rooms. I nonchalantly called out to both Graham and Lane. Can I have a moment of your time? Is something matter? After that, how are you feeling today? Naturally, by that, I was asking about the massage, but somehow both of them froze up and then flustered. Cheryl, who was still finishing her dessert, quickly make an exit from the dining room. Thanks to that, I woke up this morning feeling quite refreshed. Graham said this while stuttering, but she looks happy. That it was so good that before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. Lane looked at me as if she was suspecting something. Please keep this a secret from anyone else, but I'm offering special service for tonight. Special service? I could hear the two of them loudly swallow in apprehension. That's right. It won't be something lascivious, of course. It will be a perfectly and completely a proper medical procedure, I said as convincing as I could. I only wanted to do something for both of you, since you're usually under a lot of stress. 1. We can't possibly reject your good intention. Yes, a home run, baby. This will be a special time for relaxing both the soul and body of the two people that I like, while at the same time I can enjoy it to my heart's content. So, exactly, what kind of service will it be? It will be like yesterday's message, but I will be using this oil. I pulled out a blue glass bottle containing the massage oil, and when I uncorked it, the aroma of relaxing herbs spread through the room. That's quite a nice scent. Yep, I also like the fragrance. Thank goodness. I'm so glad that I decided to make it. I'm sorry Wonder number 6, for cancelling your production process. Please rest assured that thanks to your sacrifice, I will have a rosy experience soon. I swear I will properly complete your production process next time, so please forgive this useless father of yours for now. 2. Well then, after taking a short break from finishing your dinner, please come to my room. I will start the treatment at that time. I especially emphasized the word treatment. Lotspoff. After returning to the room, Lot restlessly walked around the room. Shiru said that they should take a break from eating, but how long should she wait? If she went too early, she might be seen as being too eager, but at the same time she didn't want to make Shiru wait too long either. Just thinking about Shiro's fingers touching her shoulders and waist gave her butterflies in the pit of her stomach. No, Shiru said it was a medical procedure, right? And yet, why am I expecting something else to happen? Lot tried to maintain self-discipline and stop thinking about it, but it still couldn't stop the tingling feeling in her body. I wonder what kind of massage I will receive tonight. And then a sudden realization dawned on her. Wait, he said he'll be using massage oil. Doesn't that mean I'll have to take off my clothes? The more she thought about it, the more it seems obvious, since you couldn't put oil on someone else's body without first taking off their clothes, which means the massage treatment tonight would be performed with her clothes off. I can't just wear something like this. Lot emptied her clothing bag onto the bed. Now which underwear would be the prettiest and the most flattering? For the women of that world, being seen naked by a man was nothing to bat an eye over. Among the commoners, many women were just walking around shirtless on a hot day. While the aristocrats would say that walking around half naked was beneath them, they would have no qualms about being seen by a man either. However, to be seen wearing shabby underwear would be a different story altogether, something Lot was determined to avoid at any cost. Alright, I think this one is the least worn. Lot chose a pair of plain white cotton underthings with a simple design. It was her least worn set because she thought it would be hard to wash if it got dirty. Thanks to that bit of caution, they were the most pristine underwear amongst her arsenal. Lot was someone who had already given up on romance, thinking that there would be no way for her to have a fateful encounter with the opposite sex, and so she had never given thought to underwear appropriate for an intimate occasion that might be shown off to a man. After that, she waffled for a long while whether or not to change her clothes, but finally decided that it'd be too conspicuous, so she only changed her underwear. As a note, there are no bras in that world. As she looked at herself in the mirror, all she could make of herself was that she was a short woman with thick curves and a face that was rather ordinary, and feeling thusly defeated she quickly gave up on any further effort to improve her appearance. But Shiru is so kind to me. For Lot that alone was enough. His kindness was both her salvation, and her wish. Right, it's time to go. When she exited her room into the hallway, she found her second-in-command waiting for her. You ready? Yes. No need for much preparation anyway. Diane's reply made her wonder. Her adjutant was notoriously overly prepared for any kind of situation, but in this moment she seemed remarkably nonchalant. Could it be that Diane hadn't realized that she'd need to take off her clothes for Shiru's massage treatment? Saying nothing, Lot headed towards Shiru's room without giving it a second thought. As she walked, Lot wondered if maybe she should have been more like Diane and not read into it so much. Diane's cool demeanor seemed to Lot as how a refined woman ought to be. Thank you very much for coming. Well then, please enter. Lot felt relieved when Shiro greeted them with his usual smile. The room was lit by the gentle light of a magic lantern, casting a mellow glow on the pure white sheets. Lot-sama, let's begin the massage treatment with you. Please put your clothes in this basket. Shiru smiled widely as he laid out bottles of oils and clean towels. Lane-san, could you please change into the loungewear 3? I've put over there, it'll make you more comfortable. I see, I'll try wearing it then. Lot and Diane took off their clothes at the same time, as if on cue, and Lot was astonished. Diane was wearing luxurious underwear with olive-colored lace. The garment was a little small, so her full bottom peeked salaciously out around the hemlines. Her figure left a strong impression. Even a woman would agree that Diane looked attractive. Lot let out an appreciative whistle. Diane, I never thought you'd bring underwear like that. It's something that comes with experience. One must prepare for all eventualities, after all. Lot felt completely outclassed by her adjutant, not that she could do anything about it now. Meanwhile, Shiru was oblivious to what was happening and led Lot to the bed. Shiru's Poff, Graham and Lane were standing in front of me in their underwear, and both of them were absolutely stunning. Graham's body radiated a soft plushness and looked dazzling in her pure white underwear, while Lane's muscular body was well accented by her calming green-colored underwear. I led Graham to the bed while trying to hide my excitement. "Well then, come here. I hope you can relax and feel refreshed both mentally and physically today." Please lay down on the bed." Maybe she's feeling nervous. But Graham seemed only able to say I needed to somehow lighten up the mood with some small talk. What should I say? This is bad. Somehow, I can't come up with anything to break the ice. While I was thinking of what to say, Graham rolled over and ended up lying on her back right in front of me. While it's amazing that she could roll her body without losing her posture, I was at a loss what to do. After all, normally you'll be lying on your stomach if you wanted to get a massage. Actually, it's my fault, since I didn't clearly instruct her to lay face down. However, if I think about it, isn't it a blessing in disguise? Good job, me. Let's proceed with the massage while acting like nothing is out of place. I will now start massaging your shoulders. I applied the massage oil while being careful not to let my nervousness show, then gently laid my hands on Lot. Graham, please tell me if I put too much pressure. I mean, it's not too much. It feels nice. Graham closed her eyes while occasionally letting out soft moans. It was a very amazing scene. She made no movement to cover her bosom, since the women in this world didn't seem to think anything of being shirtless. It's also quite hot on Monte Cristo Island, so a lot of the soldiers tend to be bare-chested. While I'm supposed to be glad that they do this, in reality, I wish that they would start wearing something. I'm starting to get accustomed to the sight of a topless woman, and as much as I feel I should be excited, it's becoming commonplace. Meanwhile, both the commander and her adjutant always wore their uniforms crisply and without flaw, a prime example of senior officers indeed, which is why seeing them in all their nude glory excites me very much. I'm going to go lower. As I thought, your muscles are still really stiff. I'm sure they really exhaust themselves by going to the dungeon every day. Please tell me if there's any place that you don't want to be massaged. I'll leave it to Shiru. Do whatever you need. If you're saying such thing to me, it makes me really happy, you know? Graham-sama, I will serve you with all my heart and soul. I massaged Graham's white skin with utmost care, while paying close attention to my fingertips. Ch 43. Chapter 43. Unfinished cocktail. Along with a sense of accomplishment, a comfortable feeling of fatigue had enveloped me. That's right, I finally did it. On the king-size bed in my room, Graham and Lane were sleeping in their underwear, breathing softly. They fell asleep because of how good my massage was. Graham looked a little downcast when I massaged the area above her upper thigh, but when the massage moved onto her back and legs, she began to drift off and eventually fell soundly asleep. I'd feel bad for waking her up, so when it was Lane's turn, I asked her to lay down on the side of the bed near the edge. It was truly fortunate that the bed was really large. My thanks to you, Chris, for making the bed so big. Now then, where should I sleep? Regardless of the space between them, I couldn't just dive in between the two of them. The bed itself was enough for 3 people though, since Chris liked to go wild in the sheets. She liked to experiment in different positions for both of us. You could say that the warrior princess of Regalta was truly a rambunctious general. Come to think of it, I'd spent a few hours giving a very thorough massage to 2 people, so naturally I'd be feeling quite thirsty. Goku number 1, bring me some pineapple juice from the storage room. The Gokus had found some pineapples in the forest, which I had turned into juice. It's a perfect drink for a hot night, but I was wondering if I could put some alcohol into it. I could make some Havana Beach cocktails by mixing together some rum, pineapple juice, and sugar syrup. It is normally a strong cocktail made for a short glass, but I didn't have a shaker, and tonight I felt like drinking a long glass with a little less rum anyway. Oh, I fell asleep. Lane woke up just as I was drinking a light Havana Beach. Lot-sama, please wake up. Our treatment is over. Where is this? We're in Okami's sleeping room, remember? At those words, Graham quickly went wide awake and instantly bolted up from the bed. I greeted them by raising my glass slightly. Both of you are sleeping peacefully, so I didn't want to wake you up. How are you feeling now? Well, Graham said without making eye contact, which looked super cute by the way. Meanwhile, Lane was stretching her neck. She then spread her hands widely above her head, letting out her auspicious bosom for the world to see. Oh wow, I thought yesterday's treatment was already amazing, but tonight's massage made me feels like my whole body was melting. I feel bad to the other soldiers, but is there a way you can give another treatment like this in secret? If it's for you, Lane, I wouldn't mind giving a massage session every night. However, I'm not sure that I could keep my rationale if I kept doing that every night. I'm sure at one point I'll just yell, "Please hold me tightly tonight," or something like that. Even right now, the only thing that barely kept me from doing it is because both of them were in the room. I'm too hesitant to ask both of them to do it with me. But of course, feel free to request it again if you ever feel exhausted and need another massage treatment. Graham was putting on her clothes. That's too bad. I guess it's time for me to bid farewell to the fluffy nakedness. That being said, I wouldn't mind chatting a bit longer with both of them tonight. Oh, right, are you too thirsty? I'd recommend this drink, it's quite tasty. I showed Graham my glass. What's that? A Havana Beach. It's pineapple juice mixed with rum. Oh Kami, why are you drinking alcohol again? Graham had a look full of concern. I'm sure she's worried that I would get drunk and do something stupid like the other day. Don't worry, this time it's really alright. I'm already reflecting on my mistakes, so I'm only using a little bit of rum. I'll have one then. Since Lane wanted to try a glass, Graham ended up having one too. It's really good. It was sweet and easy to drink, so they both drank it all at once. Lane made a clinking sound with the leftover ice in the glass. It's the first time I'm drinking rum like this. Usually, I dilute it with water, or just drink it straight. This kind of drink usually has more rum in it, but I made it for myself. When I asked them if they wanted a refill, they both asked for more. They seemed to really like the cocktail. Maybe it'd be a good idea to put cocktails on the menu from now on. Also, let's try to make a shaker next. It might take a while before I can fully carry it out, but I'm sure this will become another specialty of Shiruzin. A hot, steamy night of debauchery with the help of alcoholic drink is what I'd hoped could happen afterward, but after the third glass they just went back to their rooms. I'm crying a river alone in my room right now. I guess the only option for me tonight is self-massage. I think the reason it ended up like this is because I only had pineapple and rum. I'm lacking the ingredients to make sex on the beach cocktails. I didn't have vodka, melon liqueur, or raspberry liqueur. Pineapple juice alone wouldn't cut it. And most important of all, what I'm lacking is the courage to invite both of them to shake it with me. 1. The next day, I went canoeing for the first time in a really long time. This was the boat Cecily had built for me, but I hadn't been in one since we'd found the entrance to the dungeon together, since I had been too afraid of capsizing to get on it before. Now that I have Seema, who can go underwater, I'm much more certain that I'll be safe even if the boat capsizes. Moreover, today Lane and Graham are with me, since it's a rest day. The two strongest women in the survey team are here to protect me, so there's nothing to worry about. The only thing that could happen is if they both assaulted me, which is something I'd actually prefer. With that, we got into the canoe with fishing rods and lunchboxes. At first, Lane was paddling the canoe, but I came up with a good idea. Seema, can you push the canoe? Seema, who was swimming alongside us, put her hands on the back of the boat and moved her tail fin, and we picked up speed. The boat was moving pretty quickly now. This is like a fast-moving boat. Lane stopped paddling as she watched Seema swim. The speed of a sailboat is about 7 to 15 kilometers per hour, which is about the speed of a bicycle. In comparison, Seema's top speed is 40 kilometers per hour, which is more than twice that. Sailing ships are affected by the direction of the wind, which is not a problem for the Gillam. If we can make more Seemas and have them pull boats, it might even be possible to sail long distances. Gram-sama, how far is the nearest land mass from this island? Land? The nearest would be the Bawanda region to the east. It is the territory of the Kingdom of Regalda, which is now the front line. Bawanda region. Isn't the place that Chris was heading to is named Bawanda Castle? Approximately, how far away is it from here? I would say about 280 kilometers or so. I don't know how fast the Seemas can take me if I have 3 of them, but it should take around 12 to 15 hours to reach there. However, it's a dangerous place right now, due to the fighting and devastation. Besides, a battlefield is no place for a man. Certainly, going to Bawanda seems to be dangerous right now. What is it? Don't tell me you're planning to go to the mainland by boat. Well, I was wondering if I could get to the mainland by asking the Gillums to take me there. I suppose it is possible if the fine weather keeps up, however. Gram folded her arms in thought. As I thought, it might be too dangerous, right? The voyage itself might be possible, but all the ports in the Bawanda region are blockaded. Well, I could get you some identification, but it is still dangerous for a man to travel alone. I guess it would be considered insane for a man on this world to travel alone. To begin with, traveling through a war-torn world is perilous for anyone. It might be farther ahead, but the capital of the former kingdom of Regalto is a better option to get into the mainland. I heard that the security there has become more stable recently. The royal capital city of Regalto was actually the city that I escaped together with Chris. At that time, the city looked devastated by the war. However, if the security and daily lives are already restored to normal, I think I'd like to go there. Would it be possible for me to have something like a travel pass to guarantee my safety? If you're asking for a border pass, then it's no problem. This island was declared part of the empire when it was discovered, and since Okami is an inhabitant of the island, it stands to reason that you're considered an imperial citizen. Moreover, since you are reported as a collaborator in the dungeon survey, your identification document can easily be issued. If I were to hazard a guess, she continued, you'll be given the title of Island Chief as a representative of the islanders. Huh? Isn't that just like a corpsman position? Well, I'm the only one living on the island, so I guess I can't force the position to someone else. The Island Chief? That's right. Also, it's a position that comes with a small stipend. Ah, but I wouldn't expect too much. So I guess I'll be working for a small salary again, too. But then again, it'd be nice to have some security in a world where you have nowhere to go. Let's ask Gram for her help in making that identification document. CH 44. Chapter 44. The Barefooted Corpse. The female pirate Cecily had left Monte Cristo Island and was on a solo journey of revenge. It was a lonely voyage, but the winds were blowing smoothly and she was able to reach the small port town of Maltaya in about 5 days. Maybe the good charm, the kiss on her forehead that Shiru had given her during their parting moment, was truly working. When she thought about Shiru, Cecily always wondering if she would have been happier if she had just stayed on the island without going down on the path of vengeance, but at the end of the day, her desire for revenge was always stronger. Cecily's arrival to the port town was not a coincidence. When Cecily was still a pirate captain, Maltaya was her base of operation, with her assuming the role as captain of a trading ship as a public persona. After all, a ship does require regular maintenance, and what could give a better maintenance service than a port town? She had assumed that Janus, the traitor, did not immediately set out on the next voyage, but instead decided to repair the ship and recruit new crew members, and it looked like Cecily was right on the money. Her main target was her former vice-captain Janice, Anne, Hilary, Futch, and Buten, and she had a good idea of where to find them. Traditionally, pirates on dry land were usually found drinking, brawling, gambling or screwing, all of which could be found at the same place. Cecily, wearing a hood over her head, hid on the rooftop of a building overlooking the downtown area, keeping watch of anyone moving on the street. It was later in the evening when Cecily finally spotted one of her targets, Buten. Her large, overweight figure was swaying back and forth with every step. She was the one who had plunged the knife into Cecily's back, and that hatred towards her was only second to what she felt for Janice, who had arranged the coup. Cecily followed Buten through the streets as the sun set, making her way towards the east end part of town. It was on the outskirts of the entertainment district, where there were many male prostitutes. Most probably Buten was looking for some fun, which would be a perfect chance for revenge. Cecily grinned at the thought of that. As expected, Buten started looking for male prostitutes on the street corner, and before long she had selected a timid-looking man to enter into price negotiations with. Eventually a good compromise had been reached. The two began walking toward the warehouse district, cuddling up together. Did you go to the warehouse district to skimp on lodging fees? What a cheapskate. There weren't many people in the warehouse district at night. It was a perfect place for dubious activities, and often women would bring prostitutes to have their fun there. Buten stopped after entering a short distance into a narrow alley. When Cecily peeked at them from the shadows, she saw that Buten was sitting on a wooden box that had fallen into the aisle. "Here, take off my shoes." "Shoes? Just shut up and take them off already." The man, perhaps frightened by Buten's angry words, timidly began to take off her shoes. "Like this? Good. Now carefully lick my feet." This time, the male prostitute did not move. "Come on, do it quick." Hey. You're saying you won't do it?" Buten squinted at the man, her face twisting into an ugly sneer. "I'm sorry, I can't do that request." Thablk. Buten planted a booted foot into the man's crotch. He keeled over and wept in pain, and she stepped onto the side of his face. "I'm paying for you, so shut your trap and do what I told you already. You, and don't you dare thinking of escaping. I'm going to make you lick all over my body until I'm satisfied. You got that?" After kicking the man in the stomach a few times, Buten grabbed him by the hair and made him look up. "So, what's your reply?" "Yes, ma'am." The timid-looking man nodded with tears welling up in his eyes, and Buten laughed in satisfaction. "Sick, that wench still likes to do disgusting things." Now, how to get this done? Cecily was planning on taking her out when she was all alone, but now that there was a male prostitute with her, it would risk him being taken as a hostage. While she didn't care for the man either way, it would still be unfortunate if he got involved in their fight. However, knowing Buten's personality, the man wasn't going to escape this exchange unharmed. "It can't be helped, I guess." Cecily moved to the side of the warehouse and climbed onto the roof, then crept silently towards the area just above where Buten and the prostitute were. When she looked down from the roof, she saw that Buten was leaning heavily against a wooden box and was having her feet licked by him. "Lick carefully around the toes too." "That's it. That feels real good." "You might have a knack for this, you know." He. Cecily, disgusted by Buten's pleasure in forcing the man to kneel and lick her toes, swooped down from above and grabbed her head in a vice-like grip. "Sorry for barging in during your fun time." Buten was grabbed from behind, so she could not see the face of the person who had attacked her. "Why, you bastard! Who are you? How dare you attack an officer of Captain Janice' pirate crew?" Buten tried to put up her best bravado, but it had no effect on Cecily. "I can't believe Janice made a small fry like you an officer. How laughable." Hey, if it's the money you want, shut up and don't you dare move a muscle." Cecily tightened her hold even more as she searched Buten's pockets. Eventually, she found the bag of money and threw it to the prostitute who was still sprawled on his back. "Take that money and go home. Consider your work done for the night." The man quickly nodded without saying a word and staggered into the darkness, but not without taking the bag of money first. "You wench! What are you planning to do with me?" Cecily strengthened her hold on Buten again. "Hey now, I know you're stupid, but isn't it about time for you to remember who I am?" "Don't tell me you forgot my voice already." Buten's eyes widened as realization clicked in, and she began to tremble in fear. It can't be. "You finally remembered, huh?" See, Captain. "That's right, it's me." Bursting flame. "Cecily, your captain, or should I say former captain?" Cecily's voice was heavy and cold, like steel. No, please, it wasn't my fault." "Not your fault?" "That's funny, because I seem to recall it was you who stuck the knife in my back." "Or are you saying it was someone else who stabbed me?" Buten was shaking. "It's not what you think. Janice made me do it." "Who cares about whether she made you do it or not?" Cecily's voice was a fierce snarl. "The only thing I want to know is where they are right now." If I tell you, will you let me go?" "I'll think about letting you go." Buten's words came out in a desperate flurry. "They're at a new inn called the Three Thrushes Pavilion. The owner is Janice's new lover. We're all staying there. We're going to play cards, so all of us officers are gonna drink all night." "I went out because I wanted a little action." "I see. And where is this inn located?" "It's around the back of the Long Inn Street." "You're letting me go now, right?" Cecily gathered her will towards her fingers, grappling Buten's face with a vice grip and turned Buten around to face her. "I said I'd think about letting you go, right?" "Well, I've been thinking about it, and I've decided I can't forgive you after all." "That little shit." Stop it." Buten's scream ended abruptly as an explosion blew most of her head off. "That's one down." Without much of a head to have a grip of, Buten's body fell to the alley floor with a wet thud. Cecily pulled her hood up and disappeared into the darkness. In the back alley of the warehouse district, The only thing left was a corpse with half of its head blown off and its saliva-soaked legs exposed to the cool night air. Whoa, Cecily is ruthless. Also, the next 2 chapters won't be around Shiru either. Just a heads up. CH 45. Chapter 45, Traitor's Final Fate, First Part. T/N. This chapter and the next won't be Shiru-centric. We'll return to him on chapter 47. Also, I'm not the one dividing it into 2 parts. The original web novel split it into first part, CH 45, and second part, CH 46. In fact, this is the only part of the novel where the title is split into first and second part. Once she had entered the back alleys off Longin Street, it didn't take Cecily long to find what she was looking for. The building itself was old but recently renovated. Hanging from the brick wall was a wood and iron sign that read 3 Thrushes Pavilion, confirming that she was at the right place. Cecily cautiously looked at her surroundings, but the alley was dark and deserted. The door to the store was closed, and it didn't seem to be open for business. The shutters were also dropped on the windows, but the light from inside the room was leaking through the cracks. She quietly crept over to the window and peeked inside, finding that her 4 hated enemies were sitting at a round table in the middle of a card game with Janice at the head. Ooh, looks like I win again. Janice happily showed her hand. Again? Captain, your luck is really extraordinary today. Cecily's nose wrinkled furiously as she watched Janice make her underlings call her captain. The sounds of the silver coins changes hands alone was making her angry. Roy, bring me another bottle of rum. Janice called out, and a young man in his late teens appeared from the back of the room. That must be Janice's lover. The young man had a handsome face, but his eyes looked somewhat downcast. I'm sorry, Janice. The one I gave you before was the last. At Roy's words, Janice's voice suddenly turned cold and ruthless. Are you trying to embarrass me in front of my crew? Janice's sudden change of attitude made the young man turn completely pale. I didn't mean to, but you see, that was really the last bottle of rum. And at this time of night most of the liquor stores are closed. Janice made an exaggerated sigh. You're really hopeless, Roy. You know it's a man's duty to do his best to please his lover, right? Do something about it. Under Janice's cold stare, the young man flinched and made a hollow smile. I guess I'll just bang on the door on a nearby liquor store. If I can't get some rum there, I'll just have to visit other stores. That's good. And be quick about it. Roy was relieved to see Janice's expression soften as he headed out, though his smile was devoid of affection. Hey Captain, he might run away if you're that harsh with him, Fudge said, her eyes following Roy out with a sidelong glance. Janice didn't even take her eyes off the card. Let me tell you something, Fudge. A man has to be disciplined first. You have to make sure that he knows in his mind and body what makes me happy, and how to make me feel good. For Janice, Roy was nothing more than a convenient tool. It's that so? Once you get a lover, you should try it too, Fudge. If you educate him properly from the beginning, you will get him to do everything you wish until the end. Everything I wish for? Yeah, that's right. Everything in both everyday life and in bed. The pirates were leaning in close to listen to Janice's words. What kind of things, for example? Let's see. How do you girls clean up after things are over? Usually by wiping it with sheets or towels, right? Well, in my case it's a little different. I use Roy. And by using him, you mean I made him clean me up with his mouth? No way. You really made him do that? Janice had the face of a beauty, but her expression was twisted with vulgar, sadistic glee. Cecily left the window without listening to the rest of the pirates' conversation and proceeded to check the rest of the house. There seemed to be no one else in the 2-story building. If she were to break in and start a fight, there was a good chance that she would win. However, Janice was a cautious woman, and there were plenty or places where she could have set a trap. Might be safer to launch a surprise attack with an extremely large explosion magic, but a large concentration of magical power would be easily detected by them. It wouldn't be a good idea to have her presence known before she could launch an attack. I think it's better to use that. Cecily went up to the roof and took out the artifact, a purple jewel attached to a silver pedestal, a souvenir from a trade ship she traded long ago. It was a dangerous magical tool found in a dungeon possessing gravity magic, a lost ancient magic. Once the artifact was activated, it would crush everything within an 8-meter radius. Legend had it that not even a dragon could be able to resist its crushing effect, and since the effect would be activated a mere 3 seconds after inserting magic power into it, less chance for the enemy to become aware of it. Cecily put the orb directly above where she thought the pirates would be, and infused her magic to start activating it. Contrary to her expectation, Cecily didn't feel like she was final spiteful words towards the soon-to-be dying Janice, just a cold emptiness. Remembering Janice's conversation earlier, she didn't think her enemy was living a happy life. After all, to live with but not have feelings for your lover, that couldn't be called happiness. She didn't know why, but she thought that Janice and the others, who lived their lives moving from one cheap moment to the next, it was like refusing to find real happiness. Cecily finished activating the artifact in silence. As Cecily leapt to the roof of the adjacent house, she turned and saw a powerful radiance expand around the orb and force the building into the ground, crushing downward in a cylindrical form through the center of the house. A roar echoed throughout the city streets, and a massive cloud blossomed from the rubble. The neighbors rushed out to see what had happened, but were blinded by the dense cloud of dust. As time passed and visibility cleared, Cecily looked down at the collapsed site from the roof. The room that Janice and the others had been in was crushed to smithereens at the bottom of the sinkhole, any semblance of its original shape completely destroyed. Moreover, it seems that there had been oil lamps inside the room, as brilliant red flames were spreading through the debris. Cecily turned her back on the scene below, satisfied. She didn't want to dwell on her past any longer, and her desire to start her new life as soon as possible grew stronger by the second. With this, her revenge was done. Cecily the pirate had died at the hands of her treasonous crew, and Cecily the Avenger had died in the room with Janice and the others, crushed by a mysterious act of God. The morning sun would rise on the face of Cecily the Adventurer. She would become the adventurer who would explore the dungeon on Monte Cristo Island. It might not be an easy life, but at least it wasn't a criminal life. It would be her chance to make a name for herself, to save money, and to raise a proper family. Unbidden, a certain man's face came to mind. That alone made Cecily feel as if she couldn't wait for the dawn to break. Ch 46. Chapter 46, Traitor's Final Fate, Second Part. Roy, Janice's boyfriend, was running home after finally getting the requested bottle of rum. He didn't want to keep her waiting, so he took whatever back alley he could to get home faster. The owner of the liquor store was irritated with him for forcing the store to sell the rum after the closing hour. But he didn't care. Anything the shopkeeper could do was nothing compared to facing Janice's wrath. Actually, Janice had saved him from being sold to brothel in order to pay off her mother's debt. Well, his owner had simply changed from brothel to Janice, so saying that he was saved was a bit of a stretch, but Roy thought it was better to only serve one woman than to serve many different women that he didn't know. At first he considered himself fortunate to belong to such a beautiful woman, until he later learned that she was a violent sadist that took great pleasure in his suffering. Once they had started living together, Janice would punish Roy for every little thing. From morning till night, she would look for anything that Roy might have done wrong, blame him for his mistakes, and punishing him in ever more vicious ways. He was frightened by Janice's A's and grew obsessed with keeping her from getting angry. Conversely, after the chastisement or when Roy did something to make Janice happy, she would become very gentle, and Roy quickly learned which side of her he preferred. It took less than 10 days for Roy, frightened by the mental and physical pressure, to come under Janice's absolute control. As Janice had said it herself, Roy was an eager puppet. Roy could not have prepared for the sight that awaited him when he returned home. The house was still standing, but some force had slammed down on the roof and punched the center out of it and tunneled into the street. Roy, what happened here? The people around him started asking questions he couldn't answer. I just got back here. As the crowd murmured among themselves, the smoke oozing out of the wreckage suddenly sputtered to life and bright flames began to light up the rubble in the pit. This is bad. Quickly gather people who can use water magic. The firefighting efforts began immediately. Luckily, the fire didn't spread because the damaged portion was in the pit, but once the fire was extinguished, the house was filled with standing water. Roy was stunned as he examined what remained of the household. There was a danger of the building collapsing, but if he did not take out what he could, he would have nothing to start the day tomorrow. Janice had a considerable amount of silver coins, which he wanted to secure at all costs. Roy was still numb. Having not taken a moment to really let the situation sink in, there would be time to grieve and panic later. For now he needed to see what could be salvaged. His longtime neighbors only stood by and watched as he descended into the unstable wreckage. The bottom of the crater was sticky due to the water mixed with whatever ash remained from the fire. But what seemed most important was the ominous creaking that came from the shifting debris around him. Every nerve in his body screamed to run, but he forced himself to continue. Scattered around the crater floor were the mangled bodies of what he assumed had been Janice's crew, the horrible sight mitigated only by the fact they were damaged beyond recognition. It helped him ignore the bile in his throat. Beside the bodies, he could see several flattened silver coins lying around. He hurriedly picked them up and stuffed them into his pocket. But at that moment, Roy thought he heard a faint voice calling him. No. Why? Was it his imagination? No, it was faint, but he was certain that it was Janice's voice. Janice? Roy looked around nervously. I'm here. A voice could be heard from the direction of where the toilet used to be. When he looked closer, he found Janice lying in the sooty rubble. Janice. He rushed over to her in panic, but Janice seemed unable to move and only let out a low groan. What are you doing? Quick! The healer. Under the light of the lantern, Roy could see her stained with blood and soot, half her beautiful face forever disfigured from the flame. I understand, but the healer won't come unless I pay her up front. At my waist. Money bag. He fearfully reached around her waist and found a heavy purse. In a glance he realized that it contained not only silver coins, but some gold coins as well. Quick, hurry. All right. Roy grabbed the pouch and ran up the slope of the crater, charging toward the main street. After he turned left into Lupinto Plaza, it would only be a short distance to the healer's quarter. She would probably be reluctant to make a home visit at this time of night, but Roy was certain that an offering of 7 silver coin would change her mind. With these thoughts in mind, he sped off into the darkness of the night. By the time he reached the square, the young man was out of breath. He'd been running as hard as he could as his chest burned for the effort, so he slowed down his running speed to catch his breath just a little bit. He was afraid that Janice might be angry with him later. The thought that she might make him dress in an embarrassing way and whip him struck Roy, but still his body wouldn't listen to him. Will Janice get mad at me if I take too long? Roy remembered the mangled woman he'd seen earlier. Her whole body was covered in blood, her face was swollen from burns, and her bones looked broken. Instead of the usual terrifying and undefeatable air she carried about herself, she looked small and pitiful, possibly even at death's door. Could she scold me in that condition? Could she whip me with that broken arm? While being as battered and bloody, could she give me the usual obscene chastisement that I find so horrifying to even recall? Roy finally noticed the weight of the money bag that he'd been carrying in his right hand. He stopped walking and stared at the road ahead. If I were to go left, I would find the healer's house, but if I went right, Roy wasn't sure what he might find if he went right at the crossroads ahead, but he had a feeling that he might find freedom. His heart, which had finally started to calm down, began to pound uncontrollably again. After taking a deep breath, Roy kicked the ground again and started running. And he turned right at the intersection without hesitation. This is the greatest chance that God has given me in life. Roy charged boldly into the darkness ahead and never looked back. TL notes. Next chapter we'll return to our main hero again. Don't worry. Ch 47. Chapter 47. Sincerely, gentlemanly. As instructed, the Iwos moved a massive cornerstone across the space and placed it in a corner that the soldiers had cleared with earth magic. The square outside of the dungeon was in the process of being converted into a waiting area for the soldiers. I didn't like the fighting, it's far too dangerous, but I don't mind helping out by using the Gilum at the construction site. I've been helping them every day recently, as I could receive rewards in the form of magic stones this way. 25 days had already passed since the survey team arrived on the island. The survey was scheduled to last 30 days, so it was almost time for Gran to return to her home country. Unfortunately, however, the dungeon investigation wasn't going well. There were so many monsters in the dungeon that it was very difficult to advance, and the narrow passageways made it harder to effectively deploy troops. As the sun was setting over the Western Ocean, the entrance to the dungeon opened and the soldiers came out in droves. The survey team had returned after completing their mission for the day. As I was waiting there, wondering if Gram would come out soon, her figure appeared at the back of the team. Gram-sama. I called out to her with a big wave and she waved back, albeit reservedly. "I think we've come a long way since we first met. A job well done today. Gram-sama, you must be tired." "Thank you, Shiro. You did a good job today too." "Today we're almost finished with the foundation work. All that's left to do is to dig a drainage ditch toward the coast." "I see." She still doesn't talk much, but there's no longer the nervousness that she felt when it was just the two of us. However, that's also the reason why I'll miss her so much. In less than a week, Gram and the others will return to the imperial capital, Lulu Sanjian. I wanted to talk more with her, so we're walking instead of riding Silver back to the cave. "How was the progress with the dungeon?" "Not much. Monsters were coming out in large numbers one after another, so we couldn't investigate the dungeon as much as we wanted. At least we managed to secure a safe zone today." Being able to set up a safe zone within the dungeon was a significant achievement. After all, having a place where you could have a meal and take a rest without having to worry about monsters is invaluable. "What kind of place is the safe zone?" "It's a rather large room at the back of the first basement. We've set up the wards there, so the monsters are unable to get in." I'd seen the warding mechanisms before they were brought inside the dungeon. They were really big magic tools. Each had the appearance of a cylinder about 4 meters high and 50 centimeters in diameters. By placing them in the 4 corners of a room, it would generate a special magic barrier that wards off monsters. "It's a good thing that we managed to set up the safe zone before we return home." "Yes, only 5 days left." "Huh." "Yeah. The main problem of keeping the soldiers here was not only the fatigue, it was the food. Although there were types of monsters in the dungeon that were edible, their numbers were far from enough to feed the whole 100+ soldiers of the survey team. Not to mention ingredients consumed in large quantities, like flour, couldn't be produced from the island's fields. Even for locally sourced items like vegetables, the volume produced was a drop in the bucket compared to the daily consumption of the soldiers. "So, what will happen with the dungeon after the soldiers return?" "I'm intending to petition my superiors to open the dungeon to the public." "Open the dungeon to the public?" "Yeah. I think it's better if the dungeon is being managed by the Adventurers Guild instead of the Empire, and let the adventurers explore it instead. So since the amount of monsters is much higher than expected, the Empire will use adventurers instead of soldiers to thin out the monster population." "But I could understand that, rather than using soldiers, who are more accustomed in fighting in wars, it was more efficient to use adventurers, whose specialty was clearing dungeons. Moreover, the Empire would still have access to magic stones, which would come from monsters that the adventurers had defeated, which would then be used as a source of energy for magic tools." "So, Gram-sama, you think it'll be more beneficial to have a steady supply of magic stones than to have a monopoly on the treasures from the dungeon?" "Whoa. Shiro is really smart." "I'm not happy being praised like that." "It's because ever since I was a kid, my grades in school were always average, and college grades were almost second-rate. In other words, I'm aware of my own capability, which is not much. But then again, it seemed that men in this world were not even allowed to go to school, so since the literacy level on this world was already low, men in general were often illiterate. I also heard that men here usually weren't allowed to keep money since they're really bad at counting, either because most of them are unfamiliar with it, or because they just aren't being taught about arithmetic. It was the typical opinion that men couldn't do anything as good as women. Within such a society, compared to men in general, no wonder I was considered so smart. Honestly though, this is such a sad state of affairs. Maybe Gram thought that I was irritated with her because I suddenly went silent, because she then hurriedly tried to make an explanation. "I didn't say it to make a fool out of you. I say it because I genuinely think that Shiro is really smart." I know very well that Gram didn't lie when she said that I'm smart. She merely views me through the standards of the world she was born in. However, can the same thing be said about me? Being a woman in this world is very much different than being a woman on my past world, and yet, I still hold Gram based on the same standard that I used back on Earth, and I sometimes see her as an object of lust. But I think Gram sometimes see me like that too, so we're not so different, I think. No, I think I'm actually worse, because I kept up the pretense like I'm a pure person untainted by lust. Gram-sama, honestly, I'm not smart, I replied with a self-deprecating smile. I'm stupid, I never think things through. My voice became heavy with guilt. Also, I'm actually very lewd. Wow, maybe I just wanted to be honest with Gram, who had always been kind and sincere to me. to wipe off my guilt of deceiving her before she left the island. You know, Gram-sama, I think the image you have of me is different from what I really am. I'm not sure how different, though, since I've yet to meet another man since I've come to this world, so I can't draw a comparison on how the men generally behave here. I think that might be so, but the truth is, I was transferred here from another world. Huh? Gram looked at me in disbelief. Her expression was one of incredulity. Now that I think about it, she's the second person that I've disclosed my past to after Chris. Chris never believed me until the end. She just treated me as if I was some special child. I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. I see. Gram nodded vaguely. She didn't seem like she believed me, but it didn't matter. Honestly, it just felt good to speak the truth. Compared to the men of this world, I'm very lecherous. That's why I often look at Gram-sama with perverted eyes. If anyone wondered why I was coming out with the confession, it's because whenever I see Gram's sincere and respectful attitude, I'm always reminded of my dirty side. They say that if you mix something with black, the color would turn darker, but I think the opposite is also true. I felt guilty for deceiving Gram, holding all those massage sessions under the pretext of medical therapy while in essence it only served to satisfy my sexual desires. That's why I won't be doing the massage session anymore. I was looking at both of you perversely, and I was actually touching you two with such lewd intention. Please forgive me. Tears of blood were running from my heart. Goodbye, fluffy body. Never again would I feast my eyes or lay my fingers on you. But this was fine. This was my atonement for leading them to believe that it's all for their sake. I can't keep indulging in my own desires. As a proper human I should follow Gram's lead in being sincere. Shiru. This is the part where she hates me, I guess. Yes, Shiru, do you find me attractive? Huh? She's not going to start scolding me. Why yes, of course. When you saw my body, did you feel excited? Yes, very much so. Wait, what's this all about? Do you think it would be okay for me to hold you? Yes, I see. You are. Weren't you going to be angry with me? Rather, why are you blushing? Maybe that's like one of the situation where she usually having such a low esteem that instead of being angered by someone lusting over you, you'd actually get flattered by it too. So it's an actually convenient development? Technically, I guess. No, I should have anticipated such possibility to happen. This is a different world after all, so of course the way man and woman behave would be different. This is what you called all's well that ends well. Ch 48. Chapter 48, Under the Stars. Encompassed by the sea breeze. We both returned to the cave in silence. Well then, see you later at dinner. Gram returned to her room like that. Our conversation ended rather suddenly, but it doesn't seem like she was angry. It feels like Gram was still acting as usual. Do you think it would be okay for me to hold you? Her voice was trembling when she said that, but I don't think it was because of anger. I was going to dwell further on the matter but soon it was time for preparing dinner. Goku, has the pre-preparation done already? I washed my hands, put on my apron, and rushed into the kitchen. For today's appetizer, I would make a cold cucumber and yogurt soup. This is a dish called jajouken turkey. It's very easy to make. Just mix yogurt, water, grated garlic, herbs, chopped cucumber and season with salt. It is refreshing and can be enjoyed even on hot days when usually you don't have much appetite. Strictly speaking, it's not soup, but it's watery, so it's easier to eat with a spoon. For the main dish, I'm making tandoori chicken by using cockatrice meat marinated in yogurt. I had marinated the meat overnight, so it's tender and juicy. The taste is exquisite if you eat it with bread and vegetables dipped in mayonnaise. In a few more days, I won't be able to eat Okami's cooking anymore, one of the officers said in a sad voice. Yeah, I'll be glad to go back home, but I'm sure I'll sorely miss Okami. Cheryl, the healer, firmly asserted. If they ever send a second survey team, I'll certainly volunteer. Not many healers want to come to a place like this, so I'm sure they'll choose me. Ooh, you love Okami that much already? The officers made a ruckus at each other, but an officer named Layla muttered something with a small voice. She's right, you know. I'll be much happier if I get assigned in here. At her words, everyone fell silent. The Empire is at war with many countries right now, and the soldiers could be sent to the front lines at any moment. Compared to fighting in a war, investigating dungeons would be much better. To break her off the silence, Lane stood up and poured a little of the white wine left on the table into everyone's glass. Everyone, raise your glass. All the officers raised their glasses at Vice Commander's order. I think we need to take a moment and appreciate that what could have been a routine deployment, instead turned out to be an unexpected trip to heaven on earth. Everyone nodded at those words. Lane raised her glass, to Akami, and our memories of this southern paradise. To Akami, and our memories of this southern paradise. In unison, the glasses were tilted, the wine was consumed. The food and drink consumed that night would become part of them together with the sweet memory of the southern paradise. By the time we finished cleaning up after dinner, all the lights in the log cabins had gone out, and everyone seemed to have fallen asleep. Since the soldiers were going to start their activities at dawn tomorrow, no one was willing to cut into their precious sleep time. They were so exhausted from doing dungeon exploration daily and the stress accumulated so much. I dare say some of them even think about the exploration in their dream. As for me, the golems do most of what I need to do, so I'm not tired at all. After we're done cleaning up, let's all take a bath together. Iwos, prepare the hot water. The Iwos were dirty since they'd been working at the construction site, and the Gokus had to be kept clean at all times, since they were working the kitchen. So bathing the golems at the end of the day had become my daily routine. I've created over 10 scrubbing brushes by using tools production, and so I've been using them to clean the golems. I never realized that a scrubbing brush could be made by using coconut fibers though, so it's good that we have plenty of coconuts here. Since I can make a lot of brushes, I'd also installed a streetlight on the road leading to the bath. It's something that doesn't consume much magical power. Even one magic stone would be enough to light it up for 3 months. Thanks to all this, my level had gone up again. Creation Magic LV.11 All Category Creation Time reduced by 7%. MP 1024 1024. Food Production LV.8 Food Creation Time reduced by 15%. Tools Production LV.8 Tool Creation Time reduced by 15%. Weapon Production LV.2 Weapon Creation Time reduced by 3%. Material Creation LV.7 Material Creation Time reduced by 13%. Golem Production LV.5 Golem Creation Time reduced by 9%. Medicine Production LV.3 Repair LV2 Other I now had 2 seamers and I was currently working on the next one. I hope I'd have 4 seamers ready for pulling the boat soon. I haven't tested it yet, but I think I can make the high-speed boat a reality. Also, once the 4th seamer is completed, my level of golem production will increase. I can't wait to see what kind of golem I can make next. The Gokus were busy scrubbing the Iwos, while I was scrubbing Wonder Number 1's belly. He was currently lying sideways on the bath floor and was enjoying the belly rub. He may have a metal body, but he was behaving cutely like a normal puppy. Now that I think about it, back on Earth, didn't we have something called Daibo too? Suddenly, Wonder leapt up from the floor. What's wrong, boy? Wonder stared at the entrance to the bathroom and readied himself as if anticipating an intruder. Is someone there? As I called towards whoever is at the entrance, a hesitant voice replied, Shiru. It's me. The voice belonged to Gram. Gram-sama? Please come in. Don't worry, I'm wearing clothes. Gram appeared, dressed in loungewear. To come here this late at night. Is something the matter? I was talking a night stroll, since I was unable to sleep, but then I heard the sound coming from the bath, and I thought I'd wait for you to come out. Gram looked undecided, but finally shook her head slightly. No, actually, I've been wanting to talk with you. I understand, but it would be improper for us to talk here. Please give me a moment. I then instructed the golems to take care of the rest of the work and left the bathroom. The sky was full of stars, and they're shining brightly. 3. This is a world that has no light pollution, so I can see them clearly. There are so many of them that I can't even begin to guess at the different constellation. Well, it's not like I know any constellation on this world anyway. We started walking along the forest path toward the dungeon. No matter how often I see them, the stars are amazing, aren't they? In the place where I come from, we can't even see this many stars at night. Shiru, did you come from one of those stars? I wonder, do Earth and this world even exist in the same universe? It's also possible that they're in the same universe, but in different galaxies, but there's no way to know really. I don't know. But Gram-sama, when I told you that I came to this world from a different one. Do you believe me?" Graham nodded with a wry smile. "Somehow, it made more sense that way, with how different you are compared to other men. I'm glad. It's nice to have someone who accepts me for who I am." Hearing what she said made the huge lump of loneliness inside me lessen, even if just a bit. "To you, I must seem to be a really strange man, right?" "Yeah, but thanks to that, it lets me talk freely like this. I've never talked to a man properly before, not until now. And I've never walked together side by side with a man, like I do now." "That's because Graham Sama is too reserved." "It's fine if you have more confidence in yourself, you know." Grams became embarrassed at my words. "Shiru, what do you think of me? I know I'm short, right? In the world I come from, shorter women are considered cute, but I guess it's different here." "Yeah, nobody likes short women." Graham shrugged her shoulders and laughed self-deprecatingly, like it was the only response to her situation. "And I really can't get along with people well. I'm often unable to really convey what I want to say." "That kind of thing does happen sometimes, doesn't it?" I feel like Shiru is able to understand my loneliness very well." "I think Graham has been forced to endure by herself all her life. I can't speak for the others, but for me, Graham Sama is very attractive, both from the inside and the outside." "I see." After saying that, Graham fell into silence again. Somehow, I suddenly remembered an anecdote. There was a person who was really lazy, so lazy that all he could think about was slacking off at work. One day, however, the hard-working boss in his department moved out, and a slacker boss moved in to replace the old boss. Now, what would happen if the new boss was even lazier than him? The lazy person would have to start working, albeit reluctantly, or nothing would ever get done under the slacker boss. Now, I felt like the same phenomenon was happening before my eyes. Normally, I'm a very passive person, but now that I see Graham who's even more passive than I am, I felt an incomprehensible impulse well up in my heart, and I held Graham's hand as we walked! She seemed surprised, but Graham didn't pull her hand back, and so we kept walking while holding hands. "Graham-sama, if you don't mind, would you like to make a memory with me?" "Memories? What do you mean?" "I'm talking about sex!" Graham's body twitched. If Graham-sama don't want to, then please pretend that I never said it." "But I'm asking you this because I want to do it." However, on the way back from the dungeon, Graham-sama asked me if it was alright for you to hold me, right? And I answered yes. That wasn't a lie, it's truly how I feel. Actually, rather than being alright, I want to be held by you. This is just me talking, but I don't think there's any change in a person's value if they have sex. It's just that the relationship between Graham-sama and I would change. There's no real meaning in no longer being a virgin. If anything, it might make Graham-sama lose the illusion that you have toward the opposite sex. That's what I think. Illusion? That's right. You see, because you don't have experience with the opposite sex, you end up overthinking what to say and what to do around them, making it more complicated than it should be. By having skin-to-skin contact, wouldn't it allow you to better grasp the relationship between man and woman in a simpler way? At least that's what I think. Graham remained silent, but she didn't shake my hand away. I'm not a virgin, so maybe I'm not someone that Graham-sama would think of as an ideal partner. But, if it's alright for you to hold me, what do you say? Before we knew it, the forest had cleared up and we were in the plaza in front of the dungeon. The feeling of wind blowing from the ocean felt comfortable against my skin. This is absurd. I'd never had any experience flirting with girls back on Earth, so why was I able to ask her out so casually? Well, the women in this world have a different way of thinking than women on Earth. Is that the reason why? Since the women of this world have a similar mentality to the men on Earth, maybe that's why I could comfortably flirt with them. Shiru, are you really fine with this? Yes. Oh, just so you know, I am not the kind of man who would sleep with just any woman. I know that. It's really interesting to see Graham making such a flustered face. Since it will be Graham-sama's first time, I'll follow any request you might want me to do, as long as it's not painful. And please spare me from something like the whip or other violent things. I don't have any preferences like that. If anything, I would like to be on the receiving end. And nothing. We went into the place where we had completed the foundation work earlier that day. Then, We turned the magic lantern's light so low it was nearly out. What should I do now? I gently stroked Gram's head, which was stiff and tense. Her hair was really smooth. We should start with a kiss first. Don't you think? I see. When I closed my eyes, I could hear the sea breeze rustling, mixed with the sound of Gram's anxious gulp. The thing that I like about the cooking in this series is, it's not exclusively Japanese cooking, which for me is quite rare amongst isekai web novel. 2 Aibo, Artificial Intelligence Robot, is a series of robotic dog manufactured by Sony. 3 Cause You're a Sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart. I'm sorry, I'll see myself out. 4 The poor girl is probably having a light heart attack at this point. Ch 49. Chapter 49. What was found between the garbage? I don't know how long I laid there wondering what that annoying ringing was, but it turned out to be the alarm on my watch. I had set it up just before I went to sleep earlier, and luckily, it was working. If it had not been for the alarm, I would have overslept for sure. It was 5 in the morning, and I think I only got 3 hours of sleep. I really knocked myself out last night, so my head was still fuzzy. I know that I'm the one who invited Gram to do it, but damn, her sexual drive was really amazing. If I had to say, it's comparable to a boy in the 3rd year of junior high school. 1. Frankly speaking, back on Earth, it's normal to assume that all men are lecherous creatures, right? Well, in this world it seems to be the opposite. It's the women who seems to be in heat, all the time. Moreover, it seems that women in this world don't feel any pain even if it is their first time. It was really mind-boggling. 2. Also, Gram had been going all out right from the beginning. It seemed that not only the mentality but also the physical structure was a little different from the women on Earth. Well, I only had experience with one woman back on Earth, so it's hard to make a comparison. My head was still a bit fuzzy and heavy, but I had to make breakfast for the guests, so I finally managed to get out of bed with the help of the Gokus. Sweet Jesus, I might have had help from her magic, but 7 times was really too much. I was so tired when I got back last night that I went to bed without taking a shower, so I went down to the river to wash my face, and met Gram on the way there. Good morning. I called out to Gram, who was just taking her shirt off, and suddenly she became flustered. Morning. I think she was being nervous that the other officers would know that we did it last night. Gram-sama, please calm down. If you behave like that, gossip about us may spread through the unit. Why, you're right. Fa-aha. She seemed to be trying to regain her composure by taking deep breaths. Is Gram-sama about to take a bath too? Yeah. I was thinking of shaking off the drowsiness since I didn't get enough sleep. Probably because both of our bodies got plenty of shaking off last night. We did it so much that it's no longer a level of a post-nut clarity, but a Buddhist monk level of enlightenment instead. I felt detached from worldly desires. I see. Then I guess I'll take a bath over there. After giving a small wave of the hand, I walked toward my private bath, which had a board fence. I didn't actually mind having a bath together with her, but it'd be a big problem if we were seen by the others. When I glanced back as I went inside the bath, I saw that Gram had just taken off her shirt. I thought I'd reached perfect enlightenment after doing it so many times, but my little Joe was like a boxer trying to climb to his feet, even though he was down and out. The day-to-day breakfast menu doesn't change that much: eggs, vegetables, sautéed mushrooms, bread, and a drink. I used to include soup on the menu, but I stopped recently. The weather was sunny today. The temperatures were reaching new highs every day as if the season was heading towards summer. Oh Kami, I think your complexion looks a little pale, Cheryl remarked. She seems concerned about my condition. As one would expect of a healer, she was very attentive to the state of one's body. Don't worry, it's just a lack of sleep. I couldn't sleep very well last night. That's not good. Come here, I'll cast a recovery spell on you. You're going to explore the dungeon today, right? Wouldn't it be bad to spend some of your magical power right now? Don't worry, it's fine. The spell doesn't consume much of it anyway. If that's the case, I guess it's fine to let her treat me. Sit here with your back facing me. When I did as I was told, a hand was placed on my back, and I felt something soothing flow into me. Ooh, that feels nice. I'm going to continue slowly, so don't move just yet, okay? As the procedure continues, my head slowly became clearer as if the fog was lifting, and my body felt lighter. I even got my appetite back. I feel much better now. Glad to hear that. Let me know if you need my help again, okay? I was going to take a nap after everyone else went out, but it looks like I'll be able to do today's activity without any problems. I think I'll do some observation at the dungeon again later. As I was cleaning up after breakfast, I received notification for the completion of SEMA number 3. Since I couldn't make it appear on land, I'd have to go to the ocean soon. Gokus, please do the washing and cleaning as usual. Wanda and Popo, follow me. I decided to walk to the beach because I needed to have a little exercise. I hadn't done much of it lately. As we walked under the shade of the trees toward the beach, the whole panoramic suddenly came into view. The sunlight was so bright that it felt like it was going to burn my eyes. I would have to prepare sunglasses next time. I'll set my creation magic to make them after I finish SEMA number 3. I proceeded toward the edge of the sea and made SEMA number 3 appear in the water. It was amusing to see 3 kappas with round eyes and mouths floating in the water. I felt like going on a boat again, so I figured, why don't I check if the 3 SEMA can move the boat well? Let's take it slowly at first. Number 1 take position right behind me, while number 2 and number 3 take it from the sides. We started practicing in the cove with only small waves. Through some repeated trial and error, the SEMAs seemed to be finally getting the hang of it. They had to push the boat directly by hand, but I thought it might be better if they pulled it like a horse-drawn carriage or a dog sled. I should prepare a rope and harness next time. Since the SEMAs seem to have gotten used to it, let's get out of the cove and head for the dungeon. Popo, tell the Wonders that we'll be heading there. I had left the Wonders on shore for fear of capsizing. The golems seemed to be able to communicate with one another, so Popo is really useful for sending message to the golems. After watching Popo flying to the shore, I told the SEMAs to turn our course toward the dungeon. When we reached the land, the Wonders had already arrived there and immediately rushed to my side. Bring the boat back to the pier, okay? I told the SEMAs. The island's road network was still underdeveloped, so it was quicker to just use a boat pulled by SEMAs if I wanted to go to several places on the island. I guess I'll be using them more frequently in the future. I'm now considering a larger type of ship so I can board the other golems without having to worry about capsizing the boat. I could make it by using the creation magic, but the problem was the timing. So let's think about it after the survey team heads home. When we reached the dungeon site, I saw several soldiers coming out of the dungeon while pushing a wheelbarrow. Everyone has been working really hard. Are you pulling out treasures from the dungeon? Treasure? No, this is only some garbage. Garbage? Really? Why all the troubles just for garbage? But after a closer look, I see that the inside of the wheelbarrow is indeed filled with tattered equipment. You're right. It's garbage. Why are you putting it into wheelbarrow? We ran into a bunch of skeletons. Equipment looted from monsters usually is old and useless, but sometimes there are treasures mixed in, so we brought it outside to check it out. Skeletons are the corpses of former warriors and knights that have been turned into monsters, so it is said that their equipment is left as it was when they were alive. That's why, sometimes you can find some swords and armor decorated with gold and jewels from them. Albeit rarely. I see. Gold doesn't corrode, so if you brought it outside under the sun you could easily see if there's gold or jewels mixed with them. We took a quick look on the equipment piled inside the wheelbarrow, but there didn't seem to be anything of worth. Looks like it's a mess this time. Yeah, there's nothing but junk here, said one of the soldiers while lifting up a battered and rusted sword and waved it in the air as emphasis. It may have been a great sword once, but now it was dark brown all over and there was not a single shiny part on it. But still, it's a piece of iron, right? Which means I can use it as material for creating tools. Having iron as component will save me a lot of time and MP compared to creating it from scratch. Soldier-san, can I have the rusty sword? This one I'm holding? Oh well, why not? No one's gonna miss a piece of junk like this anyway. The soldier handed me the sword, which was much heavier than I had expected. Yuwa, ha ha ha. It seems the sword is too heavy for you to swing, Anichan. 3. Just be careful when you bring it back home, alright? Thank you very much, I will. And good luck with your work. With this much iron, I won't have to worry about materials for a while. Yep, it's an old and dirty sword alright. But for some reason, why does it feel comfortable to hold? I wonder what kind of sword it used to be. While I was wondering about it, I suddenly remembered that using repair skill to an object will let me see the rough description of an item. Alright, let's take a look. Repair target, Sword of Exius. 5. Description. This sword is said to have belonged to the 6th ranked angel, Exius. It has light magic in its blade and has the power to dispel all evil spirits. MP consumption, 1022. Repair time, 32 hours. Wow, it's actually a treasure. Right? I mean, the description said that the sword once belonged to an angel. However, 6th rank. Huh? Is that even a prominent position? Why do I feel like it's something as lame as the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings? 4. Anyhow, the MP consumption is barely doable, but the repair time is really long. Usually, the time for repair is pretty short. But repairing this sword seems to require a ridiculous amount of time. Maybe it's actually a sacred sword? I guess it's no use in thinking about it by myself. Let's just ask Graham about the sword. One around 9th grade or freshman, I think. However, I'm assuming the author made a mistake here, since I think a teenage hormone would reach its peak during the 3rd year of senior high school, 12th grade or senior year. 2. Not all women feels pain during their first time though. But then again, maybe in that world, asking a woman if they would feel pain during their first time is like asking the man on earth if they would feel pain on their first time. Probably funny if this happened. Shiru. Graham-sama, please tell me if it's painful. Graham, painful? Why would it be painful? Shiru, well, usually woman feels pain during their first time, right? Graham, oh Shiru, silly you. It's man who usually feels pain during their first time, not woman. Shiru. What? Graham, what? Ch 50. Chapter 50, Farewell Present. For tonight's dessert, I served creme brulee and watered down iced coffee. Graham seemed to like the brulee. She happily broke the caramel on the surface and started scooping it. Normally, the baked brulee would be sprinkled with powdered sugar and baked with a burner, but there are no burners on this island, so I instead asked one of the officers to use her fire magic to bake the caramel. As expected of Ellen-san, who has a reputation for fine manipulation of magic power. Thanks to her, my creme brulee was made into an exquisite degree of perfection. MMHH. Delish. Graham ate the brulee with a really happy look. We have some more, if you'd like. I'd like that. The embarrassedly nodding Graham is cute too. That's right. This seems to be a good time to ask about the 6th ranked angel. Oh yeah. Graham-sama, I have a little bit of question, if you don't mind. I've heard something about 6th ranked angel. Do you know what it is? Graham answers while still scooping the brulee. The 6th ranked angels. You mean Exosius-sama? Exosius-sama is the guardian angel of the holy knights. He bestows blessings on those who oppose evil. I see. It seems like it's a fairly strong entity. If we're talking about strongest light magic spell, many of the people who can use them are the ones who has been blessed by Exosius-sama. One of the strongest among the light magic spells is the Heavenly Disintegrating Ray, which can only be used by high-ranking holy knights and clergy. It's said that a mere single spell is enough to decimate hundreds of undead all at once. I see, even though he's only 6th ranked. He is indeed an angel. 1. By any chance, does Exosius-sama have a sword? Here, for the first time, Graham stopped eating her brulee. A sword? Certainly. In all of the religious painting, Exosius-sama was always depicted as having a sword of light in his right hand. Oh, that's right. It is said to be the sword of destruction bestowed by the Archangel Rabayu. The more I hear about it, the more it seems to be the real deal. And how does that sword end up existing in human world? Wow, Shiru, you're really into details. Legend has it that the sword was later bestowed to Holy Knight Umberto, but at that point it's merely a fairy tale. No one can really say for sure whether it's true or not. I don't think it's just a fairy tale. I think it's true. Hypothetically, suppose that someone found the sword, what would happen? Supposedly? Well, it'd create a huge uproar, that's for sure. It's said even a swing of the sword would hold enormous holy power. Oh Kami, what's wrong? That. Actually, no, we're in the middle of a meal, so I should calm myself now. And since talking about the sword would inevitably end up with me revealing my magic, I can't talk about this in public. No, it was nothing. That aside, I want to confirm about the compensation for helping with the foundation work. So can I have a moment of your time later? So as not to raise suspicion, I said that as nonchalantly as I could, just like usual. After dinner, only Graham remained with me at the dining room. So, what's this about confirming the compensation for work? That was only an excuse so I could talk with Graham-sama in private. To quickly explain the story, I lift up the battered sword I had propped up against the wall. I want to talk about this sword. What's up with that rusty sword? It's the sword of Exocius. It's been a while since someone gazed at me with such a pitiful eyes, like when someone was talking to a child with an outlandish story. I take it that you don't believe me? Okami, you know that I believe in what you say. But to say that this rusty old sword is the sword of Exocius. 2. Graham seemed unable to decide whether she believed me or not that it was the sword of Exocius. Actually, it's my fault, really. I should have shown her the sword in its repaired state. Yesterday, I told you that I can actually use magic, right? Yeah. During our moments together, in breaks between rounds, I've given her the outline of my abilities as part of our pillow talks, while we were whispering words of sweet nothings. But I never really showed her my magic. That's why she's still half in doubt about it. If you don't believe it, why don't I repair the sword for you? You can do that? I will need 32 hours to do it. I'm sure it would be finished just in time for her departure. Alright, I believe in you, Okami. Please try to repair it. However, why, huh? What does she mean by why? Maybe my confusion showed in my expression, since Graham then continued. Let's say it really is the sword of Exocius. Why are you telling me about it? Oh, so that's what she meant by why. Because I have no business holding a sword. I'm really terrible at fighting. Certainly, I could just exchange it for gold, but as long as I'm living on this island, I won't be needing that much money, right? On the other hand, if it's Graham-sama, I'm sure you'll be able to make a good use of it. That is certainly true, but still. Actually, I can earn as much money as I want using creative magic. And if it's a weapon, I can also create them by using my weapon production category. I don't want to make weapons, though. Besides, Graham-sama, this sword was put in with the garbage that the soldiers were carrying out. So, technically speaking, I didn't find it. It never belonged to me. When I said that, Graham smiled wryly. Okami, you're being too honest, you know. Nope, not that. I just don't have any interest in swords. Alright? Well then, shall I start the repair? Yeah. As I activated repair on the sword of Exocius, the battered sword began to shimmer as it crumbled down into motes of light fluttering in the air. Soon, the light particles gathered in one place, becoming a soft golden light, before finally disappear. It disappeared. Graham stared at me with her mouth hanging open, no doubt surprised by the unexpected display of magic. See, I told you I could use magic. Yeah, even though I said I believe you. She said so, but I don't think she really believed it until now, which is to be expected really, since men aren't supposed to be able to use magic. So, as I said before, the repair will be completed in 32 hours. Where did the sword go? I don't really know myself. I only know that after their repair process is finished, it can appear later in any location I want, as long as it's within a 10-meter radius where my line of sight can reach. Once it's repaired, I can make it to appear wherever you like. But please don't make me go to the dungeon to make the sword appear there, or make me go to places that I'm not supposed to be in. You don't need to worry about that. I'll just pretend that I found it, so there's no problem if you let it appear in my room later. But still, the sword of Exocius, huh? You still don't believe me after all, do you? Graham looks uncomfortable. Let's just say I'll hold my judgment until I see it repaired. Well, fair enough, I guess. After all, we're talking about a sword which supposedly belonged to an angel, which is quite a ridiculous story. Well then, I'll leave it to you for the repair. Yes, please entrust it to me. Yeah. Somehow, we'd run out of things to say, and an awkward silence filled the room. Well then, good night, I guess. Seriously? She's going back just like that? Was there something else, Okami? And what is your plan for the rest of the night? If you're planning to come to my room again tonight, I'll take a bath first and wait for you. Why yeah, I'll go there. Tonight, it would be another hot, steamy night with Graham again. I'll have to wash my body clean. But will I have enough energy to do my chores in the following morning? I can ask Cheryl to do her recovery magic on me again, but I'll feel bad of asking her every morning. However, let's not stay up too late tonight, since you'll also need to do exploration tomorrow, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. Last night, I got too carried away. Graham seemed to be doing self-introspection, which made her small body look even smaller, and that made her all the more adorable in my eyes. After confirming that there was no one around us, I give her a small peck on her cheek. An aristocrat shouldn't get carried away like that, right? But I'll make special exception for you this time, since I was feeling good too. 3. Okami. Graham-sama, didn't you promise to just call me Shiru when there's just the two of us? Oh yeah. There are only 4 days left until Graham returns to the imperial capital. After that, we might never meet each other again. We're just lovers within a limited time, but I think the Sword of Exousias will be a perfect farewell present for her. Ch 51. Chapter 51, Seeing You Off on the Beach. It took 2 days, but early that morning as I was shaving I received the eagerly awaited notification. Chime. The repair of Sword of Exousias is completed. Please specify the location to appear. It was finally done. I almost made it appear right away, but I wanted to show it to Graham, so I put it on hold for a bit and hurried to get myself cleaned up. Since she was the type of person who stuck to a proper schedule, she should be awake by now. 1. Or so she should be. But we'd been staying up late these last few days, ever since we started doing the tango in the sheets. Like last night, too, she wouldn't let me sleep until early in the morning again. But that morning, I got a reply as soon as I knocked on her room door. It's Shiru. I've finished repairing the thing that you asked for, so I'm here to deliver it. As I entered the room, I quickly noticed that most of her belongings had been packed and neatly organized. It reminded me that she and the survey team would be leaving soon, which made me really sad. Morning, Shiru. So, where's the sword? I'll make it appear now. On top of the table should be fine, right? The table looked quite empty. Just few days ago there had been a drafting ruler, an ink jar, a stack of blank papers, an envelope, a leather-bound diary, and many other similar things on top of it. There was only few papers and a pen on top of it now. Just as those many things had gone from the table, the day after tomorrow Graham would be gone from this island. While feeling my chest tightened by the bitter emotion, I made the Sword of Exousias appear. The weapon appeared with a dazzling light. It was a brilliant silver color, adorned in gold with a flowing pattern. Above all, you could feel incredible amounts of magical power radiating from the sword. It's amazing. Seeing how much Graham admired the sword make me overwhelmed with happiness, thinking how glad I am that I was able to repair the sword for her. Shiru, is it really alright for me to have this sword? But of course, like I've told you, it would be useless for me to keep it. That's right. It would take an absurd amount of magic power just to properly wield the sword. Furthermore, I can only use creation magic. I don't know how to draw out the performance of magical weapons. I will report the discovery of the sword to the Empire. You may do whatever you wish with it, Graham-sama. It's not like Graham would just keep the sword to herself anyway. She's just too upright and honest. I see. Thank you, Shiru. Graham then hugged me tightly. Oh my, aren't you getting quite bold now? I'm glad she's become more confident. Shiru. Graham squeezed my hands. Shiru, come with me to Lulu Sanjian. I promise I will take care of everything you need there. Graham was trying to bring back a topic that we have been discussing several times over the past few days. Graham-sama, haven't we talked about it many times already? What will happen if the commander of the team breaks the military rule herself? I don't want to be a stowaway. I also don't want to be a concubine. I can't imagine of being happy while walking on the happiness of whoever will be your legal husband. Graham is an aristocrat. There's no way she could legally tie the knot with someone like me, who has a dubious background and no social standing. Graham-sama, I hope you can love the lucky person who will become your husband, but there could never be another man like you. Time passes. It will flow and keep moving on. For better or worse, everything that we have experienced will eventually fade, leaving only beautiful echoes of the time that we've had, and the feelings we've shared. We will look back fondly to those beautiful moments. Each and every one of those will become a comfort in our life. Graham was crying in earnest, tears flowing from her eyes. Then I will stay here instead. This time it was my turn to hug Graham, like a parent consoling a child who was making a mistake. If you do that, you will be punished for dereliction of duty. The days I've spent with you are an irreplaceable treasure for me. Happy memories are, More than anything else, the most important thing that us human can have, and meeting you is one of the happiest memories that I have. Graham remained still in my arms for a while, before finally, she slowly pulled her body away from me. Sorry, I've shown you something unsightly. Why don't we have breakfast? I'm making Graham-sama's favorite hot sandwich for this morning. Graham smiled a little as I said that. Since I've been repairing the Sword of Exosius, my MP is almost empty. It will take around 20 hours to fully replenish it. Since this is Graham and I's goodbye, I feel like there's a gaping hole in my heart now. So I put on the sunglasses that I've made and cast a fishing line on the beach. I don't actually have any intention to catch anything. I just wanted to sit on the rocky shore and watch the sea go by, while the seamers are watching me with their round eyes. White foamy waves, emerald green seas, and blue skies. The world feels melancholy, quiet, and yet beautiful. And then, in the blink of an eye, the day of departure finally arrived. I said goodbye to all the officers, one by one. On the pier there were some who were overwhelmed with emotion and hugged me, but for today I didn't mind and hugged them back. I also gave Lane a hug. "Oh Kami, thank you for taking good care of us." "It was my pleasure. Please take care of yourself, Lane-san." After I finished my goodbye with Lane, I turned to face Graham for the last time. Even though we already had our farewell last night, the thought that this would be the last time I was going to see her made me overwhelmed with an indescribable feeling. "Graham-sama, Shiru. Let's meet again someday," Graham said with a forced cheerfulness. I felt that she, who had managed to say that in cheerful tone, had become a little stronger and more mature than before. "Yes, Graham-sama," I said, letting out my own smile. "Here, look." I was able to respond with a smile too. "Graham-sama." I waved my hand at the boat as it moved further away. Graham had a smile on her lips, but I know that she must have pushed herself to do it. I set my magic to create new sunglasses, since I had given the one I had before to Graham. I quickly gave them to her since her eyes were red and swollen, and she couldn't let her subordinates see her like that. I wouldn't allow it. "Goodbye, Graham-sama." The moment I put it into words, tears filled my eyes. "But that's all right, there's only me and the golem here, so there's no need to hide my tears." Sitting on the white sandy beach and watching the boat go away, I cried to my heart's content. Once the guests were gone, I suddenly had nothing to do. I don't know what will happen in the future, but I'm sure that the liaison would contact me by Wyvern again. Graham once said that either Commander Milan, Lian, or Louise would come, since they're already familiar with the area around here. I've become like an empty shell ever since Graham left, but I was finally able to build Seamer number 4 as planned. Thanks to that, my golem production level has increased, and I have the option to create new golem. Item production : silicon golem snake type, LV1. Category : golem production opening parenthesis cell V.6 closing parenthesis. MP consumption 292. Explanation: snake-shaped golem. It is useful for exterminating pests such as rats that destroy fields. Since it can fit in tight spaces, it is also good at stealing items in secret. Production time: 52 hours. So, there are golems made from silicon material too. We are making good progress in expanding our farm, but we are now having trouble with rats too. I've been mobilizing Goku and Wonder to kick them around, but it wasn't very effective. However, if I can create even just 5 of these snake-type golems, I'm sure I could solve the problem with the rats. And so, I named the snake golem Nura. Ch 52. Chapter 52. Intruder. 3 weeks had passed since the survey team left Monte Cristo Island. I have moved on from my melancholy and am once again enjoying my life, living on a deserted island. It's just that, I now yearn for interaction with people again. I really want to talk to someone, anyone, even if it's Lian, the flirty girl. Graham said that she will make a petition to open the dungeon to the public, which would let many adventurers come to this island. It's better for me to prepare the inn so it'll be ready to welcome them. Who knows, maybe there'll be cute adventurer girls among them. Alright, let's start with remodeling the cave. I think it's better to give it a more stylish and luxurious impression. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. I'm aiming to make it look like the tropical resort hotels that we have back on Earth. We have plenty of time anyway, so I think I'll spend my days making tools for a while. My golem production level has increased again, but unfortunately it didn't unlock a new type of golem. Instead, It gives bonus speed in creation. All in all, this is quite useful, I think. Creation Magic LV.12 All category creation time reduced by 10%. MP 1736 Food production, LV.9 Food creation time reduced by 17%. Tools production, LV.8 Tool creation time reduced by 15%. Weapon production, LV.2 Weapon creation time reduced by 3%. Material creation, LV.7 Material creation time reduced by 13%. Golem production, LV.8 Golem creation time reduced by 20%. Medicine production, LV.3 Medicine creation time reduced by 3%. Repair, LV3 Repair time reduced by 5%. Magical tools production, LV3 Magic tools creation time reduced by 5%. Other, That's my status currently. It's further improved quite a lot, right? I'd been making bread for Graham and the others during their stay all the time, so I've reached the maximum level for bread making. Item production, bread opening parenthesis LV.10 max closing parenthesis. Category, food production opening parenthesis LV.9 closing parenthesis. MP consumption. 1. Explanation: The staple food of this world. Because it is a staple food, it has a creation bonus from the start. Production time: 1 minute. The time to make bread has been reduced from originally 60 minutes to just 1 minute. But since it is also affected by the level compensation for food creation and creation magic, it actually only takes about 44 seconds to make. Also, the level bonus for creation magic improves the quality of the food and makes it taste even better. With this I can easily open a bakery anywhere I want. My medicine making level has been increased to 4, and with it I can now make sake. 1, so I immediately tried to make some. I don't actually like drinking sake too much, but it's an essential ingredient for making Japanese food. Also, it took some time, but I was able to make some dried bonito flakes and kelp by using food production, so tonight I'm in the mood for a glass of cold sake along with white fish wrapped in kombu seaweed. Alright, let's go fishing. I don't really intend to catch any fish, though. This is only because I have nothing else to do, so I grabbed my fishing tools and jumped onto Silver's back. I got into the boat at the pier and had Seamer number 1 and number 2 tow me. There's Seamer number 3 and number 4 too. But I don't take all of them with me. This is because the more activity the golems have, the faster their magical power is consumed. Most of the bigger fishes are located further from the cove, so I had the Seamers bring me further towards the open sea. Okay, Seamer, around here is fine. We stopped the boat about 300 meters from the shore, and I attached the lure to the bait I've brought and dropped it into the sea. If I only wanted to catch some fish, it's faster to just leave it to the Seamers, so I'm only fishing as a hobby. It's ironic, really, because I never really got into fishing until the day I was stranded into this world, and the reason I got here is because of the very same activity. But there's not much to do on this island, so fishing has become a very convenient hobby for killing time. Speaking of killing time, Graham and the other officers left me some book that they'd finished reading, and I'm so grateful for that. I've been reading them every day, and I've finished most of them. Reading them have given me a lot insight about the culture and the way of thinking on this world, and the genre of the books were really varied: scriptures, romance, history and war books, travel books, so on and so forth. Of course, there were a few erotic books as well. I've read them, but I have mixed feelings about it. I enjoyed reading about the lovey-dovey part, but the rape and training stuff really put me off. I really hate painful and harsh things, even if only in stories. Also there's many parts about BL relationship. I guess it's similar to how there's many scenes hinting of Yuri relationships in normal romance back on Earth. 2. I don't discriminate against homosexual relationship, but such things are just not meant for me, especially the explicit description about various parts of the body. I also had a hard time with the story where 3 men serve 1 female protagonist, particularly the parts where the males were intertwining with each others while the female protagonists were mixed with them. But I guess those kind of stories are the sexual fantasies in this world. I'm just glad that the officers were never expecting me to take parts on that kind of sexual debauchery. They weren't, right? Right? Anyway, no fish were biting, but I didn't really care. I wasn't in need of food, and even if I was, I could just leave it to the seamers to bring me lots of fishes, so I just laid down in the boat with my parasol open. The temperature was high, but the humidity was low in the shade, so it was comfortable. I guess it'd be nice to have a roof on the boat. Maybe I should just convert the boat into a catamaran to make it more stable. 3. That way I can bring more gillims with me. And so, while thinking of these things, I fell asleep. Maybe because I've been having peaceful days on the island, but I've been letting my guard down. I had completely lost the caution and vigilance that I had when I first transferred over to this world. I had fallen under the false impression that Monte Cristo Island is my safe haven. Oi! It feels like somebody is pushing my body. Get up, huh? Who is it? Is it one of the officers? They've somehow returned? I slowly open my eyes, still feeling groggy from being woken up. Who is it? I don't know when it happened, but a small sailing ship had pulled up alongside my boat and someone was climbing aboard. I took off my sunglasses, but the backlight was too bright to see the person's face. Hey, it's been a while, huh? I've been wanting to meet you. Who is it? I can't remember the woman's voice. I think I've heard this voice before, but I couldn't put my finger on it. As my blurred vision became clearer, the outline of the woman in front of me gradually became clearer. She has a scarf wrapped around her face, so I still can't make out who she is. Do I know you? You really don't remember me? You're breaking my heart, darling. Let's just say I'm an acquaintance of your precious lover. Lover, she said. Was she referring to Gran or Chris? Snicker, you really have no clue, do you? Alright, how about this? While saying so, the woman took off the scarf wrapped around her face, and I gasped in shock. A third of her face is covered in burns and scars, many red and swollen. Even some places where her hair should be were angry, naked scars. I can see the scalp is bare and has reddish-black color. Hey, take a good look at my face. No, not the part where the burn scars are. Focus on the still beautiful part of my face. I stared at the pale skin and tried to recall my memory, and eventually I came up with a single person. You're the one that was with Cecily. Good. It looks like you finally remember me. That's right. I'm Janice, who was the vice captain. The corners of Janice's mouth slightly lifted, and her expression distorted violently. 4. Ch 53. Chapter 53, Thigh and Heart, February 18, 2023. T.L. Note, warning. This chapter contains sexual violence. In hindsight, maybe I should have put similar warning on chapter 2. It was a nightmare in broad daylight. Janice stared at me, both joy and madness reflected in her eyes. I tried to slide backwards, but there was no escape in the narrow boat. Why are you here? I asked in strained voice, and Janice's smile grew even wider. Isn't it obvious? I've come to see you. Hey, do you wanna know how I got these burn scars? I think I have a pretty good idea how. After all, Cecily left the island in order to take revenge on her and her crew. Let me guess, Cecily did it? That's right. After all, there's no one else who can use gravity magic. No one who can use it and hold enough grudge to use it on me. Anyway, that wench must have used the orb that we found during one of our naval raids. But she screwed up, see, 'cause I'm still alive. Janice licked the edge of her lips, as if her throat had gone dry, and continued. It's my turn to get revenge now. But no, I'm not going to kill her just like that. I'm going to do that by picking off the people around her one by one, until she falls into the deepest pit of misery. And guess who's on top of the list? Why me? I've done digging around. See, a number of people said that she calls your name whenever she gets drunk. You're mad. Janice shuddered with delight. That's it. I really like your face. It's really exciting how you can keep a defiant expression. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of fun before I kill you. You'll pleasure me many times, over and over, until I'm satisfied. After I've had my fun, I'm going to cut off your dick and send it to Cecily, with a note saying thank you. What a mad woman. Seamer, get her. At my command, the two seamers leapt up from the sea and attacked her from both sides with harpoons. But Janice easily dodges the attack, and with a flash of the sword at her waist, she cut off the head of seamer number 1, and with a return swing she split the body of seamer number 2. Whoa. That was quite threatening. Was that all? By the way, I had left Wonder on the shore, so I don't have anyone else to attack her. It seems I can only escape for now. Hey now, were you thinking of escaping? Janice grabbed my wrist and punched me hard in the stomach. I guess it's better to give you a little taste of pain, It'll make you understand your position. 2 more punches to the stomach nearly brought me to my knees, but Janice was having none of it and threw me off my boat and onto her small sailing ship. Yeah, it's too cramped back there to have some fun. Janice jumped onto her vessel and looked down at me, lying on the deck. I still had Popo, so I'll have him fly to the shore and call the rest of the Seamers here. Afterward, I'll jump to the sea when I have the chance and have Seamer take me back to the island. That's the best plan for now. You still have that resolute expression on your face. Section. After a short chant, a fireball shot out of Janice's hand and Popo, who was on the edge of the boat, burst into flames before sinking into the ocean as little more than charred charcoal. It seems I need to take extra measures to keep you from running away. Well then, how to do it now? I could just beat the shit out of you until you cry and beg for forgiveness. But we can always do that later, can't we? As she said this, Janice tied my wrists to the mast with a leather strap she pulled out of her pocket. You still haven't given up on resisting, right? Though I like turning a man submissive and doing whatever I want with them. The idea of forcibly raping a man who is still resisting is turning me on even more. Every single word that comes out of her is disgusting. She then held my chin and licked my face. The feeling of it made me shudder, like a slug was crawling on my skin. Now then. Janice roughly ripped off my shirt. The last of the things that I brought with me from Earth are being destroyed. My chinos were also removed, as well as the last remaining pair of boxer shorts. But she made sure my boxers were still hooked around my ankles, pulled at my feet. What gives, woman? You have really beautiful skin. It'd be a shame to kill you. Maybe I should just take you as a slave. While uttering such nonsense like that, Janice took off her clothes. How is it? I have a good body, right? Cecily's better than you. It was the only act of defiance I had left. Is that so? Well, I'm going to make you squeal in delight soon, and after that I can take my time in disciplining you, until you beg for my pussy yourself. Janice grabbed me by the head and sent her magic into me, and my little Joe quickly becoming ramrod straight, regardless of what I wanted. I think this kind of magic is really unreasonable, no matter the situation. Well then, let's have a taste of it. Janice slowly lowered her hips, to emphasize what she's going to do, and then proceeded to fuck me. How does it feel? Feels good, right? I feel nothing. Which is actually true. I'm just emotionlessly watching how the scene unfolds before me, like a really bad porn movie. If I had been a man in this world, or a woman in my former world, I might have despaired or been repulsed by the fact I'm being raped. But I feel nothing, which made me surprised at myself. Had something inside me broken instead? Is that why I felt nothing? But I don't have any fear of pregnancy, even if I'm being raped. Do these physical structural differences change the way how men and women think? If so, mutual understanding between men and women that transcended gender differences would be difficult. However, I agree that the humiliation of being forced to do what the other person wants by using violence is a pain shared by both men and women. After all, sexual activity should be based on consent between the two parties, and there should be agreement on what is and what is not okay, and consideration for the other person, not just blindly pursuing your own desires. That was the inner monologue that I was having while watching Janice's hips slamming hard against mine. What's that? Losing your will to resist already? That's no good. MMHH. If you don't keep showing those defiant expression, I might lose the excitement. Janice kept slamming her hips down and talking dirty to me. Or did you forget already? After all of this is over, I'm going to cut your dick off, you know. Janice drew the knife from her waist and licked it as if to show it off. That's right. I have no time to think about useless things now. I need to find an opportunity to escape. Yes, that's the expression that I wanted. You seem to remember your place. MMHH. That's it. Keep struggling. Who knows, I might just spare your life and keep you as slave instead. Now, move your hips and try to make me feel better. Janice was smiling with satisfaction as she tapped my cheek with her knife. Now, what can I do to escape? My wrists are tied to the mast above my head. Even if I managed to untie it, I still lack the strength to avoid being overwhelmed by her, nor the speed to outrun her. But at that moment, my eyes were focused on the small scratch on the knife glittering in front of me. The scratch was so small and superficial, it wouldn't have any effect to the performance of the knife should it be used on me, but it gives me an idea of what I can do. Repair target. Knife. MP consumption, 12. Repair time, 4 seconds. As long as it is in my sight, I can use repair on any damaged object. And so, when I set the knife on Janice's hand as the target for repair, it turned into motes of light and disappeared. What just happened? The sudden disappearance of the knife she was holding caught her off guard, and her hip thrusting stopped suddenly. Chime. The repair of knife is completed. Please specify the location to appear. At first, I intended to make it appear at her heart, but I changed my mind and looked away at her inner thigh instead, and all that exposed, tender skin. And then I choose that spot as the place for the knife to appear. With a sharp scream, Janice, who was still on top me, tumbled backwards. The newly repaired knife was deeply embedded in her thigh, and a large amount of blood was pouring out. I then set my repair magic at the leather strap that bound my wrist to erase it. I fixed her with the coldest, most hateful glare I could. You pig, what did you do? Janice, eyes full of hatred, drew her sword and bared it towards me. The knife was still stuck in her bare thigh, but the bleeding wasn't as strong as before. It looks like she's using the body reinforcement magic to stop the blood. Without giving her any reply, I then set the repair magic at her sword. Repair target, short sword. MP consumption, 18. Repair time, 8 seconds. Damn it! Furious that her sword had disappeared into motes of light, she finally opted to lunge at me. What happened next? It was like everything was moving in slow motion. Janice, twisted into madness, was closing in on me. I didn't have enough time to complete the repair on the sword and made to it appear again to defend myself. It took seconds for her to wrap her fingers around my throat, and the two of us collapsed to the deck of the boat. Seems like she's decided to just strangle me to death. As I was struggling, my lungs screaming for air, I berated myself for not burying the knife in her heart when I had the chance. But then again, I've never intentionally harmed anyone before, so I was nowhere near prepared to end another person's life. It's a rather short life that I've lived, huh? And it was the moment, as the darkness started to creep in around my eyes. Boo! A large fireball flew through the air, hitting Janice's side and knocking her over the side of the ship. What just happened? Coughing, I got up in a panic and looked in the direction of the attack. There, in the middle of the midsummer sky, a pale girl was floating in the balmy air, and her face showed not a bead of sweat despite the heavy black coat she was wearing. TL Note 1. Shiru got raped. Also Shiru, pondering about philosophical matters. Mo WNPC, oh man, don't get me started. The whole men being raped versus women being raped thing is something I have a lot of strong opinions about. But seriously, consent is key. Don't ever force anyone into that situation, it's horrible. CH 54. Chapter 54, Chateau Shiro, February 18, 2023. The girl in the air was staring at me blankly, her face devoid of any emotion. Oh yeah, come to think of it, I was still naked. I hastily hid my important parts with my hands, which is always a challenge when you have a huge magical boner. It's a good thing that the girl didn't seem to mind my state of undress. As I looked around, I realized my boxers were still wrapped around my ankles, so I quickly turned to the side and pulled them into place. You saved me? The girl only nodded in response. Thank you very much. My name is Shiru. Sanada Shiru. Sierra. The girl muttered her name, and then swooped down and lightly landed on the deck. There was something strange about this girl, it didn't feel like was real. It was like she wasn't actually human, or even alive. What about the woman? I said while pointing at the charred figure of Janice, drifting lazily off the starboard side. Dead. I see. Somehow, knowing that she was dead didn't leave me with any bad feelings, just a sense of relief. Also, I wouldn't have to bother with pulling her body out of the water. Before long, she'd just be more fish food. For a moment, it seemed like Sierra was staring at me, but in truth, her eyes were focused on something much further behind me. I don't think she knew where to look. So, Sierra, what brings you here? Traveling. There were no other boats around us, though. I guess she was traveling by flying. So, you're traveling alone? Yes. Sightseeing. Too. I see. Le touristique. 3. Sierra was holding a leather travel bag in her left hand and a white parasol in her right. She had a slight stature, barely 150 centimeters tall, her hair was a beautiful silver hue, and her pale skin had a blue tinge in places, seeming almost translucent. She was wearing a blue and white dress under her black traveling coat, which made me wonder someone could be okay wearing all those heavy clothes on such a hot weather. What stood out the most though, were her eyes. They were a dark maroon, almost blood red. 4. I'm the innkeeper for that island. If it's alright with you, would you follow me to my inn? I'd like to properly thank you for saving my life. Sierra looked at me for a long moment before finally nodding her head. Since I had no idea how to operate a small sailing ship, I crossed back to my own boat and paddled it back to the pier. Through the voyage, Sierra sat perched on the bow of the boat with her hands in the water, absent-mindedly staring into the dark blue water. As we reached the pier, I quickly gave order to the remaining seamers, number 3 and number 4, there's a small sailing ship offshore, go and retrieve it. Also, bring back number 1 and number 2 while you're at it, I think they're sunk around there somewhere. Since Silver had arrived the two, I quickly climbed on and turned to Sierra. The inn is further into the woods. I'm going to go there by riding this horse Gillen. Do you want to follow me by flying, or would you rather I call for another? Sierra responded by floating up and landing on Silver, sitting in front of me without any reservation. I'm only in my underwear, and she doesn't seem to mind it at all. As we were riding through the woods, I heard a soft gurgling, growling sound. Sierra, are you hungry? Hungry. Guess I'll cook a meal for her later. For now, I just want to take a bath. The experience with Janice made me feel the need to wash my body thoroughly. I can't wipe away the bad memory, but I can at least wipe my body clean. I'll make a meal once we get to the inn. What kind of food do you like? Blood. Blood? Does she mean something much like blood sausage or blood pudding? She can't mean the thing that's flowing in my vein, right? I like type B. Wait, there's abo blood groupings in this world? Human don't know, only vampires know. I see. It's like that. Huh. I think it's pretty obvious at this point, but I guess I better make certain now. Let's see, how should I phrase the question? Are you a vampire? Yes. Yeah, that settles it. So that's why I feel something is off with her, compared to other people. Well, it doesn't matter, whatever she is, she saved my life. Although, speaking about my life, there's another question I need to ask now, which is the crux of the problem. So, I'm just wondering, do you bite people on the neck, or? I don't bite. Really? Well, that's a relief. I see, the feeling of breaking skin. Disgusting. Sierra shuddered at the thought. I see, so that's why she doesn't like taking human blood. Not just biting, it seems even slashing someone with a sword, or wounding them with wind magic, is enough to unsettle her stomach. Well, how do you usually drink your blood, then? In a glass. Preferably beer mug. I see. So she takes it like how someone would have a drink after a long day at work. This means she's the type of vampire that doesn't usually attack people. I see. Basically, Sierra is a human-friendly vampire. Huh. Not really. I don't mind killing people. Huh? I don't like cutting people. But I'm fine with burning or freezing them to death. Oh, I see. I see. This is bad news for me, right? You're not planning to kill me later, right? Why? Maybe you want to take my blood. Sierra shook her head. Killing is easy, but gathering the blood out afterwards is no good. Nauseating. Looks like everyone has their own set of problems. Huh. Besides, never met a man who can use magic before. Interesting. So she saw me using repair. At any rate, it's good that she doesn't want to kill me since she's interested in my magic. I better do my best to entertain her as a guest in Shiru's inn. I quickly cleaned myself up while Sierra was leisurely hanging around at the cave. Janice, that damnable woman, I hope she didn't have any venereal diseases. I am a bit concerned about it, but the only thing I can do at the moment is wash myself as clean as possible. Well then, what should I serve Sierra with? I imagine she would love to have blood right now, but I'm not brave enough to cut myself. Oh, maybe I can use my magic to create some? Item production, blood. Category, medicine creation, LV3. MP consumption, 179. Explanation: healthy human blood, suitable for transfusion, RH plus minus any blood type from A, B, AB, O. Production time, 10 milliliters / 10 minute ###. So, it'll take 1 hour and 40 minutes to make 100 milliliters, or 1 hour and 25 minutes if I take account of the reduced time ability. I shouldn't make her wait too long, so let's just create 50 milliliters for now, and serve it like an aperitif. 5. Oh yeah, she said she preferred beet type, didn't she? I haven't got a beer mug yet. I can't serve it to her as I might serve a weary office lady who got home tired from work, but she'll have to put up with it for now. 6. Also, it'd probably be better to bring out the blood sausage that I have in storage. I made it by mixing ground meat and animal blood, adding flour and other binders, and boiling it. It has a darker color compared to most sausages, and a unique flavor. You could say it is a food born of the desire to use every part of the animal. I also made a paprika sauce to be served alongside the blood sausage. When I returned from the kitchen, Sierra was still relaxing on the couch I'd made earlier. Her black coat has been taken off and she was sitting sideways, wearing a dress. Thank you for waiting. The food is now ready, so please come this way. Sierra's body floated up without a sound and she landed on the chair I had pulled out for her. Well then, please start with the aperitif. Sierra's face, which had been expressionless until now, gave way to surprise as I placed a small glass on the table. The blood looked more like red wine than a cocktail, though. Sorry, I could only prepare this much on such a short notice, but it is type B. Sierra looked at me curiously. Your blood? No, it's not. It's blood that I created with magic. My magic allows me to create things. Sierra looked at my face, and then at the glass, and then at my face again. She did this several times before she finally picked up the glass and took a whiff of it. It's really blood. It's not poisoned, so you can rest assured and try it, I said jokingly. Sierra slowly tilted the glass and drank deeply, savoring the taste. Heavenly. For today's special, we have prepared a rare Rh negative just for you, esteemed customer. Nah, just joking. It's not really rare since I can just make any type of blood I want. Foo-foo. It's been a long time since. Huh? What's that? Her cheeks are blushing. Sierra had been expressionless until she saw the small glass with blood, and now she's even smiling. Now she's made eye contact with me while sticking out her tongue and she's licking the inside of the glass, while holding it with 2 fingers. That's a really erotic expression. Not to mention the difference between her coldness before and her playfulness now is too big for my mind to comprehend. Shiru. Why yes. Refill, please. And now Sierra is showing me a really cute smile. I think my body is going to melt with how lovely her expression is. Chateau Shiro, transfusion blood Rh negative. 2019. This brand has received Sierra's seal of approval. CH 55. Chapter 55. Drinking with the Vampire. February 25, 2023. Sorry for the delay, I was having some problem with my laptop. By the way, I think the chapter title is a shout-out to a certain vampire movie in 1994, starred by Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt. I'm glad that Sierra was so happy drinking the blood that I'd created using magic, but it was going to take a while until I could make another round of drinks. Sorry, this is all I have right now. It'll take about 40 minutes to make another serving. Verily, 'tis natural of fine things to demand of patience. A pity, but well worth it. Wait, why is your way of talking suddenly changed? I'll prepare another serving, so please help yourself to the food while you wait. I find this arrangement most amiable. She's become more lively ever since she drank the blood, and she's begun to speak more cheerfully. Her way of speaking, however, has become a bit strange. Shiru. As Sierra flicked her finger, her travel bag seemingly moved by itself and snapped open. There is an azure purse within my satchel's confines. I wouldst to thee avail thyself to its contents. When I looked inside the bag, I immediately found a blue bag about the size of a rice cooker. I opened it as I was told, and found it filled to the brim with magic stones and money. I have decided to accept thy offer of hospitality. Take as thou wouldst to cover thy fees. Are you some kind of CEO for a multinational company? It's 5,000 layman's per night, including dinner and breakfast. Drinks will be charged separately. I care little for the wheres and wherefores. You could not deplete my fortunes with a lifetime of spending. Sierra dismissed my concerns with a wave of her hand, seeming annoyed by my questions while eating the blood sausage. I'll take 150,000 layman's for now, I will refund the excess when you check out from the inn. Do what thou willst. Moreover, this sausage is truly scrumptious. Thank you. I didn't make it by magic. It is crafted by hand. Truly, such fine taste makes me crave for something alcoholic. Pray tell, what spirits do you have on hand? Something alcoholic, she says, but no matter how I see it, she looks like she's only 15. I wonder what's the minimum legal drinking ages in this country. Is it alright for you to drink? I shouldn't serve alcohol to a minor. 1. Oh, are you suggesting that I'm not of age? Cute cuckoo. Though I may have this youthful of face, I'm actually 42 years old. Even young amongst vampires, I'm still many years older than you. 2. As I thought, the vampire race looks younger than their actual age. She looked way too youthful to ever pass for 42 back on Earth. I guess it's alright, then. Currently we have wine, beer, sake, and rum, but we're planning to add more in the future. Prithee, what is sake? Never before have I heard of such a thing. I see, so even a vampire like Sierra, someone who likes to travel, has never heard of it before. It's an alcoholic drink made from fermented rice, a specialty of my hometown. Interesting, an exotic taste of distant lands. Barkeep, fetch me a glass of such finery. The type of sake that we have now is Junmai sake, which is my favorite. 3. It's an unpasteurized sake and has characteristically fruity flavor. Goku, bring out a bottle of sake from the cellar. Sierra's expression clouded a little as she watches Goku run the errand for me. That thou canst create familiars to obey your whims. I'm not sure what a familiar is, but Goku is a golem that I created. What's a familiar anyway? A vampire can share their vitae with creatures that strike their fancy and turn them into their own personal servant. In exchange for a portion of their power, the familiar will have absolute obedience to the vampire. But to do that, we need to bite them directly on the neck. She is mentally repulsed by the idea of biting people though. That would mean that Sierra, you, indeed. I have no familiar. You are. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Luckily, Goku arrived with the bottle of sake. Now, you should try this, it'll cheer you up. I poured the sake into the bowl I made resembling hardware and gave it to Sierra. 4. Sierra put the cup to her mouth while still having a gloomy expression on her face, but quickly looked up in surprise. 'Tis delectable. Never before have I tasted such sweet delicacy. Glad that you like it. And the taste pairs well with the blood sausage. Hold on. Pairs well with blood. Shiru, pour some of their sake into the small glass over there. Sierra pointed to the glass that had been used to serve the blood aperitif. Most of the blood sticking there may have been licked clean, but there was still some remaining at the bottom. I poured some sake into the small glass. Truly delectable, Sierra murmured while licking her lips. Seeing her like that gave me a tingling feeling, fear and interest intertwined with excitement. Yes, as I had thought before, 'tis also possible to drink it this way. That day, a new cocktail was born in Shiru's Inn. The Bloody Sierra. 5. It is a vampire cocktail. The drink was quickly gulped down by Sierra, so I poured another. At this point, there was no longer a single drop of blood left on it, but I think there was still some fragrance of it on the glass. Would that thou wouldst be my familiar, Shiru. Scary. That's really a scary thought. I'm my own being, and I would really hate it if my sense of self turned into someone else's. Sorry, but I refuse to become someone else's familiar. However, while you're still staying at the inn, you can request anything you want, Sierra. Sierra smiled a little sadly and picked up her glass. And then she approached me with a bewitching smile. What is it? Don't tell me, she got mad because I refused to become her familiar? Please don't turn me into something charred, crisp and smoky like you did to Janice, okay? I sat petrified in my chair, only able to watch Sierra closely moving toward me. And then, she suddenly sat down on the chair next to me and leaned against my shoulder. Thou stated I couldst make a request of anything. Did you not? For tonight, I fancy having a man to pat me on the head. Surely, you understand how a young girl such as I would have such cravings from time to time, do you not? The need to be pampered. Which young girl are we talking about? You're 42 years old. I thought of making such a retort, but I managed to keep it to myself. At least she looks like a young girl on the outside, so her remark is not completely off. Surely, I'm not that heavy, am I? Sierra asked, tracing my chin with her finger. No, actually, you're really light. For tonight, spoil me as thou wouldst pamper thy own sister. I'm sorry Sierra, but I don't have that kind of tendency. Hold up, I've never done it, but it might actually be interesting. Hey, Sierra? You can lean on me more. Tis fine already. Never have I imagined that I would find such paradise after so long a journey. Shiru, care to accompany me for a drink? With a vacant look in her eyes, Sierra lifted the sake pot. I think I'm in the mood to have a drink right now. I don't want to get as drunk as I did like during the incident with Graham, so I'll just drink in moderation. You don't mind if I use this, right? I picked up the hardware that Sierra was using. Perish the thought. You're the innkeeper, regardless. Well then, let us have a toast. I downed a mug of cold sake that Sierra poured for me. As I thought, my sake is really delicious. So, Sierra has been traveling to a lot of places, right? Indeed, I have been traveling all over the world for the last 7 years. Then, please tell me stories from your travels. I'm still new to this world, so I know very little things here. New to this world? Whatever do you mean by that? I was transferred here from another world by some kind of summoning magic. It's that look again, like when you see some child telling outrageous story. Well, I've been getting used to it though. Many people don't believe me. It's the truth, though. Sierra said while picking her nose. Look, it's really unbecoming for someone with appearance of a little girl to pick on her nose like an old man, you know. It's not like I need you to believe me anyway. So, got any story of anything interesting? Anything interesting? Well, if we are to talk about a rare living being, say, do you know about the small country to the east? Gorvania? Yeah, and it was there where I met a werewolf. A werewolf. That's it. Why are you not surprised? 'Twas a werewolf, you hear, a werewolf. Well, a vampire is sitting right beside me, so it must be a given that werewolf exist too in this world, right? But since a vampire was saying that it's a rare creature, does it mean that it's actually a rare existence? And so, as the night went on, the drunken vampire became more and more talkative, and we spent the rest of the night talking and drinking. Sierra had been traveling alone for 7 years, meanwhile I hadn't had anyone to talk to since the research team left, so I think both of us were feeling really lonely. It has been a long while since I was able to have a conversation with someone, so I was really happy. Chapter 56, Similar, and yet mismatched. February 25, 2023. P.S. Also, Sierra's way of speaking differ based on her mood, situation. After finishing her meal, Sierra moved to the couch and continued drinking there, and she just emptied the 3rd bottle of sake into her own glass. She looks quite drunk already. I wonder if it's alright. I see, and that's how you ended up being raped by her. It seems like she's been observing Janice's action for quite a while before she finally intervened. If you were watching that long, you should have stepped in much sooner, you know. Even if you say so, I did not quite realize that they were in such perilous situation. I merely thought it was some people having fun in the great outdoors, so I drew closer to take a peek. So basically you're just a peeping Tom? Wait, you said you were peeking, but there was no place to hide on the vast ocean. One can simply apply light magic to create the same color as the sky. 'Twas a magic I originally developed. I see. So you developed a magic just to peek at people, but you saw that I was being tied to the mast, right? You should have realized I was in danger. On the contrary, people that enjoy such roleplay are quite plentiful. I know because I have many references from the number of times I peeked. Was for research purposes. By the by, don't say peeking as research purposes. I rescued you afterward, did I not? Do not be angry. Sierra smiled and turned to face me. She then gulped down all the liquor left in her glass in one go, and her tone became sad. Big brother, though you may have been assaulted like that, you're still able to act energetic and lively. Right. Maybe it's because I was transferred from another world, so my way of thinking about things might be a little different from the men of this world's. Again, with that kind of joke. Big brother, I wish you would try another joke already. Goku over there, fetch me another one of those sake bottle. Sierra asked Goku, but of course he won't move. Goku only receive order from me after all. Goku don't listen to anyone but me. Sierra. Goku number 3, bring another sake bottle here. Goku number 3, who was closest to the doorway, ran towards the storage room. To have a familiar is truly convenient. It makes me quite envious of you. It's not familiar, it's a golem. It is similar, is it not? Were I to have familiars, I would have them to play with me like siblings would. to sleep on my knees, and to read me bedtime stories. Hey, Sierra, you're an adult woman, right? Truly, I am. But tonight I would like to be pampered. Well, in the past, my older brother used to pamper me, as if I were but a little girl. I see, she's well and truly a brocon. But back on Earth, the correct equivalent would be a siscon, I guess. Too. But you're actually older than me, right? Sierra was at a loss for words. However, even if it is so, I still would like to play as the younger sister. Yeah, she really said play. The average life expectancy of a vampire is about 300 years old. Compared to that, I would still be considered a little girl, would I not? That's kind of true, I guess. Sierra suddenly laid down and put her head on my lap. Big brother, spoil me, please. Hey now. Her fluffy hair was tickling my arms, but any feelings of discomfort were quickly erased with how adorable she looked in that moment. By the way, you said that you're staying for a month. What are you planning to do tomorrow? That is true. And not there any tourist attractions on this island? I don't know if it can be called a tourist attraction, but there is a dungeon. A dungeon? Ho hum. What a lackluster response. Aren't you interested in dungeons? In the first place, fighting monsters in order to gain money can be considered a foolish undertaking, is it not? And to top it all, I'm not in immediate need for money. Yeah, I can see from how much money she has by looking at her bag bursting with gold. It must be nice not to have to worry about money. Truly. For vampires, money and men are of no concern. It seems that vampires are usually astronomically rich, and they don't have the concept of marriage agreement. They're basically free to love everyone they want. Since we have a long lifespan, to commit your whole life just for the sake of one person would be boring, is it not? Maybe that's how it is. I wouldn't know though. It looks like vampires seldom have offspring, and many of them end their lives without giving birth to any at all. 3. So, can I have brother and sister play with Shiru instead? We've just met each other today. I'm not sure I want to go that far yet. Sierra lightly rubbed her head into my lap. 4. Worry not, I shan't ask for the impossible. Also, it is forbidden for us vampires to have intercourse with a human that is not our familiar, which is the reason why I have yet to have any experience with human men. Well, I don't have any experience with vampires, either. The way I hear it, it seems like vampires and humans has much in common. Huh? Verily. We normally live amongst human, after all. Even my big sister, 5, is now living in an apartment in the capital. It seems the vampires in this world coexist with humans. Many of them are working and doing business in the human world. And what do you do when you want to drink blood? We purchase it, most of the time. For example, male prostitutes would be eager and willing to get their blood sucked, saying it's a good source of income. Not that I've tried it, mind you. Aside from that, we may obtain it from our lovers, which is basically your own familiars, right? Indeed. Which is something I've yet to experience. 2. Due to having no familiar, those who become familiars gain some of the power of a vampire, but their life expectancy is the same as that of a normal human, it seems. Anyway, I'm glad that vampires and humans aren't in a hostile relationship. You know, Sierra, I was actually a bit worried. You see. How so? Adventurers might come to this island soon. That's why I was worried that you might end up fighting with them. I guess it should be time for someone from the Empire to deliver the news whether the dungeon would be open to public or not. I understand the concern. Fret not, Shiru. Pulverizing an adventurer's bone to dust is but a simple matter. However, I will not turn hostile as long as they behave themselves. Please get along well, okay? 'Twould depend on how they carry themselves. Sierra grinned fearlessly, showing her feral smile. Yeah, I guess I'll need to take a different approach here. I slowly placed my hand on top of Sierra's head, which is still resting on my lap, and then gently stroked her hair. Sierra is a good girl, right? That's why she will get along with everyone else, right? I gently spoke to her like I would speak to a younger sister. I know she's been wanting to be pampered like a younger sister. She even asked before to have a brother-sister play. I'm hoping that she would get on board with the idea with playing nice with other people in exchange of having this role-playing. Sierra a good girl. Sierra will get along with everyone. What a troublesome 42 years old. As we finished our 4th bottle of sake, Sierra had gotten so drunk that she had fallen asleep in my lap. Anna-chan. Sierra. Want to drink more? Now, 6. Why is she saying Anna-chan, even though she's 17 years older than me? Goku, bring Sierra's luggage for me. I then lifted up her body and carry Sierra to one of the guest rooms while Goku was trailing behind me, but her body is really light. I don't even have any difficulty in carrying her. She really looks like just an innocent little girl like this. Seems like she had too much drink because she was in a very good mood, to finally able to have a conversation with other people after a long while. I prepared a water jug and a cup at the bedside in case she might wake up with a dry throat in the middle of the night. It turned out that the two steamers that were fighting Janice have been damaged beyond repair, so I had to make new ones. However, I'm putting it off for now and currently setting my magic to create a liter of blood for Sierra. 7. It will be ready the next morning and I plan to have it frozen in 50 milliliters portions when it's done. By Sierra's magic, of course. Tonight I was very happy too, since for the first time in a long while I was able to have a proper conversation with other people, and for some reason, Sierra is really easy to talk to. I wonder, maybe it's because she's actually mentally more mature, even if her body looks like a little girl on the outside. Or maybe it's because we have something unexpected in common. Just like Sierra wants to be pampered by older brother in her brother-sister play, I too want to be pampered by older sister in a brother-sister play. 8. Having a younger sister is fine, too, but I much prefer to have an older sister. So in a sense, Sierra and I have a similar interest, and yet it's not aligned, a mismatch. Even so, I still think it's interesting to get in a role play with her. I wonder, now what will happen to Shiru's in with Sierra as a new guest? So I went to sleep while looking forward to the coming of tomorrow.